Hey everyone, Robert Evans here. It's the end of the year. A couple of big heavy hitter holidays coming in a row, and we have them off both with the company and as a team. So since there's not a new Bastards episode this week, and also since Henry Kissinger just died, we figured this would be a nice time to rerun the original 6 Henry Kissinger episodes. These are great, I think, are a useful introduction if you or perhaps your friends and family don't know why a lot of people are happy that Henry's no longer in the world. I want to thank, again, the Dollop guys, Dave Anthony and Gareth Reynolds, for being wonderful guests for this. I checked in with them before we did this just to see if they had anything to plug. Dave Anthony has an album out that you can find. It's a Hothead by Dave Anthony. You can go to daveanthony.bandcamp.com. I probably don't need to spell Dave Anthony for you, right? That's a simple enough one. And then we've got Gareth Reynolds, who is going to be touring, quote, all over the place in February and March of 2024. They have too many links to promote as one, but if you go to GarethReynolds.com, that's GarethReynolds.com, you can find their schedule for live shows. Gareth is wonderful. Check those out too. Anyway, nothing else to say. Here are the episodes. Oh, Sophie, this plate of Behind the Bastards is so heavy as we walk through this hallway. Oh my gosh, is that David Anthony and Gareth Reynolds with a heavy plate of the Dollop? Oh no, I'm losing control. Oh God, you guys are slipping too. Ah! How was that?
That was so bad. That was so bad.
I couldn't disagree more.
That was the most organic, just real thing I think I've ever heard.
Natural.
Like it was, yeah. Like you're really.
The only
good at
thing
this.
I'm noticing is you didn't have plates, so I'm wondering how.
I was wondering as I started it, are they going to join in, or am I going to just have to commit fully to this? And
now that's something where if it's me, I just let you go and then let you hang in silence for a long time.
I was a dog in a yard that wanted to leave it, but was like, I'll get it. I'm not supposed to leave. So I was on the other end. I wanted to join.
Oh gosh. Well, this is just a wonderful time. Obviously, again, you are Dave Anthony, Gareth Reynolds, hosts of The Dollop, the podcast that invented being funny about history on the internet. Thank you so much for sitting down with us today.
Thank you.
Oh, we've always, for a long time, I've wanted to do something with you. So, and we've talked about this, but this
has been like bouncing back and forth for a while, and it was just one of those things where it's like, well, when we finally do our 6-part series on Henry Kissinger, it's going to be the worst thing we've ever had to do.
I have a therapy session set up right afterwards.
Dave married a therapist in preparation.
That's good. Really putting in the deep work to make this series a success.
It. Yeah.
So my working title for this, which they probably won't let us use, is Henry Kissinger, a big sack of donkey balls.
What's wrong with that?
Before, can we do that, Sophie?
I'm perfectly fine with that. What are you talking about?
What do you guys know? Like, I kind of think maybe it's a good idea to start with like, what's your Cliff's Notes? We'll have you do it, Dave, because you're the one who reads things normally. I
think that's
what's
the
your
right
Cliff's
order,
Notes
by the
of Kissinger? Yeah.
Kissinger, the thing that, obviously stands out is Vietnam and Cambodia. And, that's just reprehensible beyond all words. But he's really been a part of just so many horrific foreign policy decisions and he's always getting in there. He's always a part of the business, or at least was. I don't know if he is now, but for a long time, he was always a guy who would come in and go, why don't you do the worst thing?
Yeah, and that's the thing that's interesting and even a little bit difficult about talking about him, because he's not one of these guys. He's not like, you can't say with him like you can with, I don't know, Saddam Hussein, like, oh, he started this war on this date, or he ordered this man. I mean, you can actually, but he's not on paper supposed to be a warlord or an elected leader. The thing that he is good at doing is getting the ability to do stuff that warlords and dictators do by sitting in the back rooms with people who are the ones who on paper hold the power and convincing them to let him do stuff. And he's the best at that there's ever been.
We've had a couple figures on our podcast who I would relate to, like, and I would say maybe Kissinger is like the war crimes Forrest Gump, where it's like, just kind of, you're like, oh yeah, he was there. He invented shit happens. I didn't know he invented that phrase.
Yeah, that's incredibly. That's honestly a better title than the one I came up with.
That is the perfect title.
I mean, and obviously Forrest Gump is blameless and Kissinger is not, but it does get at the fact that he's just there. He's just in every fucking photo of like guys doing a war crime. Like it is baffling the number of things he's connected to. I should probably just stop selling it. But I do kind of want to talk about the fact that he is this kind of backroom figure in a lot of the worst things that happened in the 20th century, because we're going to spend episode 1. By the time this episode's over, he's not, in the White House. He's not running shit. This is an episode where we talk about like his early life and his ideological roots, because that's what underpins all of the things that he does. He's not a guy. People talk about like what Kissinger believes, and Kissinger himself has written a bunch of books about what he believes. My opinion, as an amateur guy studying this dude, is that I don't think he believes things as much as beliefs and ideas are weapons that he uses in order to get people to let him do horrible things. Ugh. And he is the master of using beliefs and moving between different groups of people who on paper are ideologically opposed and getting them all to agree with whatever bullshit he wants to do, because he's really good at talking about ideas like a fucking philosopher. Like that's his superpower.
They might just have trouble understanding him. I know I have. Sure, whatever. What did we agree to? Oh, God.
I was going to ask, Gareth, before we get started here, is your German accent locked and loaded?
I mean, listen, as to the disgust of the German people, it is.
That's fine. That's fine. I think we can all agree after the 20th century, the Germans lost the right to be angry when people make fun of their accent. It's like Texans. Everyone can do a Texan.
Yeah, that's how I feel.
Sure, I don't think I can. I can make any accent sound kind of English and sort of Spanish at the same time.
And yet can't do English. It's really just sort of this amazing ability to...
See, whenever I do a non-American accent, it drifts Russian at some point, like 100% of the time.
Great. Yeah.
Oh my God. Well, this is your time. Now you can shine with what's going on.
I know. I'm ready to just yuck it up over. Speaking of which, there's a number of roots of what's happening between Ukraine and Russia right now that you can tie back to Henry Kissinger.
Jeez, of course there is.
I mean, that's a little bit less the area that he fucked around in, but he did some fucking around there. Like one of the things, we are spending 6 episodes talking about Henry Kissinger, and we're leaving some shit out.
Wow.
Yeah, you have to. I mean, he's been around so many years. I mean, just the fact that he was still palling around with Hillary Clinton in the election. And you're like, what is that guy doing there? Don't you know he's bad?
And he's the thing that is so interesting about Kissinger is that he does have this he's equally good at talking to like people who would call themselves liberals and progressives as he is to like far right neocons. Like he's I mean, I think you could say that part of what that reveals is that the ruling class in this country are all in agreement about things more often than they disagree about things. But part of it is just that like he is so charming. We will be talking a bit about Kissinger as a sex symbol, which is a thing that happens, and I am so sorry that we have to discuss it.
No, I was hoping that you would say this because I've wanted to fuck him for so long. Like that's one of the main things. He's hot.
I call him Henry Fuckinger. I've always wanted to. Kiss is not enough for me. That's just a taste of what I'm after.
Oh boy, we'll A/B test the Forrest Gump and the Fuckinger title. We'll just see what plays best in Poughkeepsie. So. Heinz Alfred Kissinger was born on May 27th, 1923, in the city of Fürth, Germany. The Kissingers were a Jewish family, and so given that this is Germany in the early 20s, you can tell we're not off to a great start already, right? This is not going to be a story that begins in a particularly pleasant place.
Sure.
He was born in a very chaotic world. The Great Year was like 5 years past when he comes onto the planet. Everything is falling apart in Germany and a lot of other places. The year he's born, Primo de Rivera seized power as the dictator of Spain. Spain. Mustafa Kemal took power in Turkey. The Bulgarian prime minister was assassinated in a coup. Like, it was a troubling time to be a baby. But Heinz's mother and father had some reasons for optimism. While Firth was not an attractive city, in fact, one contemporary described it as stifling in its narrow dreariness, our ungardened city of soot. It's
It's a city.
It's sooty. It's a working class factory town, but because of that, and this is the period in which the working class is a lot more left wing than folks tend to give it credit for being today. It's like a haven for Democrats, not like our Democrats, but people who support democracy as opposed to want to go back to having a Kaiser. So Firth is.
Who wouldn't want to go back to having a Kaiser? He was so awesome.
It worked so good. Yeah, I want to have a king who gets us into World War I and like whacks off about his mom's hands. That sounds great again.
Well, now that I know what we're talking about, let's dance. I'm in. I want a Kaiser.
So Firth is, in some ways you could see its reputation in Germany as being kind of like Portland today. It's a very left-wing town. It's seen as a haven for socialists, but it's also kind of like Selma, Alabama during the Civil Rights era, because Firth has a very large Jewish population. And the period in like the late 1800s is when a lot of there's essentially apartheid against Jewish people in Germany for a long time. So Firth is the city that has Germany's first Jewish lawyer, and it has a bunch of their other first Jewish, exes, person who does this job, because it's this very progressive city with a very integrated Jewish community. So it's this mix of the Nazis aren't going to like this town, right?
Like Portland.
Yeah, like Portland. Yeah, it's got some similarities between a couple of things. So Heinz's parents, Paula and Louis, had grown up in Imperial Germany, where Jews were restricted from holding certain jobs, going to certain schools, living in certain homes. And this had ended by the time the Kaiser had. So Louis Kissinger, Henry's dad, came of age in a period in which a Jewish boy could actually build a professional life for the first time in mainstream German society. He was a member of the first and almost the last generation that this would be true of.
Why? What happens?
Oh, Dave, we may need to do a separate podcast series to cover that.
I've never read any German history. Oh my God, it's so exciting.
So he starts work, Louis, as a teacher in a secular private school when he's 18, and he holds the job for 14 years. And he was a very patriotic person. He's also he is an Orthodox Jew, so he's very religious, but he considers himself a German first and foremost. And his family is very patriotic. His brother fights in World War I, so does his wife's dad. Two of his cousins die fighting for the Kaiser. And when the war ends in German defeat, there's all these rumors spread throughout the far right that the nation's been stabbed in the back by an alliance of Jewish boogeymen. Louis he sees this as happening, but he doesn't think that it's ever going to take hold. Henry would later recall that his father would regularly say, "We live in an age of tolerance." Mm-hmm. So his dad is not right. Yeah.
I'm sorry. Are you talking about America in 2022, or are you talking about Germany?
Yeah, we are talking about this on the day that Texas just announced a fun new law.
Yeah.
This is like, Henry's wrong about a lot of stuff. His father is also wrong, but for a much sadder reason.
Sounds like there was a psychic gene in the family. I see us being tolerant for a generation.
Germany will be a watchword for tolerance.
We will be a bastion for all types.
Oh, poor buddy. So he's it's interesting because the Zionist movement is rising in this time, and Kissinger's family rejects this wholeheartedly because they're so German, right? They don't want to ever leave. So obviously the Nazi Party rises consistently through Henry's childhood. Firth was initially safe from this. Just a few months after Heinz is born in September of 23, the Nazis and other far-right organizations hold a German Day in Nuremberg. Several caravans of them pass through Firth, sort of like Nazis do today in a lot of places. And they were looking for a fight when they drove through. They went through Firth because it's the town where you can get a fight. And they got one. This is right after Henry is born, a mob of brown shirts are assaulted by a 100-strong crowd screaming, "Kill them and down with Hitler," which is pretty rad.
Let's end the story there. I love it. It's a great ending.
And that's the tale of Henry Kissinger. A kid who was a baby when some dudes did some rad stuff.
All right.
So Firth was integrated enough that Heinz initially attended a public school with Christian classmates, which was not common for Jewish kids in this time. Yeah, he's like going to school with other like kids who are not Jewish. Eventually, his dad puts him in a private school, but that's also an integrated private school. So while his education is secular, his family's very strict Orthodox. He attended Hebrew school, which he hated. I found a quote from another Jewish guy who grew up in Firth at the same time that gives an idea as to why Henry was not a big fan of his early religious education. Quote, "Religion was a study, and not a pleasant one, a lesson taught soullessly by a soulless old man. Even today I see his evil, conceited old face in my dreams. He thrashed formulas into us, antiquated Hebrew prayers that we translated mechanically, without any actual knowledge of the language. What he taught was paltry, dead, mummified." And that, I think, is broadly in line with how Henry feels, because he doesn't grow up very religious. So Henry is a little kid, he does a lot of religion stuff. But as he grows older, he rejects his father's passion for faith and his dad's interests in classical music and theater. Instead, Henry Kissinger falls in love with soccer. He is a huge soccer head. Oh, yeah.
What the fuck is happening?
I know, right?
Oh, wow.
Firth has like a locally renowned team. They're one of the best teams in Germany. And so like their kids' teams, which are feeders into this whatever team, are very competitive too. Henry starts playing in a youth league when he's 6 years old. And he later recalled, quote, "I wasn't really very good, though I took the game seriously." But
now, what about soccer? We should talk about that. Oh, sorry, never mind.
So his real prowess early on was in strategy, as this quote from Niall Ferguson's Kissinger, it's a book named Kissinger, like the guy, makes clear. Though no great athlete, Heinz Kissinger was already a shrewd tactician, devising for his team a system that, as it turns out, is the way the Italians play soccer. The system was to drive the other team nuts by not letting them score, by keeping so many people back as defenders. It's very hard to score when 10 players are lined up in front of the goal. So immediately, Henry Kissinger as a kid is like, you know what will help us win and also make this game no fun at all?
Yeah, we need to poison their water. Henry, what are you talking about? Poison
we must firebomb the homes.
We know what to do. Set dynamite under their keeper.
I know we are 6, but we will park the bus. There will be no joy in soccer.
Remove the keeper's hands.
He is as a 6-year-old doing the soccer equivalent of carpet bombing. So he gets so into soccer that he starts to neglect his studies, and his father actually bans him from playing for a while. The older he gets, Henry has more and more conflicts with his dad, a thing that no one else has ever experienced. And yeah, he would regularly, after fighting with his father, bicycle over to the home of a friend who later recalled, he liked being with us. It seems to me he had a problem with his father. If I'm not mistaken, he was afraid of him because he was a very pedantic man. His father was always checking Heinz's homework and kept a close watch on him. Heinz told me more than once that he couldn't discuss anything with his father, especially not girls. So his dad's not like hitting him or anything. He's just like really, really annoying to Henry.
And just like pay attention to your studies beyond anything else. Like, I think I like this girl. Like, well, she doesn't. She's not going to the same school. Focus, Henry. Focus.
Well,
yeah, and
he's clearly a dick who's like, you can't be a professional soccer player at 8. You have to go to school. Like, he's clearly an asshole dad.
Right. Yeah. I mean, he's definitely the villain of the story.
Yeah, no doubt.
So Henry is magnetic to women girls at this point, from a very young age.
What in the fuck is happening?
I know, it's really weird. It's weird. And this is, the quotes about, girls really liking him at this age come from his father. But like, this also happens when he's in his 40s and the Secretary of State. What? So I'm going to say his father's probably telling the truth.
I mean, at no point have I seen any version of Henry Kissinger where you're like, man, I mean,
it is weird. That got memory hold because there were New York Times stories about how much women like Henry Kissinger.
Because he looks like a lump of clay you could mold into anything, potentially.
He never looked good.
No.
But it's weird. I mean, he's the guy, we'll talk about some of the things he said about sexuality later. I know you're all getting real excited for that episode.
Yeah.
That's going to be worse than Cambodia.
At one point, one of his friends was actually ordered not to hang out with him because he had, quote, earned a reputation as a skirt chaser. And this is like when he's 9.
Wow. Early.
Little Henry Cum Rocket Kissinger.
First time I sex was 9.
So, like at this point, he's rebelling against the family religion. He's hanging out with girls. He's playing a hell of a lot of soccer, which seems like a decent childhood. But obviously, the Nazis. So in the mid-20s, the German nation goes on strike against some shit France was doing, Versailles stuff. We don't need to get into it. Inflation goes crazy, right? This is the wheelbarrows full of cash time. This hurts the Kissinger family badly because if you're a private laborer, if you're working for a private company, you can generally like strike and organize to get your salary adjusted to like deal with inflation somewhat. Like it's still bad, but it's less bad. Right. If you're a public servant, you don't get shit. Your salary stays the same while inflation jumps up. So this is really a disaster for the Kissinger family. And of course, economic trouble coincides with a constant acceleration of far-right violence. Later as an adult, Kissinger would note without emotion that he was somewhat regularly chased through the streets and beaten up by Nazi thugs as a child.
That's tough.
Yeah, that's tough.
No punchlines.
No punchlines, but there is something weird about that because he's talked about this a few times, but every time he talks about this, it is so that he can emphatically state that this part of his life had no impact on him. It's really weird. It's very strange.
The literal impact of fists had no impact upon him.
Yeah. And in 1958, he declared, quote, "My life in Firth seems to have passed without leaving any deeper impressions."
Well, you don't get to say that, by the way.
Yeah,
That's not how
I feel
trauma
like you
works.
don't. Like, I feel like you don't.
I feel like I said that to a shrink once about my parents' divorce and then wept.
Yeah, right. It didn't do anything.
I didn't do anything. I mean, what's this? What's this fluid coming out of me?
And it's like, in 1974, when discussing the times he was beaten in the streets by Nazis, he insisted to a reporter, quote, "That part of my childhood was not a key to anything. I was not consciously unhappy. I was not acutely aware of what was going on. For children, these things are not that serious. It is fashionable now to explain everything psychoanalytically, but let me tell you, the political persecutions of my childhood are not what control my life," which is really interesting, right?
What the fuck?
I know, right?
Like, I'm sure the reporter's like, I'm ready to ask follow-ups whenever he stops talking. But he's just like, anyway, you're not supposed to remember from before 10. Anyway.
I mean,
I went numb. That's how I can kill. I went numb at 9. I don't feel anything.
It's like, I got assaulted by a Nazi when I was 33 and it left a mark.
Anytime, just growing up in that environment without being assaulted is going to leave psychological damage.
If your parents had kept you completely safe from street violence, it couldn't not.
Yeah.
And it's like, Henry, this is the only time I'm going to speak sympathetically to you, but it's fine if being beaten by Nazis as a child left a mark on you.
It's the only time you want to Matt Damon him with your Robin Williams arm.
Like, it's okay, man.
It's okay, bud. It happened.
It's interesting. The ways he explains why this didn't leave any mark on him are very interesting. And I want to quote from Henry Kissinger in 2004 now. "I experienced the impact of Nazism, and it was very unpleasant, but it did not interfere in my friendship with Jewish people of my age, so that I did not find it traumatic. I have resisted the psychiatric explanations which argue that I developed a passion for order over justice, and that I translated it into profound interpretations of the international system. I wasn't concerned with the international system. I was concerned with the standing of the football team of the town in which I lived."
Mm-hmm.
Which, like,
you can't do both. You can't pay attention to soccer.
Like,
and
obviously, no one thinks, Henry, that as an 8-year-old, you were like, well, this is going to impact the way that I believe state power should be used when I'm Secretary of State in several decades.
When I'm an advisor to Nixon.
Just like if you have a car accident as a kid, you're not thinking, well, this is going to make me unable to let other people touch me when I'm 33.
Right.
Like,
I'll hate freeway merging.
like obviously, man. And I don't know, like there's a degree to which in terms of this is the period in which you can be sympathetic to him. I do think there's probably something to be said that if you have this childhood, maybe you don't want to give the Nazis anything, even that like this left an impact on me, right? Because like, fuck them. I don't want to say that it had an influence on me, which I get. No,
having grown up in a traumatic, sort of childhood, you can shut it down and tell yourself that you're fine. Like he the way he survived it was to shut his emotions down a little bit and tell himself that he was fine when it actually it is by far probably the most traumatic thing that ever, and created a fucking monster because he didn't get any psychological help.
I'm a monster naturally. It is not nature versus nurture.
I would have killed just as many people if it weren't for the Nazis. I would have been a despicable
piece of shit either way. Don't judge my family.
So, as the 20s roll to an end, the political situation in the Weimar Republic gets correspondingly more dire. In 1925, during a Nazi rally in Fürth, Hitler himself had called it the Citadel of the Jews. The local response at that point in 25 is overwhelmingly negative. And in 1927, only 200 people in Fürth were members of the Nazi Party. Hitler visited the city again in 1928 to little effect. The party just got 6.6% of the vote in local elections that year. But the Great Depression at the end of the 20s, rescues the Nazis' flagging poll numbers. As Fürth's economy collapses, people grow more willing to listen to the fascists. In the 1930 elections, Nazis surged from 2.6% of the vote nationwide to 18.3%. In Fürth, they won 23.6% of the vote, which is 4 times better than they'd done 2 years earlier, and very frightening for a lot of relevant reasons to today. Nazi electoral successes continue to pace the next year, and by 1933, more than 22,000 Fürthers were Nazi voters. I want to quote from Niall Ferguson's book again. On April 9th, 1932, 15 SA men were set upon by Iron Front members as they left the pro-Nazi Yellow Lion pub. 2 months later, Nazi supporter Fritz Reingruber was beaten up for being a swastikist. The same fate befell another Nazi caught selling the NSDAP newspaper, the Völkische Beobachter. The police watched helplessly on the evening of July 30th as a mob threw potatoes and stones at a Nazi motorcade going from the Fürth airport to the Nuremberg Stadium. The car carrying Hitler himself was among the vehicles. But just a year after Hitler's car gets pelted, after the Nazis begin to consolidate power, when Hitler's the chancellor, the mood is very different. On March 3rd, there's another torchlit parade by the Nazis through Fürth, and on the evening of March 9th, a crowd of between 10 and 12,000 people gathers outside one of the bars there to watch the raising of the red Nazi flag. It gets bad pretty fast.
Can I just flag the person who brought the potatoes to the rock throwing event?
I feel like he turned first.
Yeah. Oh, we're doing rocks. That was a drawing of a rock. Those look like potatoes, Al. Good Lord.
You know what? I'm going to say it right now. If that guy had brought rocks, he might have killed Hitler. We could have avoided it.
That's the guy.
Effect That's right the there. Guy. For want of a rock, World War II happened.
Oh, did you guys see my potato hit that car? It really smushed it. It looked mashed.
I do love the idea that he also boiled it before.
Yeah. Well, I don't want to look weird.
So Louis Kissinger lost his job teaching once the Nazis came to power. Henry, again, who'd never gotten along with his dad, watches his father collapse into what biographer Thomas Allen Schwartz describes as a, quote, state of immobility and psychological depression. Louis withdrew into his study, according to Henry's brother Walter, while the world outside veered closer to nightmare. In his book Henry Kissinger and American Power, Schwartz writes, Kissinger and his brothers saw the progressive segregation, isolation, and humiliation the Jews of Fürth experienced. Even their attempt to watch soccer games came with the risk of their being beaten by young Nazi thugs. The world of Heinz's childhood rapidly collapsed, and his parents and the older generation of Fürth's Jews could not protect their young from the hatred around them. After the passage of the Nuremberg Laws in 1935, Kissinger's mother began to look for a way to leave Germany. A cousin in the United States was willing to provide the financial support that would allow the Kissingers to immigrate. In August of 1938, after a last visit with Paula's elderly parents in Lüdershausen, where Heinz saw his father cry for the first time, the family headed to New York. Only 3 months later, during Kristallnacht, the synagogue in Fürth, like hundreds of others throughout Germany, burned to the ground in a night of orchestrated violence.
3 months.
Yeah, I mean, wow. That is crazy.
When Henry leaves Fürth, there are 2,000 Jews in the Jewish community. At the end of World War II, there are 40.
Oh, my God.
Yeah.
And 3 months is so, I mean, that is...
Barely.
I mean, barely. Really. That's like...
Yeah. They stay as late as they possibly can.
Right, yeah.
At least 13 members of Kissinger's family would perish in the Holocaust. Obviously, it being what it is, I don't know that you can... It's easy. It's not super easy to get exact numbers, but like his family is as devastated as you would expect of a German Jewish family. And he does acknowledge for the first time he admits that like some part of this had an influence on him. It was moving away from Germany and like going across the world to the United States. And he says, and this is, I think, him being somewhat honest, that the deepest impact of all this was, quote, all the things that had seemed secure and stable collapsed, and many of the people that once that one had considered the steady examples suddenly were thrown into enormous turmoil themselves and into fantastic insecurities. People will say, we'll talk about this later. He's very much an order obsessed guy. And like, okay, yeah, I get it. Like, I get where that came from, you know?
Right.
Yeah, I mean, that's very common that happened in, Chile and other places where it all falls apart into authoritarianism. There's a lot of people who are like, I just want it to be the same.
Yeah. Well, you hear that all the time here too. I mean, not like that. Obviously, it was far more dire, but there are a lot of people I know who keep saying that shit here, who keep being like, I just want it to go back to normal. And you're just like, that ship has fucking sailed. That is not, Yeah,
it never does. It never can. But we all do it. Like even the kind of like obsession with 90s nostalgia is evidence of that. And not because the 90s were like a perfect time, but because like, you weren't aware of how fucked, like Henry, like your dad hadn't collapsed into like an unable to handle himself.
You're just like, Limp Bizkit's too aggressive. Solid. And now you're like, oh my God, we don't have money. Yeah.
You went from, oh my gosh, the O.J. Simpson trial, what a mess, to, well, now a plague has killed 1 million people.
Yeah, right. Oh my God. Is there a better? Give me that time capsule.
It's so funny, the parallels, because I literally am writing a Dollop right now, and the guy turns into an authoritarian, and his dad shut himself in his house and isolated. It's so weird how these things.
I mean,
have
shit.
parallels.
Just to continue off of that, Dave, Hitler's dad dies when he's a little kid, plunges the family finances and situation into insecurity and chaos. When something that seemed stable from your early childhood collapses, perhaps it has an influence.
Oh my God.
Yes, maybe.
Despite what Kissinger said.
Despite what Kissinger said. But you know what Henry Kissinger loves? The products and services that support this podcast.
God, Robert, no.
Look, Henry is one of the few VIPs on Island where you can hunt children. Anytime he wants, he gets a free 3-bedroom apartment on the child hunting island, Sophie, that owns.
Yeah, because for some fucking reason, he is still alive.
Yes.
Well, let's be honest here. This is essentially his eulogy, because when we finish this podcast and it's published, Kissinger should die.
It's possible I'm planning a dark occult ritual using my own blood and a candle I bought in Mexico to deal I'm not going to say I'm not doing it. You know,
it's a voodoo doll podcast.
Anyway, here's some ads. Oh, we're back. Have you guys gone to the island where you can hunt little kids for sport?
Yes,
it's amazing. It's also fresh.
It's the brisket.
Didn't expect it to be that fresh.
So good. So Kissinger today has
Sophie's just shaking her head.
Kissinger today has idyllic recollections of his early years in the United States. He often talks about walking down the streets of his new neighborhood, seeing a group of boys walking towards him and crossing the street because he's afraid he's going to get beaten. And then he would realize like, oh, that doesn't happen here, which obviously it did in other parts of the US. I should start beating
those boys.
Yeah.
They're just wearing brown shirts because they like brown.
Yeah. Yes. Henry, this is a country where some people who wear brown aren't Nazis. Some of them are. Some of them are, Henry. Yeah. Different did not mean easy, though. The Kissingers spent their first years in a crowded Bronx apartment living with family. Louis got sick and even more depressed. Paula had to take control of the family and handle shit. She became a caterer and started a business that became the family's lifeline. The neighborhood they lived in was dominated by Orthodox Jewish families with a familiar background. A lot of them were from other parts of Germany. And so the Kissingers benefited from the help of several community organizations in getting back on their feet. He benefits a lot from the fact that, there's not really a government support network, but the other Jewish refugees who have come over from Europe have built support networks to make it easier for new folks coming in. Henry's teen years were a mix of school and synagogue. He failed his first driving test, but excelled at soccer, and he grew to admire many aspects of his new home, including, quote, American technology, the American tempo of work, and American freedom, which I might say is in direct opposition to the American tempo of work, but whatever. Kissinger was frustrated though by the casual approach to life that he saw in his new peers. He thought they were superficial. He wrote at the time that, quote, no youth my age has any kind of spiritual problem that he seriously concerns himself with. Which, well, yeah.
Okay, Henry. All right, Hank. Fair.
I like if you come over from Nazi Germany and you're like, people here seem carefree and shallow.
And
it's
your
like,
school
probably.
was like, and your schooling was basically like some old dude being like, you didn't read these right. You know, like you're going to be like, geez, these guys are really not focused on what matters.
Yeah.
Look, I think maybe I don't want to be too critical, but New York could use a little bit of Nazism. You know what I mean? It's a little loose.
Good Lord.
So, because of all of this, this is why one of his biographers, Schwartz, describes young Henry as socially inept. He's not great at he's not great at dealing with his new peers. He did start dating again, though. First a girl who was a refugee from nearby Nuremberg, but most of his focus was on schoolwork and soccer. Kissinger graduated George Washington High School and started at the City College of New York. He took classes at night so he could work during the day at a brush cleaning factory some of his cousins owned.
These brushes are filthy, boys. Keep going. They're still dirty as shit.
It's the most amazing, like, old-timey job ever.
It's just basically like all I can picture is just like the jobs are either like pressing sheets or washing brushes. These brushes are not going to clean themselves, gentlemen. How many times do I have to tell you?
Well, and the corollary is some mom being like, Billy, you didn't take your sister's brushes to the cleaning shop. What is she going to do now? It's very funny. Everything old-timey is funny. People are going to think this in the future about, I don't know, having water. So at this point, Henry's ambition in life was to get, quote, a nice job, likely in accounting. One biographer noted, quote, nothing that happened to Kissinger during those years encouraged him to read more widely. His historical interests were as underdeveloped when he was 20 as when he arrived in New York as a boy of 15, which is the first normal thing about him that, like, yeah, dude, he's you know, whatever, like, he's a kid. Yeah.
Right. We're about to get in the Studio 54 years, I feel like.
Yes.
Right.
So World War II happens, starts, for the United States at least. It started elsewhere a bit earlier.
Right,
But for the U.S.,
all right, we'll do it.
Yeah. When Henry is 21. He did not initially feel called to volunteer for service, but when he got his draft notice in 1943, he complied and joined the roughly 16 million Americans who became soldiers during this period. And if it weren't for this, Henry Kissinger probably never would have been a figure of historical importance. Again, he just kind of wanted to be an accountant. But being drafted successfely disrupted his plans for a quiet, boring life and thrust him into the world.
That says it all.
Yeah. It's not. It's just, maybe don't draft this guy.
Right?
Maybe
yeah. Or don't draft him. Just right now,
it
could be like, you don't. I did not actually see your Venmo this year, so it's hard for me to process.
Yeah, there's a future where he just has really strong opinions on W-2s.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
you
missed
put
that
yourself
one.
as 1099, but I feel like it was actually more like W-4.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Or he does like a Bernie Madoff thing, but either way, it's a much better future than the one we got.
Yeah. We'll take the Madoff ending for him for sure.
Yeah,
it's fine.
So we have letters that Henry sent to his brother Walter during training. He purported to like the, quote, middle Americans he met there, but warned his sibling, don't become too friendly with the scum you invariably meet there.
Well, hello.
So he did pick up a little something from the Nazis. It turns out.
He's a little bit, right? Yeah. He also advised against having sex with the, quote, filthy syphilis-infected camp followers, which is too specific to have been random. I think Henry Kissinger had a bad experience with the camp followers.
I mean, the idea that look, everyone at camp has syphilis. It's all about canoeing and having your nose fall off.
Every girl I fucked had syphilis.
I fucked one girl, got syphilis. Every one of them has it. That's why they have so many.
Patient zero of the syphilis epidemic.
That's right. Yes, that's why you're surrounded by counselors.
So the Army administered a series of tests which Kissinger excelled at, and he earned entrance into a special training program that sent particularly bright soldiers to college. He received his American citizenship in 1943 while he was at Lafayette College in Pennsylvania. The program lasted just 6 months, and Henry finished 12 engineering classes. During his off hours, he would hitchhike home and see his girlfriend. He was a brilliant student, recognized by his roommates as the, quote, brainiest of a very intelligent class. One classmate recalled, he didn't read books, he ate them, with his eyes, his fingers, and with his squirming in the chair or bed, and with his mumbling criticism.
Jesus Christ, that's...
Use more salt if I'm being picky, but other than that, pretty good.
He sounds like a book.
It's a really weird way to describe it, dude.
It's kind of what the way he looks now is like he eats books.
Yeah.
Everyone had like a visual, like, ooh, reaction to that line, like, ooh, cringe.
I now kind of want the story of that classmate. Like, what caused you to describe a dude reading books that way?
Well, in my college, I ate analogies. I just would just devour them.
Mm-hmm. I'd eat them like a synonym, you know? His professors would use Henry to explain complicated concepts to the other soldiers, and for a brief period of time, he had status and respect, which he'd begun to crave as a young man. His time in this program was cut short because, you know, D-Day, we decide America's like, we're going to do a Normandy landing. And the Army's like, well, we probably don't need smart people for that. So let's pull these kids out of the class and train them how to get shot by MG-42s.
Hey, guys, we actually want to talk to you over here about something totally different. If you guys, no, not you, Chad. You stay right there, Chad. Talk about these other guys. Thank you. Good luck.
So Henry and his classmates get sent back to basic training where the drill sergeants, according to Henry, took glee in tormenting the college kids, which I don't know, probably true. While he was preparing to go overseas, and this is what my grandpa was doing in World War II, and I hope he bullied Henry Kissinger. I hope my grandpa got a chance to give Henry Kissinger some shit. Fingers crossed,
he did,
right?
He did.
Thank you.
He did.
He did.
Absolutely.
So while he was preparing to go overseas, his biographer Schwartz writes, even in the misery of Camp Claiborne, however, Kissinger stood out, selected by his commanders to provide soldiers with a weekly briefing on war news. Although he did the job well, Kissinger was more impressed with another older German refugee in an American uniform, Fritz Kramer, who came to Camp Claiborne in May 1944 to speak about the meaning of war. After Kramer's impassioned talk, Kissinger wrote him a note. Dear Private Kramer, I heard you
like
speak
me?
yesterday.
Check yes. Oh, sorry.
Basically, yeah. He literally, like, it's like, I liked what you had to say. Can I help you somehow?
Oh, wow.
Like, that's literally what the note is, Gareth.
Check yes on notebooks.
Yeah. Kramer responded almost immediately to the simple fan letter, returning a few days later to seek Kissinger out for conversation and dinner, insisting they speak in German, not English. The Lutheran Kramer later said that he was taken with this, quote, little Jewish refugee he had met who, he believed, as yet knows nothing, but already he understands everything.
Wow.
That's an interesting way to describe him.
I mean, it sounds like a guy who eats books.
Yeah. And this guy, Kramer is a Prussian, which I don't know the degree to which that means anything to a lot of people. The Prussians, so there was most of the resistance to the Nazis was from the left. Once the Nazis got into power, the resistance to the Nazis that meant anything was Prussian, not because they were good dudes, but because they were way too conservative for Hitler. They were like, well, we want to fight and take over all of Europe, but like with a Kaiser who has royal blood, not this like gross little corporal and stuff. And it's complicated because like a lot of those Prussians got murdered by the Nazis. And as a general rule, your sympathy is with the people who get murdered by the Nazis. But it's also like, you got murdered by the Nazis for the wrong reasons.
Right. They were like, we have one small note, but everything else is working great for us.
They were the guys who were like, Hitler's bad because he's not going to win the war against Russia.
Right. Wow. Okay.
Yeah.
So this guy, Fritz Kramer, would be, in Henry's words, quote, the greatest single influence on my formative years. Since Fritz was a Prussian conservative, so for an idea of how fucking German Fritz Kramer is, he wears a monocle to make his weak eye work harder, to make his weak eye work better. Like,
my God.
Hello. My Lord. I am the craziest asshole ever.
Wow.
What the fuck?
And, Fritz hated the Nazis, which good. He also hated the communists, which you have to think there was some sus stuff there.
Yeah.
Communists, there's a mixed bag like everybody, but I don't think he's very nuanced about it. Schwartz also credits Fritz with expressing, quote, a respect for international law and emphasis on the moral basis of civilization. And what Fritz Kramer means by the moral basis of civilization is not the same as what I think maybe you or I might mean.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now I think the most important influence Kramer had was Kramer is very conservative, and Henry is kind of a natural conservative, and Kramer really reinforces this feeling in Henry, which is expressed by a growing sort of revulsion in Kissinger towards any ideas outside of the political median, right? Which you get why he has a tendency towards this. If your childhood is this like battle of extremes in your hometown, I get why you would kind of veer towards the middle. And this guy Kramer really turns that up to 11 in him. One write-up in the New Yorker notes, quote, he warned Kissinger not to emulate cleverling intellectuals and their bloodless cost-benefit analyses. Believing Kissinger to be musically attuned to history, he told him, only if you do not calculate will you really have the freedom which distinguishes you from the little people.
Oh.
So that's bad. So that's going to go really bad.
I mean, you really are this is his Morpheus. We're just starting to be like, okay, this is.
Yeah.
And by the way, have you thought about maybe just losing the glasses and just going with the wand? That is so much like punish your weak eye. You must punish the weak even when it comes to your eyes.
Yeah. He has found a kid who has a problematic history of starting fires and is now teaching him how to build a fertilizer bomb. He's a bad influence.
Yeah. Matches are so, but have you ever seen a Zippo? Yeah. These are great.
So Kissinger finishes training and is deployed with the 84th Infantry Division as it moves towards Nazi Europe. His division sees a decent amount of combat. He does not. He's a back ranker. He handles administrative and management tasks. And he finds the power and authority he gets through his time in the service intoxicating. Though he doesn't fight directly. He does earn a Bronze Star for valor because he helps catch and take out a Gestapo sleeper cell, primarily due to the fact that he's just, a very observant dude. In 1945, he participates in the liberation of a concentration camp, Ahlem, Ahlem. I'm not 100% sure on how to pronounce it. One prisoner at the camp remembered him as the young American who announced, "You are free." For Kissinger, the overwhelming memory of this experience was seeing inmates he described as being barely recognizable as humans and feeling the instinct to feed them before learning that some were so starved that solid food would kill them. Shortly thereafter, one thing you got to say, he does not he's not a sheltered upbringing.
And you would be like, oh, maybe that could be the influence that made him be like, oh, you can, there's good, you can provide the people who are tortured and starved some, help.
You could take away from this, my God, war is evil and we should do everything we can to prevent it, as opposed to, baby!
Yeah. Well, let's see how it plays out, Dave. Settle down.
Maybe this is the 6-part Behind the Bastards episode about a cool dude who does nice things.
Yeah.
I just brought you guys here to talk about a chill guy. So shortly after liberating this concentration camp, Kissinger writes an essay on his experience where he asks, quote, "Who was lucky, the man who draws circles in the sand and mumbles, 'I am free,' or the bones that are interred in the hillside?" He concludes from the experience that this is humanity in the 20th century. So, an understandably bleak take from liberating a concentration camp.
Yeah.
That's fair. You know what is a bad time to move to an ad plug?
I didn't think you were going to be brave enough to do this, but fair enough.
Oh, boy. Wow. Yeah.
You know what makes me hungry?
Ooh, probably shouldn't go too far down that road.
Let the ads do the talking.
Let the ads do the talking.
The ads are going to come and win the same way the Soviet Union did.
There it
By
is.
throwing wave after wave of men into Nazi trenches. Anyway.
Yeah, I think we lost it. We had it for a minute.
We had it for a second there. I took it too far. I took it
there.
Here we go. Oh, we're back. So when the war ends, World War II, that is, Sergeant Henry Kissinger finds himself as, quote, the absolute ruler of a small village named Binsheim. He enjoys this experience. He really starts to like having power.
Yeah, one thing that we're getting here is that he adores having power over people.
Yeah. He really likes it. In his letters, he celebrates repeatedly to his family that he has, quote, absolute authority to arrest people.
Jesus.
And
I'm a baby Kaiser.
This is problematic because of what he does later. I will say, if you are a Jewish kid who has to flee Germany and then you come back and get made like the military head of a town that's full of former Nazis, I get reveling in it a little bit,
Yeah.
Well, for me, I'm having beheading Tuesdays, if that's me.
Yeah. So again, he's not, because of what he does later, this is unsettling, but like, it's understandable in the moment.
Yeah.
He appropriates a luxury home and a fancy car, both of which had to have belonged to some Nazi, which is
sure.
Like, it's what you do, right?
Yeah, fine.
He gets a butler. He brags back to his family that he's got
Nazi
a butler. A fucking Nazi butler. Absolutely, that's what you do.
Arrested for not giving me butter.
Yeah. That is obvious. Now, that said, he's also, to his credit, really aware of not wanting the Germans in town to identify this guy who is absolute ruler as being Jewish. I think because he doesn't want it to make things problems for Jewish people who stay behind in Germany. He makes other soldiers refer to him as Mr. Henry rather than by his last name. Right. He's conscious. He doesn't want them to think, quote, that the Jews were coming back to take revenge. And he had a reputation in general as being more objective as a ruler in this kind of period than most Jewish veterans in similar positions. In general, Henry counseled accommodation and rapprochement, with one exception: communists. As the Civil War,
of course,
right? You fucking asshole.
I know, right? We had this like understandable period, and then like,
I don't want to upset the Nazis, but these commies. Yeah. Oh my god.
Yeah, and that's literally what happens. So the Cold War, early stages in 1946, but already in that period, Kissinger advocates strict surveillance of German civilians for left-wing sympathies.
Oh my god!
Why?
Yeah, what the fucking Nazis just did a thing.
Like,
it's the conservatives.
The left is due. The left is due.
He doesn't want them. He also wants to ban communists from teaching at the local schools, which again,
Jesus
it's like, what the fuck?
How is he went straight Nazi all of a sudden now?
Yeah, he's definitely, well, let's say fascist. Let's say fascist.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, fascist. Now he's a fascist.
Yeah, he does a bit.
Oh, Mr. Henry.
He starts dating a Gentile German girl during this period. Because again, he's not very religious. His letters home to his parents, though, because they don't like this at all. They're like, you're losing your faith. And Henry gets very combative with them. He sees them as irrational, writing, quote, "To me, there is not only right or wrong, but many shades in between. The real tragedies in life are not choices between right and wrong. Real difficulties bear difficulties of the soul, provoking agonies, which you in your world of black and white can't begin to comprehend."
How's the dog?
How's the dog? Love you, Mom.
Love you, Mom. Also, how's Scruffs? Is Scruffs good? Is his tail better?
And his parents have the reaction we all did, where they're like, "Hey, how are you?
Hey, bud.
It seems like the war may have."
Why are you making us call you Mr. Henry?
May have had an effect on you, right? Like,
I've said this ever since you met the monocle guy, but you're really intense.
Yeah. maybe all of the things you've seen have had an impact on you. And Henry
maybe
responds to this by getting enraged and saying, "Not everybody came out of this war as a psychoneurotic."
Oh, that shows him. That'll teach him that. That's that's fine. That's fine.
Yeah,
that's exactly
great.
That's the exact right reaction of a non-psychoneurotic.
When you're screaming, "I'm not a psychoneurotic" in letters, you're a psychoneurotic.
I got syphilis from girl in camp.
If all they're saying is like, "Hey, Henry, do you think maybe seeing a concentration camp has left some mental scars that you need to like heal from?"
Hey, maybe I should drown Dad in the toilet. Okay, all right, buddy. All right, pal. We're just writing letters here, buddy. We're just writing some letters. That's all we're doing.
It's one of those things. This is a period of time, obviously, like one of the things that causes what happens later in American history is that 16 million Americans go to war and a bunch of them get traumatized and they come back to a world where like their dad was always like, if you talk about your feelings, feelings, I'm going to hit you.
Yeah.
Henry's family doesn't seem to be like that. His parents are like, hey, do you want to talk about your feelings? And he's like, I'm not crazy.
Yeah.
Obviously, the fact that this is a time in which like men don't fucking do therapy does have an impact on it. But I think his family's probably more understanding than most.
Well, he also has even now he has no acknowledgement of like his trauma. So he probably, even in the actual moment, I mean, you're probably even more defensive, you know?
Yeah. In 1947, Kissinger finally decides to leave Germany for the second time. On Fritz Kramer's advice, he applies late to Harvard, and he was accepted, winning one of the 2 national scholarships the school gave New Yorkers each year.
Wow.
Now, Chapo Trap House did a tournament of evil people from Harvard.
It's awesome.
And Kissinger won. So that's cool.
That makes sense. Oh, boy. The Ivy League. Real good at producing bad people. Maybe we should look into that one. So one of his classmates recalls, and he does, like, it's Henry Kissinger. He's very good at school. One of his classmates recalls that he, quote, worked harder and studied more than anybody else on campus.
He ate school.
He ate school. Couldn't stop him from shoving pencils in his mouth.
He ate the campus like Godzilla would have.
He nearly died.
He almost died from lead.
His studies so absorbed him that he ignored the people around him. He made, quote, no lasting friendships with other students. He seemed scarcely aware of the extraordinary range of people gathered around him. Ugh. So Kissinger's ideology evolved along the lines Kramer had started him off on. He agreed with Goethe, I believe is the name of the German philosopher, that if he, quote, had to choose between justice and disorder on the one hand and injustice and order on the other, I would always choose the latter. So,
well, there we go.
He's made his choice.
That's very telling.
Like we know.
Henry.
It's just nice to know where, like, around the time, like, okay, so he was pretty defined. Okay.
Yeah. So, Henry, you know some other people who thought that order was more important than justice?
Yeah.
They had an impact on your childhood?
Yeah, no shit. Yeah, right.
But,
it's just such
it's how trauma works, too.
It's a strange thing that it's so conscious, like he's so completely aware of it.
Yeah.
Like he's
like a psychopath.
He might be. I mean, I think if you're, I try not to do too much like the psychoanalyzing people, but like, fucking maybe, right?
Well, psychopaths are very good at the stuff you talked about, winning people over in the room. You know, ladies' man, like they learn how to be a human, and then they sort of.
And a lot of them got syphilis at camp.
And a lot of them get syphilis at camp, like Henry Kissinger.
Yeah.
Well, Sophie, let's greenlight some some T-shirts that are just Henry Kissinger with his face riding off from syphilis. People are going to want to wear those.
Just Kissinger's.
He's making the kissy lips, and his lips are falling off.
Yes,
would you like a Kissinger? Let me French Kissinger you.
So he meets his second mentor at Harvard. Henry Kissinger has a lot of mentors, and this is maybe a lesson to never mentor anybody. You never know. They might become Henry Kissinger.
Yeah.
Don't teach people things.
Yeah.
Sabotage them at every step, right? Next time you drive past a kindergarten, throw them a textbook that's all lies, you know? Just slow them down.
Yeah.
So his second mentor is this guy, William Yandell Elliott. And Elliott is a professor at Harvard. He's also like very politically connected. He had advised several U.S. presidents on international matters. And Kissinger was drawn to this guy because not only is he a respected educator, but he's really well connected to people with power. And Elliott, one of the things that like he is famous for being a big advocate of is what's called Realpolitik. As embodied by, you know, and particularly the guys that Kissinger grows up admiring and that Elliott, you know, helps teach him to admire are men like Clausewitz and Bismarck. These guys who are like, Bismarck is the dude who makes Germany, right? We get a Germany because Bismarck orchestrates over a period of like, I think it's decades. Gradually, he welds all these different German principalities and kingships together and then helps to orchestrate this war, out of which emerges Germany. Like, that's the kind of dude that Otto von Bismarck is. Mm-hmm. And he is kind of the master of the kind of politics that Kissinger comes to respect. And Kissinger calls Clausewitz and Bismarck philosophers of history. That's how he sees these guys. Which is not really what I would call Otto von Bismarck. Like he's very good at what he does, obviously, but not. I wouldn't call him a philosopher. No. I want to quote now from the book Kissinger's Shadow by Greg Grandin. From these thinkers, Kissinger cobbled together his own view of how history operated. It was not a story of liberal progress or of class consciousness or of cycles of history or of cycles of birth, maturity, and decline. Rather, it was a series of meaningless incidents, fleetingly given shape by the application of human will. As a young infantryman, Kissinger had learned that victors ransacked history for analogies to gild their triumphs, while the vanquished sought out historical causes of their misfortune. So, yeah. You know,
good stuff.
It's maybe not. Yeah. You can think about that however you want. So, a lot of folks who analyze the Kissinger in this period seize on one sentence in Kissinger's undergraduate thesis, and his thesis is titled "The Meaning of History." That they think kind of explains a lot of what comes to be going down.
What a bold paper!
It is, right?
I mean, honestly.
He's not a dude who makes like little leaps.
Right, yeah, right. Yeah. Why do we love?
Mm-hmm. This is the line. The realm of freedom and necessity cannot be reconciled except by an inward experience, which is,
read it again.
The realm of freedom and necessity cannot be reconciled except by an inward experience.
Wow.
And this is a heavily influenced by French existentialism. His thesis cites Jean-Paul Sartre a lot, and both Sartre and Kissinger think that morality is not an inward thing, it's determined by actions, which is not an unreasonable thing to believe, right? That like what matters is what you do, There's that line from the Bible, you're not damned by what goes into your head, but like what, comes out, right? Like that's not an unreasonable thing to believe. Sartre, he believes that like action creates the possibility of individual and collective responsibility, right? That morality is determined by action, but that our actions create this possibility of like individual and collective moral responsibility for things. Kissinger does not come to that conclusion. Kissinger believes that morality is determined by action, but he also thinks that like moral indeterminacy is a condition of human freedom. It's this idea that you can't be bound by morality and be free. If you want to freely act, you have to be able to act above morality, right?
My Lord.
So that's just giving yourself an excuse to do heinous acts. That's
a lot of his intellectual development is him, and also a lot of this is obviously all of this. One of the things that you have to account for is all of this analysis of like his development intellectually comes after he does all the horrible things. Like
sure. Retrospect
and including
helps.
From him and from like the people who are sources who are saying this is what he was like as a kid. There is that degree of biasing, right? Like that this is after he is the person that he is. Because if he had gone on to like just be a professor, nobody would have given a shit about what Henry Kissinger believed.
If the accountant said that, we'd be like, look, just what do I owe?
Yeah. Tell me what the IRS gets, man. Yeah. I don't need another lecture on this. And Kissinger's the fact that he becomes so kind of moral relativism is the word I've used. I don't even know if that's right, but like this idea that like freedom and morality are kind of like inherently opposed. This upsets a lot of people around him, including people who are like his big supporters, including that Professor Eliot guy. At his retirement party, Henry Elliot's retirement party, Henry Kissinger and a number of students gather to like bid him farewell. And journalist David Halberstam wrote that Eliot had positive things to say about almost all of his students who had gathered there. But when he reached Kissinger, he said this. "Henry," he began, "you're brilliant, but you're arrogant. In fact, you're the most arrogant man I've ever met." Kissinger became ashen-faced. "Mark my words," Eliot continued. "Your arrogance is going to get you in real trouble one day."
That is amazing on so many levels. Like at your retirement party to be like, "Hey, and you, listen, shitbag, chill out." And then for that also to be totally incorrect. Like, I saw this like clip of some guy in like Atlantic City talking to Trump when Trump is going like, "Well, what makes a Native American?" And the guy just goes, "Sir, I'm glad you're never going to get into any real power." And you're like, "No!"
Oh, dude. Well, and one of the things like the Professor Eliot is like one of the guys who helps get him his first big gigs and shit. Like he's a major bass. And I think this is kind of him belatedly being like, "Whoops.
Oh no. Oopsie poopsie.
I'm going to go patronize a Cambodian restaurant just to make myself feel a little better. Tipped real well when he went to like eat Vietnamese.
I don't even need food. Just give me the tip slip. I don't even need the food. Just give me the tip slip.
I owe you guys. I'm not going to tell you why.
There you go. Don't worry about it. Take everything.
Mm-hmm.
Here's my pen.
I gotta go. Do you know if there's a Bangladeshi restaurant nearby?
I'm actually hitting a lot of spots tonight and not eating. I'll be honest.
I got a long list.
I'm going to a lot of places. No, not German. No, not German.
No, not German. You know what? They're actually fine.
They're
I don't
fine.
think I need. Yeah. No. So his thesis.
That thing that he says to Kissinger, it should be what happens, but our society rewards psychopaths above anybody else. And so
to be fair, most
thinks,
societies.
Yeah. So what he thinks should be is the opposite. What he's talking about is a just world, which isn't what this is.
And it's one of those things. This is something like that get kind of more into anthropological thinking, but like one of the reasons people will say is like why we have psychopaths is that if you're in a band of 70 people who are like hunter-gatherers starving through the winter, it's helpful to have a guy like Henry Kissinger who can say like, well, these 6 people are too old and sick and we have to let them die. Otherwise, we'll all starve, right? That's a situation in which it's good to have a psychopath because you need someone who just doesn't give a shit about certain things. When you have a society of billions that's global, it becomes a problem because that kind of thinking is not so useful and tends to just get millions and millions of people killed.
Yeah.
It's not great. Anyway, Henry's thesis is published in 1950 at roughly the same time Harry Truman decides to send troops to Korea and to aid French forces in Vietnam. Professor Elliot told Kissinger that the Korean War was an example of the East, quote, testing the civilization of the West. Yeah, people doing their own thing in their own country is a test to us.
Yeah.
You know?
Jesus fucking
like
Christ.
the Koreans and the Vietnamese having completely their own shit going on as a test of us in the United States.
How dare you?
You know, Ho Chi Minh not wanting to be ruled over by the French is really a test of American power.
It's very insulting, huh?
I mean, and obviously they see that like the Soviet Union is orchestrating all of this, and the Soviet Union is involved too. But like,
just
it's not.
They're looking us in the eyes.
They've got their own shit going on,
They
dude.
think they are on the same level.
How dare they do this?
So as the U.S. increased its commitments to a growing series of wars in Southeast Asia, Kissinger grew more dedicated to the work of a guy named Oswald Spengler. Spengler's book, The Decline of the West, is not something I am well equipped to describe or explain in detail, but Greg Grandin is, so I'm going to quote from him again. Spengler waged a relentless assault on the very idea of reality. He insisted that there existed a higher plane of experience that was inaccessible to rational thought, a plane where instinct and creativity reigned. We have, Spengler thought, hardly yet an inkling of how much in our reputedly objective values and experiences is only disguise, only image and expression. To get behind image and expression, to penetrate perceived material power and interests, and grasp what Spengler called destiny, one needed not information, but intuition, not facts, but hunches, not reason, but a soul sense, a world feeling. Often enough, a statesman does not know what he is doing, Spengler wrote, but that does not prevent him from following with confidence just the one path that leads to success.
Oh my God! And now does George W. Bush crawl out of a pile of goo now?
Yes, I mean, this is.
They hate us for our freedom.
George Bush like pops out of Henry Kissinger's back as a polyp.
Yeah,
when he reads
right.
That
It's like when Dr. Pimple Popper
it's a two-headed Rumsfeld Bush like thing. Like
we know where they are. They're in the east, west, north, and south.
Kissinger finds this logic intoxicating, but he did disagree with Spengler about Spengler's primary contention, which is that civilizational decay was inevitable. Spengler argued that civilizations had springs, summers, autumns, and winters, right? That they proceed through kind of like inevitable stages, and there's not really any way to stop this procession, right? Which is, I think, a pretty reasonable, like, any civilization is going to have like a life cycle, right? Yep. That's a thing, like, historically, you can argue pretty well. Kissinger doesn't believe this.
Everything dies.
Yeah.
Well, course, that's actually not what Kissinger believes.
Yeah, and of course the man who is like living way beyond his shelf life is like, told you so. Yeah. Doesn't die.
So here's Grandin again talking about Kissinger, how Kissinger grapples with this aspect of Spengler. Having lost a sense of purpose, civilizations lurch outward to find meaning. They get caught up in a series of disastrous wars, propelled forward to doom by history's cosmic beat, power for power's sake, blood for blood. Imperialism is the inevitable product of this final stage, Kissinger wrote, summing up the decline of the West's argument, an outward thrust to hide the inner void. Kissinger accepted Spengler's critique of past civilizations, but rejected his determinism. Decay was not inevitable. Spengler, Kissinger said, merely described a fact of decline, and not its necessity. There is a margin, he would write in his memoirs, between necessity and accident, in which the statesman, by perseverance and intuition, must choose and thereby shape the destiny of his people. So Spengler's like, yeah, it seems like when civilizations lose their purpose and start to age, they lurch outward and engage in wars of imperial conquest in a search for meaning, and that leads to disaster which destroys them. And Kissinger's like, but what if you did the wars right?
Yeah.
But what if you were good at it?
Yeah. But what if I was involved in every one? What if I was like Mickey in the corner of Rocky?
Yeah, it is an amazing, like, this guy being like, here is what happens to empires every single time there's an empire. This is a thing you can go through history and see constantly occurs through thousands of years. And Kissinger's like, no, I can do it right.
But to be like, no, you're pretty close. You're pretty close. Bye.
Yeah.
So I'm just thinking, kill more. Like, I heard what you said, ups and downs, but I think you wipe everybody out. You know,
have you tried drinking their blood?
It is the same logic I have seen every time I've seen more than one person get stuck in the mud. It's always either one person gets stuck in the mud or 50 do, because one person gets stuck in the mud and the other 49 go, well, I saw what happened to that guy, but I think I can figure it out. I can get around.
Yeah. It's almost like when you enter Congress. I've got a plan.
I've got a plan.
Oh, I get money? Oh, never mind. I don't have a plan. I've been about to lose my plan. Yeah.
Well, I have a plan, but it's a different one, and
it's
you are not going to like it.
It's a lot more about a pool.
Yeah. In 1951, Henry got a gig working as a consultant with the Army on psychological warfare while he finished his graduate studies. Kissinger's doctoral thesis on the Congress of Vienna did not seem overly relevant to politics, but its first sentence had discussed nuclear weapons and proposed to readers that the efforts of the British and Austrians made to contain Napoleon might be useful in handling the Soviet Union. I might argue, did Napoleon have a way to end all life on Earth if things went badly? With containment?
Yeah, his hand.
Was that a factor in Napoleon?
Wasn't that?
Yeah. Damn it.
So
a sword.
Kissinger believes, he sees that containment is a failure, which it is, because people do not like being colonies. And if the opposition to being a colony is communism, they'll be like, well, let's try communism. Being a colony seems to suck. So Kissinger sees that containment is a failure, but he also believes not that, like, well, why don't we just, like, let people do things and, like, just take care of our own shit. He's like, no, because containment's a failure, war with the Soviet Union is inevitable. Now, in Kissinger's view, this has nothing to do with the actions of the United States, but is instead, quote, because of the existence of the United States as a symbol of capitalist democracy. It is literally the early extent of, like, well, they hate us for our freedoms. Right?
Yeah, right.
Yeah, like that's where he's starting down. And obviously, a lot of people are saying shit like this, right? This is not a Kissinger invention. You know, you've got the John Birch Society, all sorts of shit going on in this period. I don't want to give him too much credit there. It's clear by this point that Henry was going to get into politics, although law enforcement was a possibility too, because when he moved on, he starts being a professor at Harvard, right? Like, after he graduates and stuff, he starts, like, helping out as stuff and teaching some classes. And at one point, the school hosts an international seminar. And when he hears that, like, a bunch of foreign academics are coming to Harvard, he calls the FBI and volunteers to spy on people for them.
That's amazing. I mean, honestly, it is so amazing with his background to be like, to have that attitude. It just is. Yeah. It really is. It's hard. It's hard to get there.
Mm-hmm. You got to give him credit. The man covers some ground.
The man is a Batman villain.
Yeah,
he really is.
So, yeah, his love of politics and his first attempt to build influence at Harvard is by starting a journal named Confluence. Now, this is ostensibly a journal that exists to create what he calls an international forum for discussion, right? I just want to get good people talking from all around the world. You know, let the ideas fly. It's like a TED Talk kind of pitch.
Sure.
But he's really vague about, he doesn't really seem to care about what particular discussions he encourages. And his critics would later claim that this journal was, quote, a fake, primarily an enterprise designed to make Kissinger known. to powerful people, right?
Yeah.
Like he's just letting powerful people write articles because then he gets them and he gets their phone number, right? He gets their mailing address.
He's networking.
Yeah, he's networking. Confluence leads to Henry's first mention in the pages of the New York Times. And despite what his critics claim, which is probably broadly accurate, the journal did also publish some really significant figures, including Reinhold Niebuhr and Hannah Arendt. But while he claimed commitment to free discourse, Kissinger had a real tendency to publish right-wing shitheads, including Enoch Powell, a conservative British politician famous for comparing immigration to, quote, rivers of blood.
Well,
so that's good.
Fair. I mean, I've always agreed with that. I mean, that is just so
but you like blood rivers.
I love a blood river.
Oh, my God.
That to me is the laziest of rivers.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because you float real good on it, all that salt.
Yeah, it's molasses.
But that's freedom. I mean, if you can say immigrants are like a river of blood, that's the freedom he's talking about.
That's the freedom. You want to know what other kind of freedoms he's interested in publishing?
Oh, God.
I'm going to quote from Niall Ferguson from the book Kissinger here. An article by Ernst von Salomon, a right-wing German writer who had been convicted for his role in the assassination of Walter Rathenau, a German foreign minister in the Weimar Republic. The article provoked an angry letter from Shepard Stone of the Ford Foundation, who had provided money for both the international seminar and the journal. So first note, he publishes a guy who's basically pretty close to a Nazi, a far-right German terrorist in the Weimar years. And it's so upsetting that a representative of the Ford Foundation complains.
Oh, my Lord.
I mean, if you can upset the Ford Foundation,
you're crossing that line.
If the Ford Foundation is like your connection to a Nazi worries me.
Hey, and that's coming from us, who are really cool with that.
You know who we are,
We're
right?
like super into that.
Look, I have the protocols of the Elders of Zion tattooed on my chest.
Yeah. But
like
I'm also
all Ford Foundation employees.
I'm going to throw a flag on the play. I'm still flagging the play.
And our new car's coming out, the Ford swastika.
Oh, man. So, quote, Stone was appalled that Kissinger would publish an article by a criminal and a Nazi sympathizer like Solomon. Kissinger told Stone he disliked Solomon and opposed what he stood for, considering him a damned soul driven by the Furies. Demonstrating a remarkable self-confidence for a graduate student, Kissinger defended himself for publishing the article. I may err occasionally on the side of too great tolerance, partly because I believe our readers sufficiently mature to make their own judgments. Kissinger argued that what Solomon represented was a symptom of certain tendencies of our age, but that by appearing in a liberal journal like Confluence, Solomon was the one who was compromised. Kissinger was not simply defending free speech. He had solicited the article from Solomon, telling the German about, quote, having long admired your writings, even if I could not share your point of view.
What?
So it gets better and more relevant to today because when there's an outcry against this, Kissinger writes a letter to his friend Kramer and says, I have now joined you as the cardinal villain in liberal demonology.
Oh my God. This is
I know, he's just doing it now. He's just doing it now.
He's got the monocle now, too.
It's like hearing Glenn Greenwald talk to Joe Rogan.
Yes, it's like, what the how? How is this still happening? How are you the pioneer of this, Henry Kissinger? How are you the pioneer of this?
By the way, his
amazing.
Explanation, if you're me just listening to it, like, okay.
Okay.
Not sure what he's saying, but all right, okay.
Yeah. So we got to hear from this Nazi who shot a dude.
All right, well.
Because it'll anger the libs?
As long as you said it's cool.
And next month we have Ed Gein is doing a little number.
Ed Gein's going to walk us through lamp workings. So,
and then we're having the Zodiac Killer on to teach us about proper parking techniques.
Pentagramming
and coding.
He'd actually be pretty good at that.
Yeah.
So once he had finished his dissertation and graduated, Henry found himself in need of like a steady gig. He's doing like, he wasn't a professor at that point. But he was like doing like graduate students, helping to teach whatever. I didn't do a college, but you know how grad students teach shit and stuff.
Sure,
but he wants like a full-on gig. He's trying to get an actual full-time job as an assistant professor, but he's not able to because most people don't like Henry Kissinger.
I wonder any reason why that you can...
A lot of people at Harvard
are not loving it.
Not a huge fan
not
of
loving
the
the
guy.
Nazi publishing Jew from Germany.
Yeah, they consider him slightly problematic.
I wonder what it is.
He drifts for a bit. He's unable to find work. And he's still doing some stuff at Harvard, but he's he's kind of adrift in his career until in 1954 he runs into a friend, Arthur Schlesinger Jr. at Harvard. Schlesinger had a letter in his possession from a former Secretary of the Air Force defending the Eisenhower administration's standard of threatening massive retaliation to the Soviets. Now, the gist of this idea that the Eisenhower administration really kicked off was that if we promise the Soviets that if there's ever a confrontation, we will immediately send out a world-ending hail of nukes, right? Then those lines won't get crossed, right? We won't have any kind of fight at all. If that, if everyone knows those are the stakes, then nothing will happen, right? That's the idea. Kissinger disagrees with this take, right? Which is reasonable to disagree with, right? Yeah. There's a lot of problems with we will end the world if there's any kind of issue.
I'm worried where he's going to take it.
Yeah, he's going to make it worse. He's going to make it worse.
You know what, guys? He sure does. That's exactly what he does, Gareth. Because Kissinger's, we'll talk about what he does in a bit, but he writes a letter kind of writing out some critiques to this, and he has his friend Nelson Rockefeller send it to Eisenhower. He's friends with Nelson Rockefeller, by the way.
Of course.
Everyone is in this period.
All the cool
people. When the president rejects Kissinger's analysis at the advice of John Foster Dulles, Rockefeller resigns, and he resigns from his job with the administration, which temporarily closes a door to Henry. But the letter that Kissinger had received was well enough, popular enough among other thinkers in Washington that it earns him a job offer, heading a study group at the Council on Foreign Relations, studying nuclear weapons and foreign policy. But of course, Henry's problem with massive retaliation wasn't that using nuclear weapons was unconscionable. It was that the world-ending nature of the threats the Eisenhower administration was making meant they would never nuke anybody. And Kissinger thought this was a terrible idea. He thought that nuclear weapons should be used tactically to secure battlefield victories against the communists.
What's happening? He thinks it's bad to have nukes and not use them.
That's his angle.
What in the fuck?
It's good.
Yeah, it's wild that in this argument between if there's a fight, we'll kill everybody, or what if we just try using nukes a little bit, the kill everybody guys have the more reasonable take.
I mean, it really, you're close together. Right.
Yeah. We can do it much faster.
It's incredible. And also, but again, he's the people he's arguing with is the Eisenhower administration. Nelson Rockefeller is not a right winger who's this guy's got some shit going on, right. We should listen to him. And he's a lot of people who are not hard right dudes are maybe it makes sense. We got to be using these tactical nuclear weapons. We should at least consider the possibility. He makes a good point. He uses smart words and he quotes from smart people when he talks about nuking folks.
You got a lot of words.
So that is part one of our epic series, Henry Kissinger. Jesus Christ, dude, maybe become an accountant.
What a guy.
What a guy. In part two, we'll talk about how he gets into power. So that's got to be a hoot for everybody. Mm-hmm. But feel before we do that, do you guys do a giant influential popular podcast that maybe this podcast is heavily influenced by? Is that something you guys do?
Are you talking about Rogan?
Yes, you are both Joe Rogan, right?
Yeah.
The Dollop, yes.
The Dollop
podcast.
It is your podcast.
We believe in using the nukes.
Yes, that was your 6-part series, The Dollops. Why we need to nuke people.
Yeah, go for it, Eisenhower.
Check out The Dollop if you have not already. Just a fucking very, very funny podcast. You guys want to plug anything else before we roll out into part two?
I mean, my ears a couple times during this, but outside that, no.
Well,
you can go to dolloppodcast.com. We're on tour all over the place in Australia and domestically soon.
That will be very exciting. I am excited for touring to exist again. Thing in our lives.
Yeah.
Fingers crossed. Mm-hmm. So, until part two, go home and read some Oswald Spengler and then disagree with it in a way that makes you much, much worse.
Yep.
Yes.
Yeah. Put the monocle in the bad eye.
Yeah. All right. Oh! Welcome back to what is either Behind the Dollop or Dollop the Bastards, a podcast that, no matter what name we choose for it, is about tickling. Absolutely. This finally is.
That's how you make us feel at home. Thank you.
Do you think anyone has ever tickled Kissinger?
I can't imagine. I cannot picture it in my head.
This is the way he would laugh. Stop it! I'm going to wet my pants. Not my ribs. That makes me want to kill.
I just try to imagine him whispering into the ears of a sexual partner something
I'm about to finish. I'm about to finish. I'm going. No, it'd be more like I'm going to end this.
Say I'm a
brinksmanship cannot continue.
Say I'm a burned corpse.
Only one of us makes it out alive.
I actually did, while we were taking a break in between episodes, I had a moment where I actually did, for the first time in my life, I felt a profound sense of solidarity with Henry Kissinger. My cat is named Saddam Hussein, and as I was feeding him during the break, I realized, like Kissinger did at one point, he's gotten much bigger. Saddam has gotten much larger than I ever thought he would. You know, I did not anticipate this.
Yeah. Well, that's because you named him Saddam.
There's a lot to love in what you just said.
Kissinger and I both made the same mistake. Oh. So, I guess let's get right back down.
Let's party.
What is for Kissinger memory lane, and it is what for everyone else is Nightmare Avenue. Because this is the story about why Vietnam lasted an extra half decade. Good times. Nice. We're going to have a fun one here. So, one of the many downsides of an intellectual upbringing like the one Henry Kissinger experienced is that he spent a lot of time surrounded by people you might call political technologists. Now, this is a term I first heard in Ukraine from civilians describing Paul Manafort. That's what they called them, political technologists.
Oh, that's where I've heard it. Yeah.
Yeah, these like hired guns who come in and help anybody who just happens to like have government money, like do literally anything, right? They're guys like his mentor, Professor Elliott, and like Harvard economist Thomas Schnelling, who advised powerful elected leaders, and like they all of the way in which they think about the mechanisms of government are very mathematic and inhuman, right? Those are the people that Kissinger patterns himself off of. Now, Thomas Schelling, who's a Harvard economist we just introduced, was one of Kissinger's other mentors. And Schelling, at the same time as he's working at Harvard and mentoring Kissinger, is advising the Eisenhower administration on moral calculus in the early stages of the Cold War. Schelling argues
moral
that
calculus.
Yeah.
Have you never talked about that with anybody?
Is that not a common conversation?
No, sorry, no. I mean, I was terrible at calculus, but I was always moral, so no.
Yeah. Well, you can't be moral and no calculus, which is why, like Pol Pot, I'm going to eventually set all of my listeners after people who know math. That's the end goal of this podcast.
I'll be right there. How many did we get? We're not sure, sir.
No idea.
No clue,
it's impossible
sir.
To say.
No way. Incalculable.
People keep trying to tell us, and we just kill them, add them to the pile.
Yeah, someone had two numbers, but we were unable to. We can't negotiate it.
Yeah. So Schelling is advising the Eisenhower administration on moral calculus in the Cold War. And Schelling's argument is that whether you were, quote, deterring the Russians or your own children, the proper tactic was to figure out the right ratio of threat to incentive.
What?
So already, Schelling might be the quickest I've ever described a person and had it be clear, like, well, that's a bastard. That's a piece of shit.
That's not okay, obviously.
So since I have no human feelings, I have to figure out this, and children and murderers are the same.
Yeah, children and the Soviet government only understand one thing: threats.
Can I have more ice cream, Dad? Put your hand in the drawer and find out. No. There you go.
I'm going to tell you something, Jimmy. You go for that ice cream. I have a loaded 38 on the table. Now, one of the chambers is empty, Jimmy, so if you get that ice cream,
I'll just go to
maybe
bed.
the hammer goes down on the empty chamber.
I just want to go to bed. I don't like dessert. There you go.
Honey, I just feel like moral calculus is not the way to go with the ice cream.
Yeah. Maybe you could just say no if you don't want him to have dessert.
Any dad can say no. I'm learning.
Yeah. So while Henry was teaching at Harvard, and this is before we ended the last episode of him getting that gig with the Council on Foreign Relations, writing about nuclear policy.
Right.
In the period before that, when like Schelling is his mentor, Henry learns a lot from him, and he walks away from their relationship with the belief that, quote, bargaining power comes from the capacity to hurt, to cause, quote, sheer pain and damage.
Jesus fucking Christ.
You're just kind of waiting for this person to step into the vacuum, essentially, right? Like you're waiting for someone to be like, there's actually a bottom that's under the bottom. You're like, oh my Lord.
It's like this shit, like, if that were true, we're all watching this situation unfold between Russia and Ukraine, where you've got, like, a lot of people with the ability to hurt a lot of people on both sides. Yes. And you know what? It doesn't seem like negotiations are going great.
Yeah.
No, not really.
Yeah. Maybe that's not a good basis to proceed from anything with.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I can't believe that it's the craziest fucking idea.
It's nuts.
It's not negotiating.
Yeah.
You go into negotiations, you're like, I'm probably not going to get what I want. We're going to try and get the best we can. And he's just like, how much can I fucking hurt you? And what will you give me?
If you spend enough time like I do around like gun culture people on the right in particular, there's these folks who like usually have never done anything like in the military themselves, but they read a bunch of like books by Navy SEALs and shit, and they'll say shit like, you should have a plan to kill everyone in every room you walk into, and like their frame is that like the world's dangerous, you gotta be ready. And I think any reasonable person is like, well, you are someone who should not have a gun.
Yeah.
Absolutely, you should not have a gun. You are out of your entire damn mind.
And this is a guy who should never be negotiating.
Yeah, this is absolutely not.
Ready to kill someone is like, you know what? Don't go into rooms. That's just going to be your thing.
Don't go anywhere. Stay in your house.
You go to one room.
Yeah.
I could tear your throat. I could reach across the table, tear your throat out, and stab you in the eyes with ice picks. Sir,
okay.
We're just talking about what
he just
price
wants ice cream, Dan. He just asked you for some ice cream, Dan.
So Henry gets his gig at the CFR, and so he's producing for the Council on Foreign Relations for his buddy the Rockefeller. It's supposed to be like a report on how the U.S. it should use nuclear weapons, different ways in which like they could approach it, right? And while he's writing this report, because it's with this think tank, it's a very, very long process getting this out. He also starts working privately on a book of his own titled "Nuclear Weapons and Foreign Policy." And this book is a version of the stuff he wants to write, and this thing he's like fighting to get out with the CFR. Yeah, kind of. But also, it's actually very smart what he does. Well, it'll take us a second to get there. So this book that Kissinger writes, that's his like own project, criticizes U.S. threats of full scale nuclear attack in response to Soviet aggression. Niall Ferguson sums it up in this way, quote, "With his skill for simplifying and expressing complex ideas, Kissinger put the issue starkly. The dilemma of the nuclear period can, therefore, be defined as follows. The enormity of modern weapons makes the thought of war repugnant, but the refusal to run any risks would amount to giving Soviet rulers a blank check." Kissinger's conclusions were not original. The study group at the council was almost unanimous in its desire to find some alternative to Eisenhower's stated policy, and many defense intellectuals, most notably Bernard Brodie and Basil Little Hart, had also written on the subject of limited nuclear war. Kissinger's book demonstrated his talent as a creative synthesizer of their ideas, drawing out the implications of their work and arguing that for America's Cold War diplomacy to have any real substance, the U.S. had to accept the possibility of the limited use of nuclear weapons. That Kissinger's own solution of limited nuclear war was also highly problematic was less important to many contemporary observers than that it broke free from the straitjacket of the Eisenhower administration's policy.
So, but where does he describe like where you would use it? Is it like a tactical battlefield nuke?
It's like to win battlefield victories. To like in Vietnam, he will briefly flirt. Well, not even all that briefly, but he will consider using nuclear weapons to cut off train access between Vietnam and China. Which is insane.
But isn't that like as a layman, you could cut off trains in another way,
presumably, right?
I mean, I've seen the General with Buster Keaton. You could throw some logs on it.
There are these other things called bombs, just bombs that would blow up a train.
What they are, Kissinger.
So it really, I mean, it is kind of just itchy trigger finger. And it is like, if you live in the realm of this sort of dark thinking, how are you not going to start, thinking of ways that are just even more vicious, brutal?
Well, he's basically saying they need to think we're a chained mad dog.
Right.
Yeah.
And if you let the dog off the leash once and he attacks the postman, and then everyone's going to fucking know.
Then you don't get mail anymore.
Yeah. Then you stop receiving your mail.
We've bombed Japan already. Like, everyone gets it. We're already out of our fucking minds.
Right. Of course. Oh, my God.
Yeah, it's not like it's this theoretical weapon that's never been used, Henry.
Yeah.
But
it worked pretty well as far as making people be like, God damn, they are out of their minds.
Yeah, these people are crazy.
Holy shit.
But it's also, there's a factor here. A part of me wonders if he even really believed about this or cared about whether or not nukes should be used tactically. And if it was more a matter of, this is a big debate of the day. And if I publicly take the most contrarian thing, intellectuals who don't really care about what works, but who care about who's thinking creatively, right? Like, that's the thing. He's like, well, it's not about whether or not his plan would work. It's about we're getting out of this straitjacket Eisenhower's put us in. And it's like, no, that's not all that matters.
Finally.
Yeah.
You know what's really funny, ironic about this is that
funny's fun.
Places like the Heritage Foundation for years have been saying that Putin would use tactical battlefield nukes, and that's why he's unhinged. That's one of the reasons.
Yeah.
Can you imagine someone doing
like
that?
I would say anyone who would do that is crazy.
Yeah. Imagine. Now keep him on as an advisor.
Yeah. Yeah. That's my feeling on nukes. Don't shoot them at people ever.
Yeah, they seem bad. I mean,
they seem bad. Maybe an Independence Day kind of situation. I'll be honest. When I watch Independence Day, I think, I might shoot some nuke. I might at that point try a nuke or two. You know?
But you have Randy Quaid.
I do. I do hang out with him a lot. Yeah. That's my main plan if things go wrong. Randy, get in the plane. He lives in my basement.
That actually tracks from the Instagram videos I've been seeing.
So Kissinger's book was published in 1957, and it almost immediately sold 17,000 copies, which is a lot for a wonky book on nuclear warfare.
Yeah.
It is on the New York Times bestseller list for 14 weeks.
Wow.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, it's not great. Now, his timing is perfect. He puts this book out right as the Soviets make two big advances. In Hungary, there's like a revolution that they kind of crush. And then in the Suez, where like I think it's the British and the French are like fucking around in the Suez Canal, and the Soviets are like, stop or we'll do something bad. And NATO like backs the fuck off, right? So the Soviets have like two big kind of foreign policy wins in this period. And Americans can't look at this as like, well, maybe the fucking NATO shouldn't have been fucking around in the Suez. And yeah, that shit in Hungary's fucked up, but like maybe we can't do anything about it. They're like, we should listen to the guy who says, what if we'd nuked them?
These colors don't run.
Yeah, that's where people go, right? They're Americans. They don't take the rational route.
No. They hate us for our nuclear freedom.
Yeah, they listen to the craziest person in the room about this.
That's right.
There's a lot of things that you could say about both what happened in Hungary and the Suez crisis that are not, why don't we use nukes more often? But
sure.
By God, Kissinger knows his audience, you know?
Yeah.
Kissinger writes this book, and the New York Times, in their review of it, write, for the first time since President Eisenhower took office, officials at the highest government levels are displaying interest in the theory of the little or limited war. The theory of massive retaliation is re-examined.
Ugh. I love that those are that those go together.
Those are the options.
Yeah, and then it's like the little war is the nuclear war. Like it's the baby war for us.
Yeah.
Hear me out. Baby nukes, little tiny nukes.
Well, yeah.
It's like if someone's like, look, we got to decide if which of these is going to be legal. Sarin nerve gas bombs for civilians. Or chlorine gas bombs for civilians. One type of poison gas bomb has to be legal. Like we have to have access. Everyone has to be able to have one kind of poison gas.
Less
Two is
filling.
Crazy.
Tastes great.
What if nobody has those?
Oh God.
But that's not where things go here. So President Eisenhower is given a summary of Kissinger's book because he's the president. They don't read books.
Yeah, it's the Cliff Notes.
He gets a Cliff Notes and he recommends it to his Secretary of State, John Foster Dulles, who we have talked about quite a lot on the
God.
show.
It was just,
yeah.
I mean, if he's the rational mind,
if Dulles is being like, this dude seems a little out of his mind.
That's a big problem.
That's not great. Because John Foster Dulles, fucking lunatic.
Yeah.
Complete lunatic.
Yeah. So the vice president at this point is a little dude you might have heard of called Richard Milhous Nixon. He gets photographed with a copy of Henry Kissinger's book, which is not great. I mean, it's actually great foreshadowing.
This is not
writing
a
a screenplay. This is great.
Yeah.
Really. This is like season 1 of the Nixon show, and you just like see him with Kissinger's book. But
Right.
Yeah. Good television, you know?
Yeah.
So the book is successful enough that it provokes Rockefeller, who'd gotten him the job at the CFR, to rush out the report that that Kissinger had been making. And
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, the report from the CFR concludes the willingness to engage in nuclear war when necessary is part of the price of our freedom.
Wow. I mean, the price of our freedom is pretty goddamn pricey, isn't it?
That seems
it ain't
expensive.
A bargain.
Yeah.
And, man.
How can we live if we're not dead?
Yeah, how can we live without nuclear fallout? It's
And it's amazing that if it was part of his plan or not, like you said, the timing is just pretty remarkable to release this book, and then it actually shifts the way that they view this. To be like, it's actually, he's got a really good point in his best-selling book about how nukes are cool.
How nukes are sweet. I am excited for Ben Shapiro's book on the same subject to lead to the annihilation of all life on Earth.
Can't wait. I'm going to live underground soon.
Yeah, that's a good idea. So this report is a weirdly popular. Like, again, this is a report from the center from the CFR, from the Council on Foreign Relations, which is like you don't expect that to go viral,
right?
You know, like,
have you read this pamphlet?
Have you read this lengthy
report
study by the CFR? Yeah.
I mean, America never lets you down when you're like, oh, that won't happen. No, that's what happens.
That won't go.
Yeah, right.
It does. Yeah, so Rockefeller actually goes on the Today Show to talk about this report the CFR wrote with Kissinger.
Fuck?
I know, it's amazing.
What an amazing macaroni casserole. So next...
So he gives people on the Today Show an address where they can write for a copy of this report.
No.
They get 45,000 requests the first day and 200,000 requests the next.
God.
Hell's post office is overwhelmed.
Yeah. The U.S. media call this report, quote, the answer to Sputnik, which is like, hey, the Russians sent an unarmed ball into space to further exploration. This book about how everyone should be nuking everyone is the answer to that.
We're thinking that this report on nuclear weapons will actually show the Russians how to not go to space.
Yeah, that space exploration.
If you get rid of Russia, they can't go to space. Do you understand?
Yeah, and it's worth noting because I think like in our popular history, the answer to Sputnik is the Apollo missions, and it's framed as like this beautiful, which did eventually happen. But no, the first answer to Sputnik was a report about how we should be nuking each other more often.
Yep, that's
I get they put a ball in the orbit, so we should blow up St. Petersburg.
We should be ready to drop 13 nuclear warheads on Berlin at a second's notice.
That will show them.
Jesus, what
so
the
this
fuck?
makes Henry Kissinger famous. He is all over the place now.
How? Yeah. This is how he becomes famous. Some guys watch the Today Show and he buys the book so he can tell everybody at the Elks Club that we need to use nukes. This is what's happening?
Give this accountant a soccer ball.
Look, some people get famous because their dad is one of O.J. Simpson's lawyers. Some people get famous because they write a book about how nuclear warfare is not that bad. It's just fame. It's a crapshoot.
Absolutely.
Fuck. Imagine being an anti-nuke person at this point. You're just like, wait, what is going on? No,
have you read the report? It's so good. We're going to show them what they should not be going to space.
Yeah. Next time they put a satellite up, we're going to kill everyone in Paraguay.
What we need to do is a radiated country.
So on July 14th, 1958, Mike Wallace gives Henry Kissinger his first big break into the public sphere. So,
man,
what in the fucking Christ is happening?
It really is just fucking disgusting because I go through this all the time on our show where I'm like, it is the same shit. But again, it's just media using its platform irresponsibly to normalize things that are fucking batshit.
Yeah, it's great.
Like 60 Minutes having a fucking whole segment on of the Havana fucking sound.
Yeah.
Like, this is real. It's not real.
Come on, Dave. You know that's real. I suffered from that for 2 years. Those crickets.
Oh man, I will say, like, the stupidest joke that I laugh at every time is, I got Havana syndrome. Having another beer. Never doesn't get a chuckle out of me.
But we've had 60 Minutes come on. 60 Minutes did the satanic scare shit with,
so they were big, a lot
Procter
of satanic
Gamble, and they just run with ideas that are crazy.
Yeah. Because for people who are at the level Mike Wallace is, the definition of journalist is not afflict the comfortable and comfort the afflicted. It's be a giant shithead.
Yeah, right.
be a huge shithead.
Man.
Oh, man. So Mike Wallace introduces Henry Kissinger, the guy whose one achievement is a book about how nukes are cool, by saying this. In the field of foreign policy and military affairs, Dr. Kissinger, you're acknowledged to be one of the most penetrating minds in the country.
Oh, he's penetrating.
He is. Penetrating like an Atlas missile penetrates the cloud cover above a city full of women and children.
Yeah. Wow.
Now, during the interview, Kissinger expressed that, quote, a capitalist society, or what is more interesting to me, a free society, is a more revolutionary phenomenon than 19th century socialism. I think we should go on the spiritual offensive.
Yeah.
So the spiritual capitalism?
With a nuclear extension.
With nukes, yes.
So he's connecting... He's connecting
the two options, 19th
and,
century socialism or capitalism, or current day capitalism.
And nukes.
Those are the options.
Yep. Mm-hmm. And Mike Wallace just empty-headedly sits there and goes like, I really love your property.
Yeah, just smiles, and behind his eyes is a dial tone. Right. Oh, my God. So this earns him, finally, the job at Harvard that he'd coveted. This is why they give him...
Shut the fuck up.
It like just whenever, is so simple.
I cannot get over how fucking evil Harvard is.
It's so good.
It is monstrous from its beginning. Best. It is a horrific.
Some of us went there, asshole.
Anti-Harvard action. So he gets his Harvard job, and he keeps writing. In 1961,
what's he doing at Harvard?
He's like teaching some shit, Kissinger stuff type classes. About talking about Spangler a lot. Yeah,
nukes are awesome too.
Nukes are awesome. Freedom requires an absence of morality. Teaching kids good stuff, teaching kids good things. Right. So in 1961, he publishes a book titled "The Necessity of Choice," which is his manifesto on how the United States should approach foreign policy in the 1960s. It is not an optimistic piece of writing. Quote, the United States cannot afford another decline like the one which has characterized the past decade and a half. 15 years of more of a deterioration of our position in the world, such as we have experienced since World War II, would find us reduced to Fortress America in a world in which we had become largely irrelevant. Our margin of survival has narrowed dangerously.
What in the fuck is he talking about?
I mean,
America is not losing influence.
No, this is like the height of American power, obviously, to anyone who's not. But Kissinger he knows this is bullshit. He is part of a group of people who are pushing. Have you guys heard the term missile gap?
No.
In the early stages of the Kennedy administration, there is suddenly this huge, and this is both like in conversations that people are having in DC and in like the media, there's this constant talk of a missile gap, this idea that the Soviets have outpaced us in missile development and in the number of missiles they have. And there's talk about like there's bomber gaps, there's tank gaps, there's talk about like these gaps between, it's this idea that is totally bullshit. Not that the Soviets have not made a lot of weapons. Soviet Union makes plenty of weapons, but there is no point in the Cold War in which the United States is like out fucking gunned to any degree that like could be anyone reasonable could call like a missile gap. It just does not happen.
It feels like we're still responding to that today to be like, first by a long shot.
Yeah. And it's not, I would say unhinged, but it's very reasonable because the argument comes primarily out of the Defense Department and the growing defense industry, who it's great for them if everyone thinks there's a missile gap. Like, of course. Yeah, you got to build a lot more weapons. We'll sell them to you.
I thought it was the place you could get khakis on your rockets, but...
Yeah, the missile gap. Thank you.
You're welcome. We'll be right back. Am I allowed to throw a commercial? I'm sorry. Go ahead.
You know what? Yes, actually, this is time for an ad break. So, if you're looking for a way to dress up your R9X knife missile before firing it into some guy's car, check out the Missile Gap. We are back. So it's bullshit, the idea of the Missile Gap. And Kissinger is smart enough to know this, but he is one of the major proponents. He's not one of there's other guys who are more influential pushing it, like actually within the halls of power, right? Because he's not super within the halls of power yet. But he's all over TV and shit. Like, he's a guy that you call now. Like, once you get in the Rolodex of media people, you stay there, He's
the nuke guy.
He's the nuke guy.
A positive nuke guy. There's people that you got, like the negative nuke guy and the positive nuke guy.
He's the guy who says we don't have enough. The thing we've ever not had enough of, nuclear weapons. He is a big part of why we have so many fucking nukes. And why the Russians have so many fucking nukes. Because once the U.S., once you start this, we have to build a lot more nukes, they're going to build even more nukes. And then you're going to get to build any more nukes because you can say they've built so many more nukes. We don't have enough nukes now. And then you wind up with 12,000 of them in the world.
I have a name for that. I'm coming up with it right now. Nuclear arms race.
Mm-hmm. That's cool.
That's a neat one. I'm
glad
there's finally a term for it.
We should nuke him. I mean, that would just be the one thing I would.
It is the
just start
one
a
use
GoFundMe
case.
to just nuke him.
One of those Davy Crockett handheld missile launchers with a nuke on it.
Whatever we can do.
What about just a little tiny nuke that we shoot into him and it explodes? But it's just a little guy.
A little baby nuke.
Just enough to take out Kissinger.
Yeah.
It's the Kissinger-sized nuclear weapon. Yeah.
But he would just ingest it and go, I am now more powerful.
Oh, now I am bigger and I'm more upset.
It is amazing to think about how seriously this guy gets treated by everyone immediately and how much influence he's allowed to have on an incredibly dangerous thing. And this is the same guy who got tricked by Theranos. This is the same dude who gets hoodwinked by the fake blood lady in the turtleneck. It's really amazing.
God.
Yeah. It's so funny. It's so funny. So Kissinger is not, again, he doesn't come up with the idea of the Missile Gap, but he's like a very influential voice in pushing this idea, right? He's a part of this. So he doesn't get, if we could honestly do a whole episode on why there's so many fucking nukes that this would be a part of, but he's a factor in this massive arms buildup. And he also starts, but he's also he's just doing this for careerism reasons because it gets him in good with people who are in power. And part of how you know that is that Kennedy, not a guy I'll give a lot of credit to, but one of the things Kennedy says is that limited nuclear war is insane. Fuck you, Henry Kissinger. He doesn't say that, but it gets made clear, the connections that Kissinger has in the Kennedy administration make it clear that JFK does not buy your attitudes on limited nuclear war. And so he stops talking about that.
Oh my God.
He wants to become part. He doesn't believe in shit, but he wants to be in the JFK administration, right? Wow. So he stops pushing this thing that makes him famous and saying other shit because it'll get him closer to power. And that's all Henry Kissinger really cares about.
Yeah.
So I wonder if the Today Show is calling up and he's like, I'm not really doing nukes anymore.
No, he just comes on. Well, actually, the quote. I'm going to quote actually from Niall Ferguson here. He explains what he starts doing on the Today Show. Kissinger now advocated a conventional arms buildup, since the dividing line between conventional and nuclear weapons is more familiar and therefore easier to maintain. He continued to insist that the United States develop smaller nuclear weapons, but he moved his own position to where he thought Kennedy's was. In effect, the necessity of choice was something of a job application, and Kissinger hoped Kennedy would make an offer. So, again, doesn't believe shit.
It really, it's just Marjorie Taylor Greene. I mean, it is the same shit essentially, and it's the sensationalism that gets you the headlines, and then once you're and it's really any form of our pop culture entertainment now. Just get your name in the fucking headlines, and then define who you are, and then you can figure out what you actually think and actually believe, or how you're gonna ride that to power. But just make a bang.
It is like the political equivalent of a comedian saying a racial slur and then listening to the audience to determine whether or not they're joking.
Yeah, right.
Yeah. That's what he's doing. Show
up to a club, take your dick out, and then write your hour.
Yeah,
it's called it's Louis C.K. backwards.
it's the KC. I'm not going to figure out what the backwards.
No, you're close. It's Casey Sewell.
It's Casey Sewell. Yeah. So he does not get exactly what he wants, but he gets part of what he wants. His buddy Nelson Rockefeller is able to give him a part-time consulting gig for the National Security Advisor. So it's not everything he wants, but he is now. He's cracked his way in, you start your way in and it's, unless you really fuck up, and by fuck up, I mean, don't get a lot of people killed, you'll just get closer and closer to power because that's how our system works. So, Kissinger is obviously very conservative. Rockefeller is not. Again, he's part of the Kennedy administration.
This is what I don't understand.
Yeah, well, we'll talk. We're going to talk a shitload about that over the next couple of episodes because this is like a consistent weird thing about him. But like one of the things Kissinger does is he oils Rockefeller with effusive claims that Kennedy's inaugural speech, which Rockefeller had helped with, was so good he, quote, might become a registered Democrat, right? Like that's the kind of shit he says, that like, I'm almost a Democrat now because of how good JFK's speech was.
It was so good.
It was like, and again, he doesn't believe in shit. Like he just, I can't overemphasize that. Other than that, Henry Kissinger should be very close to power. He believes strongly in that.
Yeah.
And he believes in that biased as much as anyone's ever believed in the Bible.
Right.
But, he does not believe in ideas
I'd
outside
like to
of
sing
that
happy birthday to the president if at all possible.
I saw what Marilyn did, and let me tell you.
It was sort of testament to Lover Kennedy next birthday for me to say. Happy birthday, Mr. President.
Would you like to see why they call me Kissinger?
Oh, no, I'm standing over this vent and look at what they're doing to my sport coat. Oh.
See, that's the fan art I want of Henry Kissinger. Of him just trying to fuck JFK with every bit of charm in his German body.
Oh, dear. Nobody told me subway go over vent. Oh, look at this. You're going to see everything.
Oh, there goes my nuke.
So JFK is eventually assassinated by Bernard Montgomery Sanders, and LBJ takes over. Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, I mean history is a
I gotta read this stuff.
Banquet. Mm-hmm. I've got a pamphlet for you. I printed it home myself.
That's my length.
So LBJ is the president now, and LBJ is like, between LBJ and JFK, it's like a decade, that the Democrats are in power, and LBJ is very good at exercising power, right?
Yes.
And he's also not super into Henry Kissinger. He's not against Henry Kissinger either, but Henry kind of is kept in this weird, like, he's on the margins of power during this period of time, right?
Finally.
Which is frustrating. Yeah. Well, not really, because while he's there's no breathers. There's no breathers, Gareth.
Awesome. Thanks. Good to hear.
While he's kind of on the margins, he's able to build connections with as many Republican lawmakers and their aides as he does with Democrats, right? Like that's what he's doing while he's doing these like part-time gigs with the NSC and stuff. Is he's making friends with everybody he can. There is nobody.
He's just a fucking networker. Like he is just a supreme networker.
Yeah. Right.
There is so much. When I was a kid in speech and debate, one of the other kids in the debate team with me was obsessed with Kissinger, like read his books and stuff, thought he was. Christ. And this was this thing that I heard too from like family members and stuff, that like, well, he wasn't always right, but he was doing the hardest job anyone's ever had. And he was just this really genius man. And you can't really argue with him if you read about what he was saying. And it's like, no, he didn't believe in shit. He was a genius at making people like him. And that allowed him to do a lot of horrible things. Yeah. Which I guess like anyone who's really dangerous in politics is as a version of that guy, right?
Yes.
Like,
yes, 100%.
Yeah. Like that's all of them. But he's an interesting kind of that guy. And as a result, probably the most toxic kind of that guy we've ever had in the United States.
Wow.
Which is saying something.
I mean,
there's a lot of really bad
Quite
people in charge here. Yeah.
Quite an honor.
But yeah. So yeah, he makes all these connections. He cultivates them, and he keeps his name in the news, right? That's a big part of why he's able to do what he does later. Is he keeps going on TV, he keeps being on the radio, he keeps being quoted and like cited and interviewed by journalists for articles. Henry makes it known that like, if you're a journalist, I'm easy to reach. I will always give you a quote. You can always reach Henry Kissinger for like a line or two on this thing, you know?
Right.
which is very smart of him.
Yeah.
It's very dumb and shameful and horrible for the journalists. Fuck them. But like, it's great for
learned.
Henry. Yeah,
Thank God that they've learned.
Thank God that doesn't happen anymore. Yep. Now I turned to the New York Times story published today that described Nazis assaulting a book club as men with a swastika flag.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Someone pointed out, well, the article calls them Nazis. It's just all of the social media they describe them that way. And I was like,
oh, I'm sorry.
I can't explain to you why I feel worse about that, but I do.
Yeah, it was not just a dumb error. It was calculated.
Yeah.
Moral calculus.
It's moral calculus, right? Good shit. So the professor cultivates connections. Yeah, he gets good. And he goes to Vietnam at one point, and he makes connections with a bunch of people in Vietnam who are able to talk to not just the South, but the North Vietnamese government. Like, that's the thing he consciously does, is like, I want to be able to take the temperature of like guys, which is not, like, I would say actually like the most reasonable thing he does if you think you're going to be in power. Like, yeah, it's good. You probably want to be able to talk to those guys, even though we're fighting with them. That's not an unreasonable thing. He will use it badly.
Right.
Who's he doing that on the part of? Just himself?
Yeah.
What?
Well, he is working. He has a gig with the guy. He's like an advisor to the National Security Council. And he's a known academic. You know, he's probably being like, you know, I'm an academic. I'm trying to understand the dimensions of this. And like, I want to talk to everybody. I'm a very fair-minded man. I don't let ideology get in the way, yada, yada, yada. Like, one of the things about Henry Kissinger too, like, he's as good. He's fucking his buddies with Mao. Like, he's great at talking with people who are communists and stuff. Right. As long as you like Henry Kissinger and what he's selling, he'll sell it to anybody. Man. You know,
it's so crazy.
It's wild that
he must have eyes that just start spinning and you just have to get close to notice that he's got hypnotic eyes. You're like, he isn't so bad now that I'm talking to him.
You know, let's think about Vietnam for a second, right? If you're going to war in Vietnam, Gareth, right? If you decide, Gareth Reynolds, I'm going to go to war in Vietnam, how long do you think it would take you to realize that was a bad idea?
It would be, Gareth Reynolds, it would be instantaneous.
Pretty quickly.
Very quickly. I mean, the second that
David,
we start... Yeah.
Can I ask a question? Which side am I fighting on?
The not Vietnamese side.
Okay, then really quick.
Yeah, really quick. I feel like you could take Vietnam, David.
Dave could handle it way better than I could.
They're not going to see it coming.
I would certainly be the guy who they'd be like, we broke him. We broke him before we even shouted at him. I'd be like, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to show up with pants that were already pissed in.
I know one thing about me, and that's that if things got really, really chaotic and bad, that I kind of thrive in that environment.
Yeah, Dave, you'd be like, Dave, we don't have time to eat their brains. He'd be like, shut up, I'm figuring out what they know.
It's like Dr. Manhattan ending the Vietnam War.
Both sides surrendered to Dave.
In the mid-'60s, which is fairly early on considering how late the Vietnam War goes, it is clear to people, especially a lot of people protesting in the United States, they're like, oh shit, this ain't going great, right?
Yeah.
Like, it's not hard for people. There are people who buy into the U.S. propaganda, but like people who are actually privy to information on the war are aware that it is not going well. Kissinger still decides we should escalate things. And I'm going to quote again from Kissinger's Shadow by Greg Grandin. Upon returning from his first visit to South Vietnam in late 1965, Kissinger threw himself into a campaign to build public support for ongoing intervention. In early December, he joined 189 other scholars from Harvard, Yale, and 15 other New England universities in an open letter expressing confidence that Johnson's policies would help, quote, people of South Vietnam determine their own destiny. A Viet Cong victory will spell disasters, said the letter. Then, later that month, he led a Harvard team against a group of Oxford opponents of the war in a debate held in Great Britain and broadcast nationally in the United States on CBS. Kissinger passionately defended the bombing of northern Vietnam, insisting that it was not a violation of international law. He invoked the analogy of World War II, saying Washington's actions in Indochina were as righteous and justified as they were in Nazi Germany. Bob Shroom, who went on to become a Democratic political consultant, was on Kissinger's team and says that when he today watches a recording of the debate, he is, quote, amazed by two things, how young we look, even Kissinger, and how wrong we were. So first off, Bob,
Kissinger,
you don't feel bad enough. I don't know how bad you feel about this. It's not enough.
Not enough.
Not nearly enough.
your first reaction would be like, God, we were kids.
We were young. We were young.
Look at that.
There's like some Vietnamese dude next to him thinking about like bombs raining down on the jungle, and
he's like, look at that. I didn't even have crow's feet back then.
Look at me. Look at Kissinger. Oh my God, his jowls.
Look at Hank. Yeah, he's only got one jowl at that time. That's before he got the 8.
Our hair looked so stupid. Am I right? Am I right? Where did your legs go, by the way?
It's before Henry Kissinger looked like Chet in Weird Science after things go wrong.
It's amazing. Like, and it's there's a lot in that paragraph, both that like, of course, when the debate starts to build, like, should we escalate this nightmarish war? One of the first things that happens is that a bunch of fucking New England universities decide to have a debate about it. Because, like, that's the right. Like, let's let everyone hear. Let's have the best arguments of both sides about whether or not we should bomb these people.
Minds.
Yeah. Like, first off, fuck everyone involved in this, even the people arguing against the war a little bit. Like, just don't do that's bad.
The premise. Yeah, the premise
alone,
is
bad. Yeah. Less so, certainly. I don't know. I don't know. Maybe like it made sense.
Here's
at the
a
time.
bunch of virgins debating which position is the best to fuck in.
What the hell? Why is this instead of the debate like, hey, why are we there? Like, really? Why?
Sorry, that's we're not debating that.
We're not asking that.
That's not a question for the debate.
And it is, again, it's like, and you can see just about how comprehensively wrong these people are. That, like, number one, this idea that this will help the people of South Vietnam determine their own destiny.
Which
like,
is
the South Vietnamese government was a dictatorship the entire time the war was going on.
Right.
It was not any more democratic in any meaningful sense than northern Vietnam. And also, like, a Viet Cong victory will spell disasters. Like, there's plenty of things to criticize the Vietnamese government for, but, like, broadly on an international level, it's like fine. It's like a country seems to be doing all right. Like, like better than a lot of places. Like, it's fine.
During COVID.
Yeah, did a pretty good job at COVID. Like, you know, it didn't seem like a disaster. Maybe if we hadn't killed 5 million people, things would be even better. It seems like it couldn't hurt. Again, they're wrong about everything. Like, Kissinger in this period, everything that he said, he has this reputation as such an intellectual titan, and he's like so constantly fucking wrong. But people will bring up, there's always like,
it's the same as today. All of these people that are constantly fucking wrong, just keep on getting positions of power and being in media, and they're always fucking wrong.
And there's this shit, like, people will bring up, like, well, but there's this nuclear arms treaty he helped make, and there's this, like, peace deal he negotiated in the Middle East, and, like, all of these things. Like, yeah, but that was, like, 2% of the shit that he did, and it was largely because other people that he wanted to stay in good with were pushing for that kind of shit, too. Like, Henry Kissinger, whenever he has expressed an idea that is his legitimate idea, is, like, really, really disastrously wrong.
Yeah.
Amazing.
Yeah, fuck him.
Nobody cares.
Nobody cares. He's got to get to invest in Theranos still, as opposed to being
the one victory.
The one victory we
one
get.
victory.
That's why we should pardon her.
Yeah, right. Yes. That really is right. Yeah.
Look, you stole a lot of money, but you made Henry Kissinger look kind of stupid.
We're going to release you to come up with another scheme to take more money from this bag of shit.
But you don't get to make a company anymore, but we're going to have cameras follow you.
Think of yourself as a prank show.
Yeah. Have you seen Punk'd?
Okay. We're talking about Theranos Punk, but it's just every week for Henry Kissinger.
Yeah. You're going to put on mustaches and, like, fake wigs, and you're just going to try to fuck with them.
You're telling me this is a way for me to get a longer spine? I mean, I'd love to get a little money.
This popcorn has 0 calories?
I can't believe what I'm hearing.
But you know what's awesome about that story is that she's a younger female Kissinger.
Yeah.
100%. She's like
blood Kissinger.
Everyone was super into her, and she was just saying whatever people wanted to hear, and like,
right.
It's amazing because there's the good grifters and the evil ones. We just finished our 4-parter on the Tsar and talked about the fact that, like, before Rasputin, there was another spiritualist grifter who pretended to talk to, like, ghosts and stuff, named Philippe, who, like, got a bunch of money for them, tricked the Tsarina into thinking she was pregnant, and then bounced with a bunch of their money. And the last thing he did before he left was like, I'm going to come back in another form as another spiritual healer.
Oh my
and you should
God.
trust whatever I said. Very funny. took all the money and ran. And when he died, it was found out that he had been paying for the mortgages and rentals of like 52 impoverished families.
Oh my God.
Perfect guy, like the opposite of Kissinger.
Yeah.
Just taking money from the czar to help poor people out. What a dude.
Fantastic.
Be great if he showed up again. Hey, it's me.
Yeah. Let's put that guy in front of Kissinger. See what he can do. So in private, Kissinger admitted already, while he is doing all this, while he's a part of this big debate, while he's taking the side that we should escalate, in private, in his conversations, he admits to his friends that Vietnam is an unwinnable disaster of a war.
Man.
Oh my fucking God.
Yeah. He defended it in public, though, because there was at least a 50% chance the Democrats were going to stay in power after the next election.
That is unreal.
And he didn't want to give up on a chance of having a job.
I think a lot of times you do. I guess he's a little different because he's such a shapeshifter.
Yeah.
But, I think, and it's just the way we are, you are like, they can't just be that base evil.
Yeah. He sure can.
But he is.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. It's something I always think about with climate change is that people can't wrap their heads around the fact that there might be a significant portion of rich people in control who actually want everybody to die.
Yeah.
Yeah, or at least don't care because what really matters is like maintaining their level of relative power to everyone else.
They
and the deaths
know,
of
and it's just like, but what are they going to do?
Yeah.
Call themselves out?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's cool. So
it is cool.
Obviously, and it's one of those things, I don't actually know that he really believed that Vietnam was a disaster, because he may have been lying to his friends when he said that, because he wants to keep a bridge to the other side open, it's impossible to say, because he's fucking Henry Kissinger.
Is it possible there's two Kissingers?
Yes.
Okay.
What if there's 6?
Oh, that'd be amazing.
And if they ever touch, Cambodia will be, you know what? Okay.
Right.
Yeah. So the fact that Kissinger in private would be like, yeah, Vietnam, what a fuck up. And in public would be like, let me Ben Shapiro about Vietnam to you.
Let's win this.
That really pissed off a lot of his friends, including the political scientist Hans Morgenthau. Kissinger had admitted to Morgenthau that the war was unwinnable, even while he continued to go on in the media and advocate expanded saturation bombing. Morgenthau found this deeply disappointing, but Henry was increasingly tailoring his public statements to the ear of a man who was already a fan of his work. Richard Milhous Nixon. Can we get some sound effects? A lightning whips across the screen and a wolf howls.
Yeah.
In comes the pterodactyl.
Which we'll do a whole Nixon episode one of these days. A lot of our Kissinger series will also be about Nixon, because you can't unwrap the two men,
You can't.
So there are two Kissingers.
Yeah, one of them is Richard Nixon. Yeah. So by the end of 1968, as the presidential race between Vice President Hubert Humphrey and former Vice President Richard Nixon heats up, Kissinger's profile had raised enough that he was seen as the frontrunner for a serious foreign policy job in either potential administration. As time went on, yeah. He's got a gig no matter what, baby.
It's just unbelievable.
He's the Raytheon of people.
Can't lose.
So as time goes on, though, he increasingly leans towards Nixon, which surprises his friends, whom he had told, quote, Richard Nixon is the most dangerous of all the men running to have as president. But I want him to give me a gig,
I can't wait to work with him.
I need job. Satan looked like he good.
So he was heartbroken when his friend Rockefeller lost to Nixon, and he commented, now the Republican Party is a disaster, and Nixon is not fit to be president.
Oh, my God. It's the same fucking shit over and over. And, this is what they said about Reagan. This is what they said about Bush. This is what they said about Trump. Okay.
Yeah, it's always the same calculus. This is true, but Kissinger didn't let his complete contempt for Nixon stop him from trying to get a job with the man. To explain why, here's the New Yorker. It took Kissinger's close contemporary, the political theorist Sheldon Wolin, another son of Jewish immigrants who fought in the war and studied at Harvard with William Yandell Elliott, to fully dissect Kissinger's careerist instincts. On the surface, Wolin observed, Kissinger would have appeared a mismatch for the anti-elitist Nixon, but the pairing was perfect. Nixon needed someone who could elevate his opportunism to a higher plane of purpose and make him feel like a great figure in the drama of history. As Wolin wrote, what could have been more comforting to that barren and inarticulate soul than to hear the authoritative voice of Dr. Kissinger, who spoke so often and knowingly about the meaning of history?
I mean, so it's just an empty sack and an evil sack, and the evil sack's like, I can fill you.
Yeah,
well, I need to be filled.
Evil,
as long as someone can fill me.
Somebody's got to fill me up.
Somebody's got to load me with something. Oh, that feels nice.
Agnew's not gonna do it.
Put all that black bile down inside of me. Thank you, Hank.
Oh boy, Gareth, he doesn't call him Hank, but we'll get to that later.
Okay. Come on, Spanky.
It's a lot worse than that, Gareth.
All right.
So, in 1968, the Johnson administration was carrying out an extensive series of negotiations between South and North Vietnam in an attempt to secure an end to the war. LBJ wants credit for his legacy, right? I'm not going to give LBJ credit for like caring about human death and suffering, because he's also a monster.
Right,
No, not trying to make him seem good by comparison. But he sees ending the war both as a way to like, I want to go out on a good note. And also this is going to, if he could even secure a significant like ceasefire, that would help Humphrey get reelected, right? Because nobody's in the U.S. is very pro the Vietnam War. Within the majority of most voters are very anti it. So that's kind of the play that LBJ is making. He wants to end the war in order to help Humphrey win. Over the course of the election year, his Secretary of State, National Security Advisor, and his Secretary of Defense, Clark Gifford, became aware that something was amiss. Some of the moves that the South Vietnamese government made, which threatened the negotiations, seemed bizarre. They would like take these wild changes where it's like suddenly South Vietnam's not willing to negotiate. Like, what the fuck? We had like worked all this out. Why are you guys pulling out at the last minute? North Vietnam's willing to come to the table. In the trial of Henry Kissinger, Christopher Hitchens writes, quote, from his seat in the Pentagon, Clifford, who's again the Secretary of Defense, had actually been able to read the intelligence transcripts that picked up and recorded what he terms a secret personal channel between President Thieu in Saigon and the Nixon campaign. The chief interlocutor at the American end was John Mitchell, then Nixon's campaign manager and subsequently Attorney General. He was actively assisted by Madame Anna Chenal, known to all as the Dragon Lady, a fierce veteran of the Taiwan lobby and all-purpose right-wing intriguer. She was a social and political force in the Washington of her day. So, LBJ's administration, this is suspicious as fuck. Let's bug the Nixon campaign, right? Which is not illegal, obviously. Like it is an act of fucking treason to try and extend a war by sabotaging negotiations. This is one of the very few cases where, like, you should wiretap those people.
Yeah,
you should tap the fuck out of those phones. But it's also, they don't want this to get, LBJ doesn't want this shit to get out at all. This would be, number one, a hanging crime. You get executed for doing this kind of shit, like on paper, at least, right? And so LBJ's administration, while they're wiretapping Nixon and getting evidence about like this, what increasingly becomes clear as a conspiracy, keeps fucking quiet about it because they're worried that revealing this would create a crisis of confidence in the American government.
Oh my God.
Fucking liberals.
I know, right?
Liberals.
And this is LBJ. You are like the...
How many fucking times? Bush stole 2 elections. This is what they did. This is what they fucking did.
It's really, awesome. it really is. I mean, that is so fucking crazy to put the clubhouse. I mean, above everything.
It is like the one time where if a president had his political opponents hanged, it would be like, that's what you should have done.
And imagine that one session of hangings really would have gone a long way with this country.
We would be in so much a better position if they'd hung Nixon and several other people we're about to talk about.
It would also give a Nixon good posture, finally.
Yeah, finally.
I knew about that Nixon had done. I did not know that they knew. I didn't know they knew at the time. Like that's
David.
Fucking insane. The liberal mind. I always think about this story about when the junta took over in Chile before Pinochet got into power, and they asked they said we want to have interviews with people. And the liberals so believed in government that they went and lined up for the secret police interviews. Because they're like, well, this is what we do. And they're like, no, they're taking your names down to possibly kill you. But they lined up because they're like, well, we don't want to mess up the system. Like we're supposed to go get interviewed by the government.
Yeah.
And you're like, it's a junta. Like it just, the mindset of just, this is how our Constitution works and this is what we're supposed to do. And you're like, no, it's literally not working. The thing isn't working. This is one of the best examples ever of that.
And this is the germ of truth in Kissinger's whole ideology about conflict is that if you are in a conflict with someone who is willing to throw down and you aren't, they're going to win, right? Like that is a truth of history, right? It's a truth of fighting fascists, right? It's not enough to say like punching them isn't the entirety of it, but if you're not willing to throw down, they will win, right? Right. And that is a thing that is often taken exactly the wrong way at the geopolitical level. But like you see in this that like LBJ was not willing to throw down and Nixon was. And everything we're going to talk about in the rest of this series happens as a result. And it's like LBJ loved throwing down. But not in it's amazing that he doesn't in this.
I think that's the craziest thing is that like that was the fucking big dick. I'm going to take a shit and you're going to listen to me guy. Like he gave no fucks and threw down with everybody.
You know what I think it is, Dave? I think for all of his many, many, many flaws and evil acts committed, I think LBJ believed in things.
Yeah.
And Nixon and Kissinger don't.
He wouldn't throw down, but he would throw to ads. I always say. Robert, do you agree with that?
Yeah, I would, because, LBJ was famous for whipping his dick, which he called Jumbo out at all times. He once pissed on a Secret Service agent at a party because he couldn't get to the bathroom easily enough.
That's the secret.
Yeah, all of our sponsors are the same, and that their dicks are called Jumbo, and they do piss on the Secret Service. Every one of our sponsors pisses on the Secret Service. That's a promise. So... we're back! Oh, boy. Good times. So, South Vietnam pulls out of the negotiations, right? I think they're happening in Paris. And I haven't really gone into detail about what happened up to this point because those details are very obscure to the American people. What is publicly known is that North Vietnam and South Vietnam are supposed to come to the table, have this big negotiation to try to come to like some way in which the war can come to an end. And South Vietnam, after throwing a bunch of wrenches in the process, finally just backs out entirely, right? And so the negotiations don't happen and the war continues. That's what everybody sees. If you're just like a dude paying attention on the news, that's what you're aware of happening here. LBJ's administration knows something sketchy is going on between Nixon and the South Vietnamese government, but even for them, they don't know precisely what happened. Here's what happened. As part of the negotiations, LBJ offered the North Vietnamese a bombing halt. Now, you can see why this is very enticing for Hanoi, right? Because being bombed is not pleasant, and the U.S. was doing a lot of it. So this is like what LBJ's like, hey, I will fucking stop bombing Vietnam if you guys will come to the table and talk about stuff. And the North Vietnamese government, not being made entirely of soulless cockroaches, is like, well, okay, that's a pretty good offer, actually.
Yeah. We were bombing so hard, we actually dropped John McCain.
Yeah, we did drop John McCain. You guys might have caught him. You can keep him for a while. He'll come back into the picture. It'll be a big problem. He'll also, weirdly enough, be the least objectionable Republican elected leader for a long time. So it's a mess.
Just so you guys know, that's our future hero.
Yeah, he and Jesse the Body Ventura will be the only conservative voices against torture. So heads up. It is amazing watching that old clip of Jesse Ventura on The View being the most reasonable American in fucking early 2000s.
Yeah.
Next to Gilbert Gottfried, at least.
Yeah. It's actually not Gilbert Gottfried, it's me in alternative universe.
So, yeah, this is a very enticing offer for Hanoi, the bombing cessation. And it's good enough if you won't bomb us anymore, maybe we can concede on some stuff. If you're not murdering people in mass, of course we'll negotiate with you.
Sounds pretty good.
Yeah.
Nixon cannot let this happen. This would be a disaster. Vietnam not getting bombed, he sees as the worst case scenario, even though he is campaigning on ending the war, by the way.
Right.
That's Nixon's big promise. I'm going to get us out of the... But on my watch. Right. That happens before. What am I campaigning on?
Yeah.
So Nixon uses his back channel to the South Vietnamese government to get them to torpedo their end of the negotiations because the government of South Vietnam is frightened, obviously, that the U.S. is going to stop bombing North Vietnam. So if you're following along, something should be obvious at this point. Since the Johnson administration was negotiating secretly with North Vietnam, there should have been no way for the government in Saigon to know that LBJ had proposed a bombing halt. But obviously Saigon knew, which means there was a secret informant within the Johnson administration passing information to the Nixon administration and sharing a lot of top secret data with Saigon. So the big question is, who could possibly be so deep into both camps that he could feed information from one to the other?
Forrest!
Oh my God.
That's right, baby.
Should be executed for treason.
Absolutely should be executed for treason.
My God.
Slowly.
Yeah.
Slowly executed.
Yeah. It should be that incompetent dude who hung the Nazis at Nuremberg and like kept fucking up and making it worse. Bring that dude back.
Sorry, can I just let me try one more time before you guys get mad.
We should have frozen that motherfucker in carbonite to break out when the nation needed him.
Yeah. That's amazing. Oh, God. Oh, you guys waking me up to kill me? No, we're huge
Get
fans.
drunk and do another hanging.
We are huge fans. We've got you a handle of gin here, and this is Henry Kissinger.
Oh, he's great. Why would you like Kissinger? He's
Shut
awesome.
up. Just do whatever just kill him as fast as you can. That's the only note.
But I took a lot of notes from him back in the day. Like, he's great.
He's great. Just kill him.
Okay. I don't think he could die, though.
I will say, I don't think that guy could read. So obviously Kissinger is the back channel who is spreading this information. Now, in his own memoirs, Nixon later admitted to hearing about the proposed bombing halt through what he termed as a highly unusual channel. Christopher Hitchens continues. It was more unusual even than he acknowledged. Kissinger had until then been a devoted partisan of Nelson Rockefeller, the matchlessly wealthy prince of liberal republicanism. His contempt for the person and policies of Richard Nixon was undisguised. Indeed, President Johnson's Paris negotiators, led by Averell Harriman, considered Kissinger to be almost one of themselves. He had made himself helpful as Rockefeller's chief foreign policy advisor by supplying French intermediaries with their own contacts in Hanoi. Henry was the only person outside of the government that we were authorized to discuss the negotiations with, says Richard Holbrooke. We trusted him. It is not stretching the truth to say that the Nixon campaign had a secret source within the U.S. negotiating team. So the likelihood of a bombing halt, wrote Nixon, came as no real surprise to me. He added, I told Haldeman that Mitchell should continue his liaison with Kissinger and that we should honor his desire to keep his role completely confidential. So this is all out in the open now.
I mean, Nixon really just never shut the fuck up. I mean, he was
sure
just,
didn't.
He was like the drunk guy at a party who would just sort of tell you whatever.
Like, honestly, he's the guy Donald Trump might put a hand on and be like, hey, man, you're saying
you should, you're saying some stuff that you probably shouldn't now. Dick.
I think you might regret this
Dick, slow down. You're saying a lot of stuff you probably shouldn't. And I'm on Twitter. That is just so crazy and just says it all, you know? And it's gotten worse. I mean, it's just fucking bonkers.
Now, the bombing halt was planned for October 23rd, but thanks to Kissinger, the Nixon campaign was able to lobby South Vietnam to increase their demands suddenly at the bargaining table, which wrecked attempted agreements being made with North Vietnam. This, there's a process. This happens back and forth until the bombing halt is completely scuttled and peace negotiations fall apart. Since all this was happening behind closed doors, Humphrey never got to present the possibility of a bombing halt to the American people. Nixon avoided having to take any stance of any kind on the issue, because obviously as the peace candidate, he couldn't say you shouldn't do it, right? He didn't even want it to come up at all. The Johnson administration made one final attempt to push through a bombing halt at the end of October, but the South Vietnamese government, warned by Kissinger via Nixon, preempted this with a surprise boycott of the peace talks. Now, while all this is happening, Kissinger is also advising the Humphrey campaign and is so respected there that he was considered a shoo-in for a senior job if they'd managed to win.
Jesus,
there's three of them.
Democrats are so fucking stupid.
I know, right?
There's three of them. There's three Kissingers.
No, you're
just fucking
enemy.
Humphrey walking around. I got my buddy Henry's. I'm gonna give him a good old job.
That's our buddy you're talking about, mister.
Yeah.
And then I can never get over the fact that Hillary walked around with him during the fucking campaign.
It's amazing.
He wasn't really walking, to be fair, Dave.
he fucking is. He's like one of those episodes of Frasier where he's dating two women at the same time and trying to keep it secret that they're at the same restaurant.
He's
like that's
policy
Henry
Jack Tripper.
It's very funny, except for all of the millions and millions who die.
Well, let me ask you that. So, do you have the numbers on where the deaths were at in Vietnam?
Oh, you don't even want to know this.
Like,
I'll get you that. I'll get you that in a minute.
Why did I ask?
Yeah, Nixon grows convinced of Kissinger's value during this period of time too, and he becomes a shoo-in for a senior job there. He was particularly impressed by the skill with which Kissinger protected his identity as the leaker from the Humphrey campaign. Nixon later wrote, One factor that had most convinced me of Kissinger's credibility was the length to which he went to protect his secrecy.
What a terrible... I mean, that's just not a good personality trait.
It's really not. It's actually not.
When down is up, it is, but not normally.
This guy is the best double agent. He's so fucking great.
Boy, this guy's an unbelievable shitbag liar.
Yeah. I mean, honestly, it makes sense that like Nixon would be super into that.
Oh, yeah.
Wow, this guy's a real piece of shit.
Holy
and I'm Dick Nixon.
This guy could lie to you.
Yeah, let me tell you, as a liar. Oh fuck! It's fucking amazing.
It's bad.
Yeah. Clark Clifford, who was again the Secretary of Defense at the time, would later blame the fact that the war did not end in 1968 and the loss of the Humphrey campaign in that election on the skullduggery of the Nixon campaign, which was orchestrated in part by Henry Kissinger. Quote, the activities of the Nixon team went far beyond the bounds of justifiable political combat. It constituted direct interference in the activities of the executive branch and the responsibilities of the chief executive, the only people with authority to negotiate on behalf of the nation. The activities of the Nixon campaign constituted a gross, even potentially illegal interference in the security affairs of the nation by private individuals. Which is the polite political wonk way of saying it. In the book Kissinger's Shadow, Greg Grandin is even more pointed. The fact that Kissinger participated in an intrigue that extended the war for 5 pointless years, 7 if you count the fighting between the 1973 Paris Peace Accords and the 1975 fall of Saigon, is undeniable. Adding to the evidence is Kissinger himself. He's been caught on tape twice, on recordings recently released, admitting he passed on useful information to Nixon.
Jesus Christ.
My God. It's like killing him isn't enough.
No, he should be gibbeted. I said so. We need to bring back gibbeting and just hang that motherfucker somewhere in a nice cage box. Leave him out there.
Leave him out there. Let people pelt him with stuff.
Yeah, fuck yeah.
Let's kill him by throwing potatoes at him.
You got to make sure they're soft, right? Because he's not that strong anymore, and you want it to last a while.
Boiled potatoes, yeah.
So we'll talk a bit later about how we got caught on tape and why we know about all of this, because that's a fun story, guys, and involves a different series of crimes. But Grandin makes another point that's worth acknowledging here. While Kissinger definitely had inside information from the Johnson campaign, which he passed on, he also didn't have as much information as he pretended to know when he talked to the Nixon campaign.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Quote, even with access to Johnson's negotiating instructions, he couldn't have had exact information about the decisions being made at the White House. He had to have been winging it, at least to some degree, guessing at what others knew, imagining what others would do with that guess, playing the angles, sussing out the chance, all while giving the appearance of composure and certainty.
He was right-winging it.
I mean, just
amazing.
What an absolute fucking psychopath. That's the kind of shit, like he said, if you're dating two women, you're trying to figure it out and get through some stinky situation, but he's doing this with fucking Vietnam and 2 presidential campaigns. The craziness, the absolute lack of a soul is astounding. He is pure blackness inside.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Dave, let me push back for a second. No.
God.
Wow.
Yeah. You can't. I mean, it's hard to even speak to it because it's like look. I'll kill 5 people for a job, but at some point you have.
I think
to
up
be
to 5 is normal. Sure. Yeah,
that's regular.
Yeah.
But to just. I don't know. He killed. I
mean, how many Vietnamese died after that? Like
so many.
We're talking. Was it like 1 million died in the whole war, or is it more than 1 million?
No, I mean it is because you also have to include the people who died in Cambodia and Laos and in Vietnam. We're going to get into more of this in episode 3, but conservatively, an additional couple of million deaths as a result of this, in addition to an additional 20,000 U.S. dead. It's kind of hard, the death toll, to get precise, but like a couple million, like in the millions of additional dead.
Because
continuing to this day, by the way, because
I was just going to say,
people still die because he wanted a job.
Yeah, because he wanted a gig.
He's essentially lying in a job interview like you would if you had no fast food experience and were Del Taco, except millions of people are dying.
Yeah, it's awesome.
Holy, the crazy
He's
thing,
such a bad person.
the crazy the thing you've done here is you've humanized the situation for me.
Yeah,
because like I can understand that there's evil people out there and they do stuff like they want to bomb Cambodia, they want to do this other stuff. But when you take it to a level where it's a guy winging it in a meeting, it takes on a whole different flavor of evil that is something, because now that's something we can all understand. We've all been in a situation where like, this guy did a thing and then I did a thing, and you're just trying to get through a situation.
Yeah.
We've all experienced that. None of us have experienced giving the green light to, dropping bombs and killing people, but that I get, and I feel in my bones of like, well, holy shit, but you're doing that with millions of people's lives on the line.
It is this thing where the idea I had always had before I really got into him was that like, well, he was involved in all of these horrible things that I knew he was involved in, but like, I assumed it was from a wonky perspective of like, he believed strongly in the need to fight these wars and that anything was justified. And so he did these horrible things because he believed we were in this like civilizational struggle and certain things were necessary in that. And like, he had all of these different kind of very complex moral beliefs that he wrote dozens of books about explaining why he did the things. At the end of the day, no, the motherfucker wanted a gig.
Yeah.
Like,
and by the way, it's not like he would have been out of politics. Even in his downtime, he was like, he was gigging. Like, it's just like he would have been patiently waiting for another administration, or he would have been working in LB, whatever, or like,
No, he didn't want to work at Uncle Chucklefuck's.
Yeah.
He didn't want to work at Uncle Chucklefuck's. He wanted the gig at Charlie Goodnight's. Like, I want to work at the Premier Club.
It's unreal.
Yeah, like he literally like did that's the thing. He didn't just do this for a job. He did this for like one of the two jobs and the one he kind of didn't want as much.
Yeah. The guy, fucking conscionable.
Yeah, it's really hard to like, it is hard in like, I think it's easier to understand now what he did. It's hard to like judge him adequately in moral terms that are even like comprehensible because it's so much out there.
Yeah, it's hard to process.
It really is one of those like, say what you will about the tenets of nihilism, dude, at least it's an ethos moments where it's like, I'm thinking about like people like fucking Saddam or whatever, where it's like, yeah, that was a piece of shit. There were definitely some things he believed though. Like there's pieces of shit out like fucking out there who like there are things they believe, and Kissinger just believes he should be close to power.
Kissinger, his political doctrine was Kissinger.
He's like, I'm really smart. I should be in the top game, and I just want to be there. It's awesome.
Yeah,
I like how he thinks his childhood didn't fuck with him.
Yeah, like, dude,
bro.
Yeah. What it would be even better if all of this was happening and it was just because like he was like, I know I can get so many more chicks if I'm in the White House.
Yeah.
Like if that was the whole reason for it, he's just like, I just want to get laid.
Look, it is not a non-factor.
Wait, is he married right now or is he single?
Oh, Lord, who knows? I think he gets married at some point, but he's also like, well, I don't know, actually. He's kind of like a bachelor dude. We'll talk about that later. I'm still working on those episodes because there's a whole thing to be said about Kissinger and women and sex appeal. He was
married twice.
Yeah, he definitely was married at points, but he's also like kind of a playboy.
Oh God,
we'll go back in time a little bit and talk about some of that later.
He was married. His first marriage was 1949 to 1964. So I don't think he's not remarried again until 74.
Yeah,
so I
don't
think he's married in this little hub.
Yeah. I wonder why she left him.
Yeah, I wonder any ideas?
No idea.
So
he's the only guy who comes black.
Mm-hmm. I haven't written the episode yet, but I have several pages of people talking about Henry Kissinger's sex appeal on the news that are real blackpilling, as the kids say.
Oh my God.
Not good. So Nixon wins the 68 election. Obviously, he gets inaugurated in 1969. The Vietnam War continues on for half a decade-ish. This was an almost incalculable humanitarian tragedy, as well as disastrous for the future stability and cohesion of the United States. But it was dope as hell for Henry Kissinger, who was swiftly appointed Nixon. Yeah.
Like to put out there that my uncle went to Vietnam and it totally, he had to kill a lot of people and it totally fucking ruined his life and he watched friends die and stuff. So thank you, Richard Nixon.
Thank you, Richard Nixon. Everybody who went to Vietnam after 68, say a thank you to Richard for Nixon and Kissinger for, all of the trauma and the trauma that in some cases, some of you passed on to your family members. And the trauma that has been passed on societally based on our attitudes towards war because of how Vietnam went and the ways in which some people were always looking for a rematch and it got us into other, Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you.
Really good stuff.
Good stuff. Imagine if that had been the end of Vietnam, that there was actually a president realized, the foolishness of a conflict and we went to the table and negotiations were made and
I don't think the first Iraq war happens. The invasion of Panama doesn't happen.
You would think that for how long Vietnam dragged on, that would have actually been a lesson to not go into conflicts, aimless conflict.
Yeah.
So
I guess
no.
I guess the problem is we're thinking people should learn lessons.
Yeah.
Wind up leading countries.
That war is in any way a moral decision or actually comes from a place of actual, savior mentality, anything like that,
Yeah, it's good stuff.
It's great.
Getting this appointment as national security advisor required a lot more politicking from Kissinger, including spreading rumors to Nixon before his inauguration that Johnson planned to either depose or kill the president of South Vietnam before he left office. Kissinger pushed this rumor to the president-elect via regular Bastards Pod side character and Rhodesia enthusiast William F. Buckley. Buckley's his middleman to lie to Nixon.
Rhodesia enthusiast.
The translator.
Yeah, good old William F. Buckley, whose son went on to write, honestly, a pretty fun book. But we don't need to think too much about that.
Wow.
Great Aaron Eckhart performance in the movie. So Nixon appreciated Kissinger's chutzpah and connections enough that when he put him at the head of the National Security Council, he ordered the professor to reorganize it in order to take foreign policy control away from the state and defense departments. This means that Nixon gave Kissinger what was very close to a blank check to take total control of U.S. foreign policy. Obviously, Nixon wanted this because he was a paranoid control freak. He did not want any kind of separation of powers. He certainly did not want to have a Secretary of State who could do things that Nixon might not be explicitly ordering. But the result of this was that Kissinger found himself in a position where he could exercise near absolute power in foreign policy as long as the president kept liking him.
Oh,
now,
God.
Just as Kissinger had little love for Nixon, our buddy Dick Milhouse was not particularly warm to his new right-hand man. Now, you had given a couple of...
Spanky, Hank.
Yeah, you want to know what his real nickname for Kissinger was? Jew boy.
Oh my God. Jesus Christ.
It's Nixon.
It is Nixon, but it's I thought we would be jumping off of the name a little bit. He's just what am I going to call you? Spanky, Hank? No, little Jew boy. Jesus
Good Lord.
Christ.
And again, it says a lot about Henry Kissinger that he's yeah, right.
That's pretty good.
Yeah, he just wants to be there.
Very funny, sir.
Very funny. Did I mention how childhood has no effect on me today?
Nah, whatsies?
So there must have been an element of Nixon then who knew what an ass-kissing little bitch he was.
Oh, yeah.
Because he's belittling him to his face.
Oh, yeah.
And knowing he'll stick around.
It's why you get hired for these jobs, because it's just it's not, an empty vacuum who is going to be your right-hand man is still, there's security in that. There's secrecy in that.
He's like a vacuum, Gareth, in that he'll suck Nixon's dick, but he's also like a toilet in that he'll take Nixon's shit. That's Henry Kissinger.
He's a blumpkin.
He's a dick-sucking toilet.
He's a human,
He's one of those,
human blumpkin.
Yeah. He's like the Toto toilet is pretty effective, but have you ever had a dick-sucking toilet? The shit or come either way. I'm ready for it, baby.
Henry Kissinger. So can the title be Henry Kissinger Dick-Sucking Toilet?
It's also pretty okay. We got it, Nick.
All right.
I do draw the line.
Speaking of dick sucking toilets, it is time for a commercial break.
That is who sponsors our podcast. Raytheon's new dick-sucking toilet. Well, it is gonna fire a missile at a busload of children, but that's just the Raytheon. You know, we can't avoid it. We're contractually obligated.
Yeah, it's how it works.
Mm-hmm. So Nixon announced Kissinger's appointment as the national security advisor before he had even picked a secretary of state, which is an unprecedented move. He announced Henry as, quote, and this is again in his public announcement to the country, as, quote, a man who is known to all people who are interested in foreign policy is perhaps one of the major scholars in America and the world in this area. And he acknowledged that, while Kissinger had never held a full-time government job before, he had Nixon's confidence to bring in a whole new foreign policy team, quote, new men to develop new ideas. Now, the conservative media of the day immediately roared into gear, hailing Henry Kissinger as an unprecedented policy genius, the man necessary to get America back on track after nearly a decade of disastrous war under Democratic presidents. William F. Buckley wrote, not since Florence Nightingale has any public figure received such universal acclamation.
Oh, for fuck's sake. Why you gotta ruin her?
Fucking William F. Buckley, you piece of shit.
Compared him to Florence Nightingale.
Florence Nightingale.
That's fantastic.
Yeah, it's amazing. But even ostensibly liberal figures were wooed by Kissinger's supposed titanic intellect. In Henry Kissinger and American Power, Thomas Schwartz writes, the liberal historian Arthur Schlesinger Jr. simply referred to it as the best appointment so far. The New York Times columnist Tom Wicker noted the collective sigh of relief that went up from the liberal Eastern establishment and the Ivy League. Fearing Nixon's Cold Warrior image, most shared in the sentiment of Kissinger's Harvard colleague Adam Yarmolinsky. We'll all sleep a little better each night knowing Kissinger is down there.
You mean in the toilet getting ready to suck dick? Again,
it's exactly what happened with Trump, right?
It's like, it's the way that, I mean, again, it's people's natural reaction is normally kind of there. It's just the fears are assuaged by people who they consider to be, the compass, and they're just not. And so when you're told that there are the good guys inside the bad camp, it's like, it's just never fucking true. It is rot from the core.
Yeah, and it is. These liberals are also impressed by him and so comforted by him because they think he's smart, because he's good at quoting smart dead people, right?
Yeah.
It is the same thing that happened with Mattis. Mattis, thankfully, is not nearly as toxic a person as Henry Kissinger. But if you actually look at Mattis's background, one of the things he did in the Iraq War was cover up a war crime.
Yeah,
right. He's not a man to be like. I mean, and he was very popular among people who served under him, which is part of why there was this kind of collective relief. But it's this idea that he's like the warrior monk, right? Yeah. They love the idea that this guy who's president is a maniac, but this dude reads books that he hired, so it'll be okay.
Well, and
it's it's never okay.
As you continue to lower the bar more and more, you're obvious. The people that you're bringing back are part of a lowered bar, but because the bar is even lower, it seems and feels a little higher. But it is all just.
This is exactly what happened with Colin Powell, who was a fucking evil. We did a Dollop on him.
Exactly
evil fucking
horrible
monster.
Person. Yeah,
covered up fucking the massacres in fucking Vietnam. That's when he started out, terrible human being. But the press did the same shit.
If you can quote old books and smile, and you're willing to give journalists time, they will talk about you as being the secret reasonable person within the war crimes party.
Right.
That's all it takes.
Yeah.
It's great. It's just
really
the same
cool.
thing as if you're a Nazi who reads books, you can get a New York Times profile.
Yes, or dress nicely. Yeah.
Yeah, or you'll get on 60 Minutes or whatever, It's don't trust people who want you to think they're smart.
Yep.
That's never a good sign. Smart people. It's the same thing with people who want you to believe they're dangerous. If they want you to believe something specific about them, they're lying about it. That's how people work.
And how about
if a doctor wants to get on the news to talk about COVID and be famous on the news, that's actually not a doctor you should listen to.
Not a great guy. No.
But also, I mean, it's from the same publications and the same networks. The idea that you continue to listen to these sources about what is right and what is wrong just because they have fancy terms like senior policy advice. It's like, it's all fucking, it's days of our lives. They're actors. These are teleprompters.
Yeah, and they don't know any more than you about anything that matters as a general rule. Every now and then you get, but like even like within agencies that are heavily like medical oriented, like the CDC, where you would expect them to have a lot of specialized knowledge, it doesn't necessarily mean they're going to do a good job.
But like the New York Times comfortably lied about Iraq.
Yeah, it's not great. So during the transition from the Johnson to Nixon administration, U.S. military command began to act under what General Creighton Abrams described as a total war mindset against the infrastructure of the Viet Cong insurgency. This began with a 6-month operation to clear the Mekong Delta, codenamed Operation Speedy Express. This would prove to be the first major military operation that both Nixon and Kissinger oversaw, and it was a titanic bloodbath. There is a good article on this operation in The Nation, and the title of the article is A My Lai a Month.
Oh my God.
Yeah, so it's bad.
Oh my God.
Yeah. Now, the My Lai massacre had occurred in 1968, before Nixon or Kissinger were in power. You know, that ain't on them. And Seymour Hersh didn't break the story until 69, which is the year that they come to power. And this slaughter of 500 civilians by U.S. troops was horrific enough. But within a few months of taking power, Speedy Express had exceeded it many times. Quote from The Nation. An inkling that something terrible had taken place in the Mekong Delta appeared in a most unlikely source, a formerly confidential September 1969 senior officer debriefing report by none other than the commander of the 9th Division, then Major General Julian Ewell, who came to be known inside the military as the Butcher of the Delta because of his single-minded fixation on body count. In the reports, copies of which were sent to Westmoreland's office and to other high-ranking officials, Ewell candidly noted that while the 9th Division stressed the discriminate and selective use of firepower in some areas of the Delta, where this emphasis wasn't applied or wasn't feasible, the countryside looked like the Verdun battlefields, the site of a notoriously bloody World War I battle. That December, a document produced by the National Liberation Front sharpened the picture. It reported that between December 1st, 1968 and April 1st, 1969, primarily in the Delta provinces of Kien Hoa and Din Tuong, the 9th Division launched an express raid and mopped up many areas, slaughtering 3,000 people, mostly old folks, women, and children, and destroying thousands of houses, hundreds of hectares of fields and orchards. But like most NLF reports of civilian atrocities, this one was almost certainly dismissed as propaganda by U.S. officials. A United Press International report that same month in which U.S. advisors charged the division with having driven up the body count by killing civilians with helicopter gunships and artillery was also largely ignored. And it because they're saying they're soldiers that they're shooting from a distance on helicopters.
And then they justify, Colin Powell justified it by saying, well, they're providing food for the enemy. So there's no difference.
Yeah. By the time Speedy Express comes to an end, U.S. forces had killed more than 10,000 people. The vast majority of these were claimed to have been insurgent fighters, but extensive mop-up operations after the fact found less than 800 weapons on all these bodies. Maybe they shared.
That is fucking crazy.
Yeah.
I mean, we can't even frame them competently.
No. And
also remember, you're taking guys that you drafted.
Yeah, right.
To do this.
Yeah. I mean, like you said with your uncle. I mean, it is. It's like the generational ripple through that and the lifetime, what it does. It's pretty beyond who dies, who doesn't live again.
Yeah, exactly. And what do people take back with them? Now, it is fair and necessary to note that this began in the December before Nixon and Kissinger took office. This is not entirely on them. Some of the blame for this goes on the LBJ administration as well, obviously, but it continued under them. This paragraph, written by Christopher Hitchens, gives you some idea of the savagery of what occurred in the early days of the Nixon administration's control of the Vietnam War. The people who still live in pacified Kien Hoa all have vivid recollections of the devastation that American firepower brought to their lives in early 1969. Virtually every person to whom I spoke had suffered in some way. There were 5,000 people in our village before 1969, but there were none in 1970, one village elder told me. The Americans destroyed every house with artillery, airstrikes, or by burning them down with cigarette lighters. About 100 people were killed by bombing, others were wounded, and others became refugees. Many were children killed by concussion from the bombs, which their small bodies could not withstand, even if they were hiding underground. So, Nixon's plan at the beginning, when his people had derailed the peace negotiations in 1968, was that he would win election and then make peace with Vietnam, right? Then he's going to do the thing that he promised to do. But it swiftly became clear that peace was a messy prospect. One of the things he's worried about is that, if we withdraw from Vietnam, the Saigon government's probably going to fall, right? Because we're just barely propping up this shitty dictatorship. And it'll make me look weak, right? And so I can't do it because it'll make me look weak.
Yeah, give me one beer
Saigon.
and then I'll quit drinking.
Yeah. And then I won't win re-election in 1972. And that's unacceptable.
And that obviously keeps going over and over. You get into office and then you're like, well, what about re-election? Instead of going the best direction for...
It is one of the few things I'll give Biden some credit for, because he had the same calculus with Afghanistan. A lot of criticisms to make about the pullout from Afghanistan, but he did not make the same decision Nixon and Kissinger did. He did get out. And it would have been easier. Yeah, so withdrawing from Vietnam means Saigon is going to fall, the government's going to fall, and that will be bad in the 1972 elections, and it might push Kissinger and Nixon out of power. Neither of them can accept this. And this description of a meeting from December 1970 by H.R. Haldeman shows Kissinger's role in pulling back from peace. Kissinger came in and the discussion covered some of the general thinking about Vietnam and the president's big peace plan for the next year, which Kissinger later told me he does not favor. He thinks that any pullout from next year would be a serious mistake because the adverse reaction to it could set in well before the 1972 elections. He favors instead a continued winding down and then a pullout right at the fall of 1972, so that if any bad results follow, they will be too late to affect the election. Yeah. And it's,
that's what our wars always are. They're all about...
Yeah.
They're all about elections. They fucking always are. It's, this led to Republicans thinking that, they had to get war back on track at some point.
Yeah.
But,
and it's,
it's always, it never works. It's just such a crazy idea. And you also, people are watching body bags go home. No one's happy about anything that's going on.
No. And it, they just kind of, that's part of why it keeps going is this kind of craven knowledge that the worst thing that could happen is we don't get reelected.
Yeah.
At no point is he thinking about any of the human beings involved, even any of the American human beings involved. It's just we can't be losing re-election,
Imagine if Kissinger was damaged from his childhood, how bad things would get. It could be really bad.
And it's actually, when we talk about the story of American presidents making craven political decisions, one of the reasons FDR did not approve more effort being taken to evacuate Jewish refugees from Germany is he did not want to be seen as pro-Jew.
Oh,
because
Jesus
of the socialist
Christ.
policies and stuff that were going through. He knew that could hurt him. There were a number of other reasons, but they did not. That is, there were things that were done that led to the U.S. government saving fewer Jewish people from the Holocaust that were done for craven political reasons by the FDR administration.
Let me hear this Kaiser pitch again. It actually,
big hat.
I love
Gareth,
the hat.
Biggest hat you've ever seen.
Big
Very spiky. Now, loves his mom's hands, but. Oh, God. So the fun thing about this episode is that everything we're going to talk about in part 3 is even worse, because in part 3, we're going to talk about fucking Cambodia. So, woo!
Yay!
Well,
Jesus
you guys want to plug anything after
my ears?
3 hours? Yeah.
I'm going to be in a toilet trying to get clean after this episode.
You can go to dolloppodcast.com for tour information, and my website's GarethReynolds.com. I'm on tour, but not tours of duty, just stand up and podcast tours with the aim of bringing joy to people.
Though?
I don't want to talk like that anymore, Dave.
You just slaughter when you're up there.
Dave, shut your fucking mouth, and you can just listen to the Dollop.
Last time I saw you do a set, you just fucking murdered the whole fucking crowd.
Shut your fucking face.
Just
Not
the
only
way
did you
they
kill
did
that
in
crowd,
Vietnam.
you left unexploded ordnance in the crowd that they then tripped over
that
later.
should have been over 15 minutes earlier.
And with unexploded ordnance in Laos, 40% of the people who loved your jokes after the set ended were children.
No more. There'll be no more relating. There'll be no more correlating.
Yeah. Anyway, that's part 2. You got 2 more weeks of Henry Kissinger ahead of you, folks. So strap in. Gets a lot uglier. But also, we'll be talking about his sex life. So, a lot uglier.
I was going to say something to look forward to, but not really.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. Come back next week for more of the dick-sucking toilet, Henry Kissinger.
That's a pretty good title.
Sophie's not happy with it.
No, Sophie's not on board.
I don't love it, but
All right. I don't. How do I, Sophie? How do I introduce part 3 of the Kissinger series?
You just did it.
Gareth and Dave are right here. They're waiting for something good, and I'm fucking it up, Sophie.
I mean, yeah, but you accidentally introduced the podcast, which is Behind the Bastards.
Well, Behind the Dollops, Dollop the Bastards.
Dollop the Bastards.
Dollop the Bastards.
A hybrid podcast, and like all hybrids, it is incapable of procreating.
That's right.
But better at getting up steep mountain passes.
It's getting a little goaty now.
We can multiply by cell division, but not not through sexual avenues.
Yeah,
We've tried.
Yeah, we have. We're in that process.
Boy, howdy, have we tried.
So since we last recorded a podcast, war has broken out in
I was just thinking
Eastern Europe.
Oh, God, 3 days.
Yeah.
We ended it, and then it was like, oh, wow, it's happening. And then now it feels like it's been 2 months since then.
Had a brief conversation. What do you think's going to happen? And then immediately checked our phones to be like, oh, okay, so there's shelling all over the place.
Oh,
Great.
okay.
Oh, so y'all, are we ready to learn about Henry Kissinger and a little country you might have heard of called Cambodia?
Oh, God.
And also a separate country you might have heard of called Laos. And also Vietnam still.
So that energy.
Well,
I am. Let's go.
Let's do it.
Yeah.
So on February 14th, Valentine's Day, 1965, President Lyndon B. Johnson approved Operation Rolling Thunder. This was a long-term campaign of aerial bombing against North Vietnam. Its primary aims were to help the morale of the South Vietnamese and the Saigon government, to persuade North Vietnam to stop supporting the Viet Cong, and to destroy the North Vietnamese transportation infrastructure and industrial base so as to stop them from sending men and equipment south. It did not succeed. As a spoiler, none of this works.
It's just amazing that you have all this firepower, you have all these planes. And really, you're talking about destroying railroads and shipping stuff.
And underground tunnels, too. This is the Ho Chi Minh Trail,
Yeah, yeah. I mean, is that what we're talking about, the Ho Chi Minh Trail?
Yes.
Okay.
And
then they were never going to do that.
No. And this is a lesson that no one ever learns in warfare, because you can also point to the saturation bombing of Germany, which had a minimal effect on German industrial production. You could talk about what's happening right now in Ukraine, which has not succeeded in its strategic aims. You could talk about a number of wars the U.S. has been involved in. You could talk about World War I, where the British would drop 1 million shells in a couple of hours on a chunk of trench line and then all get killed by machine gun fire because the shells didn't do enough. Military leaders always have this idea that we can just bomb our problems away, and it just never really works.
Yeah, no, it doesn't. You know what it does? It terrifies the civilian population.
It sure does. Yes. And it
helps the Pentagon a lot, I think.
It does help the Pentagon. It makes money for people. So I guess to that extent, it succeeds in its goal. And Operation Rolling Thunder did make some people a lot of money. It continued for 3 straight years until November of 1968. During this period, Air Force, Navy, and Marine Corps planes threw more than 300,000 attack sorties, which dropped more than 864,000 tons of bombs. Oh, God. For reference, the United States dropped 500,000 tons of bombs in the Pacific Theater during all of World War II.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, it is hard to exaggerate the extent to which we bombed the shit out of North Vietnam to no notable effect. According to our trustworthy friends at the CIA, the raids did $500 million in damage, killed 21,000 people, and injured more than 30,000 more. The CIA says that 75% of all casualties were people involved in military operations. U.S. government estimates, not by the CIA, however, estimate at least 30,000 civilian fatalities. Other estimates place the civilian death toll much higher, at close to 200,000 civilians. Probably fair to say north of 100,000,
Yeah.
A lot of folks. By the time Kissinger and Nixon took office, it was clear that Rolling Thunder had failed miserably. This was due in part to the existence of the Ho Chi Minh Trail. In 1959, this is before U.S. soldiers had officially entered the country, the trail had been created under order by the Lao Dong, which is the Communist Party of Vietnam, to aid them in what was at that point a building conflict with South Vietnam. At the start, it led across just the demilitarized zone into Khe Sanh in South Vietnam. Porters would carry boxes of ammunition and rifles on their body, which they would then hand to insurgents in the South. Over time, the trail was expanded to a vast underground transit network, more than 12,000 miles in size, capable of moving more than 10,000 troops and thousands of trucks per year. As the fighting escalated, the trail veered into Laos, where the government was engaged fighting its own insurgency and unable to stop the transit of weapons. The Ho Chi Minh Trail allowed North Vietnam to smuggle equipment south and to evade the U.S. naval blockade that sought to choke it out. Today, even Defense Department sources recognize it as one of the greatest logistical successes of 20th century warfare. It works pretty good, this trail.
It's amazing to think of the number of bombs you're talking about, and then they made a tunnel.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
turns out they dug a hole.
Yeah, like a really good hole, but it's like El Chapo.
It's not just a tunnel. It's in a jungle. Like, we're talking about a very difficult sort of environment to make a tunnel. It's not that, like, it's incredible what they did.
Yeah. So LBJ's administration sent planes into Laos to bomb the trail and to escort Laotian planes while they bombed the trail. When U.S. airmen were killed or captured over Laos, their families were told they'd gone down in Southeast Asia to allow LBJ to claim he'd abided by his 1964 election promise to avoid a wider war. Cambodia was bombed as well, but during LBJ's administration, Laos was considered a more important target. They thought more stuff was getting into Vietnam through Laos. This changed in 1968, when the Tet Offensive made it clear that North Vietnam had gotten very good at running troops in and out of Cambodia. Johnson hadn't been willing to escalate the bombing campaign against a neutral country, though, especially since, again, there was this big election going on and he was kind of having his vice president run on the promise that, like, we're really going to end this thing. So, LBJ, when he's trying to tease North Vietnam with a bombing halt, isn't going to just start laying into Cambodia.
Right.
In the spring of 1969, after, Kissinger and Nixon took office, they approved the expanded use of U.S. Special Forces in Laos, along with a campaign of sustained airstrikes. This was called Operation Steel Tiger. All of these,
so dumb.
The stupidest names.
They're always so dumb.
The marketing that we have gone for in this country for so long has been so absurd. Steel Tiger.
Mm-hmm. Well, they're just taking Y&T album names at this point.
Yeah. If only they'd gone with, like, Prince, Operation Purple Rain, but it's like a defoliant that gives everyone cancer. I should note here that all secret operations carried out by any U.S. forces anywhere in the world during the Nixon administration were approved personally by Henry Kissinger. Henry was the chairman of something called the 40 Committee.
Hell. Oh, sorry.
The chair, yes. This was a semi-secret body that had been set up to provide management and oversight to CIA covert operations. The committee was made up of members of the National Security Council. They concerned themselves regularly with the question of how to stop weapons from flowing into Vietnam. By this point, trails ran through parts of Laos and Cambodia, but also from the Vietnam-Chinese border. So Kissinger, as the head of this committee, considers a number of ways to stop weapons from getting into from getting into North Vietnam, including the use of thermonuclear weapons to annihilate the railways between North Vietnam and China, which is
Jesus Christ
out of its entire damn mind. And it, to be fair, is nuts enough that even Kissinger is like, no, that's a little too far.
Let's sleep on this.
He also considered bombing the dikes that kept North Vietnam's irrigation system from flooding all of its fields. Both of these would have been war crimes on a titanic scale. Thankfully, Kissinger declined to do either in favor of a completely different set of war crimes. So that's good.
That's nice. At least he picked, let's do a different thing.
He decides which war crimes to commit, like we decide, like, jeans or sweatpants in the morning.
That'd be nice. I think that would go really well with what we're doing now. That'll really tie the whole thing together.
Yeah, that's quite a life. So immediately after taking office, Henry helps his new boss put together a menu of bombardment targets in Cambodia. This is literally called Operation Menu.
No.
Yeah.
What?
Have you bombed with us before? Have you ever bombed with us before? Try the specials. We got some great ideas on special right
Be
now.
sure to tip your bombardier.
Tip your bombardier. Get the sample platter.
That's what. I actually don't recall off the top of my head which bombing operation McCain was involved in, but there's a good tip joke to be made there. Somebody will figure it out.
We'll do it in post.
Yeah, we'll figure it out. Different or parts of Operation Menu had code names. Different targets had code names like breakfast, lunch, snack,
my gosh.
dinner, dessert.
Right.
What?
Oh.
Why? It is one thing to be like so sadistic, and it's just another thing to tie it into. Do you want to try brunch?
Yeah, should
You
we
want the
do a brunch?
mimosa?
Yeah, we're going back to brunch finally under the watchful eye of the Nixon administration.
They'll never take this away from us.
So
Well, it's nice that slaughter can be fun. Like you can find fun.
Yeah.
ways
Yeah, it's
to
the-
you
slaughter.
should.
Yeah.
You gotta love what you do, Dave. Otherwise,
That's
it's just
right.
gonna feel like work, you know?
Yeah.
So before they began this series of bombings, the Joint Chiefs of Staff, they warned the White House, quote, some Cambodian casualties would be sustained in the operation and that, quote, the surprise effect of attack could tend to increase casualties. So they're like, the fact that we're not warning anyone and that we're keeping this a secret means more civilians will die. Like, heads up, so you know what you're doing. This is what's going to happen. Now, as they approached the question of bombing Cambodia, Kissinger and Nixon had a choice. They could either tell Congress or they could hide what they were doing and use the presidential power over the armed services to appropriate funds from other places in order to carry out the bombing in secret. Nixon had been elected with Kissinger's help, in part due to the LBJ administration's failure to end the war. He didn't want to go into 1972's re-election campaign having to defend the fact that he expanded it. Henry Kissinger worked with Colonels Alexander Haig and Ray Sitton to figure out a way for the president to direct bombing operations in a private manner. And I'm going to quote from Kissinger's Shadow by Greg Grandin. Sitton, based on recommendations he received from General Creighton Abrams, the commander of military operations in Vietnam, would work up a number of targets in Cambodia to be struck. Then he would bring them to Kissinger and Haig in the White House for approval. Kissinger was very hands-on, revising some of Sitton's work. I don't know what he was using as his reason for varying them, Sitton later recalled. Strike here in this area, Kissinger would tell him, or strike there in that area. Once Kissinger was satisfied with the proposed target, Sitton would back-channel the coordinates to Saigon, and from there a courier would pass them on to the appropriate radar stations, where an officer would make a last-minute switch. The B-52 would be diverted from its cover target in South Vietnam into Cambodia, where it would drop its bomb load on the real target. When the run was complete, the officer in charge of the deception would burn whatever documents, maps, computer printouts, radar reports, messages, and so on, that might reveal the actual flight. Then he would write up false post-strike paperwork indicating that the South Vietnam sortie was flown as planned.
It's so much work.
Yeah.
It reminds me of when I used to skip school, that like the lengths I would go to get away with cutting class. And like the point would be made always to me, like if you put this focus towards studying, you'd spend less time and it would be more effective. But instead you just waste so much. Instead of just stopping, you do all this gymnastics just to continue the thing that is the problem that makes the problem compound.
Yeah, they really are going through a lot of work to illegally bomb a neutral country.
To look like they're not bombing.
Yeah, to look like they're not. It's gaslighting, you know. That's what this is, Kissinger.
Yeah.
You know, we're finally going to get him canceled. This is going to be what does it.
It would be uncancelable.
We're gonna do to Kissinger what Hannibal Buress did to Cosby.
Oh man! Oh come on!
So, you know, obviously, this is very illegal. There's a lot of parts of it that are illegal. For example, the military has a chain of command, and Sitton was bypassing his bosses in the Department of Defense because he's just a colonel, right? Like colonels don't get to. That's not their like. You're not at that level, right? So he is bypassing the normal chain of command in order to directly orchestrate an illegal bombing campaign with the White House and kind of cutting out a chunk of the Pentagon. Sitton knew at the time that it was weird to cut his commanding officers out and report directly to Henry Kissinger. He later recalled, I kind of felt I was way out on a limb and skating on some pretty thin ice with all my trips to the west basement of the White House. Yeah. Where he's meeting with,
I mean, like...
Yeah, I'm going to a secret basement.
Yeah.
To talk about bombing. Like maybe maybe this isn't how it's supposed to be done.
It feels
this
naughty.
doesn't seem like a democracy.
It feels bad.
I feel like we shouldn't be doing things like this in a basement.
You come to secret democracy basement. Yeah.
The people voted for this basement.
Do the fun knock, so I know it's you.
I noted here that they kind of cut out a large chunk of like the military command apparatus to do this, which doesn't mean that those guys were against what they were doing. And in fact, all of Sitton's superiors knew what he was doing. They just didn't want to be involved because, again, it was a crime, you know?
So they're down with the cutout because they're just like, yeah, you do it.
Yeah, I don't want my name on this shit.
That's fucking crazy, but go with it for sure.
I love it. I love it.
Yeah, we love it.
Keep me out of the loop, but I love it.
They didn't know about the bombing of Cambodia the same way I have never known a pot dealer.
Right.
So Sitton would regularly, like, I don't know, I'm not going to say this is to his credit, but he was like, this is weird. And he did on a couple of occasions go to his superiors and was like, are you okay with this? And his exact phrasing of what they responded was, just do just what you're doing. When you get a call to go to the White House, go, because you don't really have a choice, which is great.
Oh my God.
It's like,
so good.
It's straight out of the show Snowfall. Like it's just like this shit just happens all the time. Yeah, this is what happened with Iran-Contra. It was the same fucking shit that, you know. Yeah.
It's all crimes. And it's worth noting that, like, the United States is going to war with a neutral country in secret under the personal direction of a guy who several months ago had been a Harvard professor. Like, Kissinger is not even a year distant from being a fucking teacher. And now he is orchestrating a secret war in Cambodia.
I mean,
and like, I love the beginning thing where you said there's like a guy whose job it is to pick targets, and he's picking targets, and Kissinger's taking the maps and going, no, I like this bomb here. Like, just totally random. He doesn't have any fucking idea what he's doing. He's just like, that hill looks like it should go away.
He has not even begun to micromanage this war crime, Dave. So the purpose of this illegal bombing campaign was not just to stop the movement of Vietnamese troops and materiel. It also played a role in advancing what Nixon called his madman theory. Now, the president had shared this with close confidants prior to the 1968 election. He told his future chief of staff that, in order to negotiate an end to the war with favorable terms, he felt he had to make the North Vietnamese, quote, believe I've reached a point where I might do anything to stop the war. We'll just slip the word to them that, for God's sake, you know Nixon is obsessed about communists. We can't restrain him when he's angry, and he has his hand on the nuclear button. And Ho Chi Minh himself will be in Paris in 2 days begging for peace.
Which is like the idea someone's like, so you want us to try to convey that you're crazy? Okay, that seems... I think it's coming across, sir, honestly. I think that's already that's baked into this whole thing a little bit.
It's also very funny that, like, they are trying to scare Ho Chi Minh, who at this point is fighting his second winning war against a major world power with, like, a very, very small number of people. You know, North Vietnam, not a big country compared to, say, the French imperial forces or the United States. He's not you're not going to scare Ho Chi Minh, right? He's not a guy who gets spooked. Yeah.
No, it's over. That's just absolutely not happening at this point.
Yeah. Now, Kissinger either believed in his boss's plan or understood that he had to play along. Greg Grandin argues that Nixon's madman theory was actually just an extension of the foreign policy arguments that Kissinger himself had been making for years. Quote, toughness, after all, was a leitmotif that ran through much of his statecraft. The idea that war and diplomacy are inseparable, and that, to be effective, diplomats need to be able to punish and persuade in equal, unrestricted measure. In fact, the madman theory was an extension of Kissinger's philosophy of the deed, that power wasn't power unless one was willing to use it, that the purpose of action was to neutralize the inertia of inaction.
I mean, it's not even. I mean, it's not a double down. It's like it's 18 double downs, but at some point, I at least in my lifetime had a moment where I did believe that there were people who would like point out the crazy shit. Yeah. And the more you learn, the more you go, no, there's not. They are just all like, it's like a bunch of junkies figuring out how to get more junk.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just how do you get through the day? It's not long-term anything.
Yep. You know, there's a degree to which, and this is like one of the things that's most frustrating about this, part of how this always gets justified is there's legitimate logic in that, yeah, Hitler gobbled up a bunch of little chunks of Western Europe and nobody stopped him, and they should have. Like, something should have been done, like when he decided to take Czechoslovakia, or during the Anschluss, or certainly, like there. And they take this logic of like, yeah, if you have this like massive militarized nation gobbling up its neighbors, you can't just necessarily do nothing. And they apply that to like, well, okay, we've got to bomb Cambodia because some dudes are hiking through it with guns on their back. Like, that's a nonsense escalation.
Chamberlain also is always in play there too, because it's like everyone's like, oh, you don't want to be Chamberlain.
Yeah. We're appeasing North Vietnam if we don't drop more bombs than were dropped in all of World War II on Cambodia.
Yeah, on Cambodia.
It's this nonsense escalation of logic, of historical logic. That's like
someday Nixon's just going to look in the mirror and be like, sometimes I think I'm just fighting a war inside of myself.
There actually are some quotes from Kissinger that aren't all that far off, Garrett. We're back. So the first bombing mission in this operation was launched on March 18th, 1969. Kissinger was in conversation at the time when he was interrupted with a note telling him that the bombing run had been a success. He smiled and then sent the information on to the president. Nixon's chief of staff later recalled, "Historic day. Kissinger really excited. He came in beaming with the report." Now, it was noted by people who were around the White House that Kissinger seemed to enjoy, quote, playing the bombardier, taking great pains to direct the destruction. Seymour Hersh wrote that, quote, "When the military men presented a proposed bombing list, Kissinger would redesign the missions, shifting a dozen planes, perhaps, from one area to another and altering the timing of the bombing runs."
And he has no fucking expertise in this area.
Absolutely none. He's a fucking nerd who reads books. Like, you don't know anything about what to bomb, Henry.
It's like me showing up at a hospital and being like, all right, give me the surgical schedule. Yeah. I need to start working these surgeries and getting them in order. Like, it's fucking crazy.
It is. I mean, there's a human impulse here, right? We're seeing it in Ukraine where all of these like random people are being like, here's how you disable a tank. And it's like, you've never disabled a tank. You don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Like, you're not going to, like, throwing paint on it isn't going to stop it. You're going to get people killed if anyone's stupid enough to listen to you. Shut up. It just like Kissinger is actually in a power to really do that. And there's this, I don't know what it is. I don't know what it is that makes some people certain that like they know how to prosecute an entire war based on their experience reading a lot of books at a school.
And there's it doesn't sound like there's anybody who's going like, well, that doesn't make any sense.
Is this out of its mind?
Yeah. So it's just like it is. It's just people being like, okay, sure.
Because there's a lot, obviously the unrestricted drone warfare that escalated during the Obama administration and continued at an even higher pace under Trump is indefensible morally. But also the way that it tended to work was like you would get, these guys, the administration, whichever one it was, would say like, these are the things we are going to target with drones. And then the military would bring them like, well, here are the different options for strikes that we have. And they would like pick which one to do. Kissinger is literally taking the maps from them, erasing their plans and like writing in his own. Which is
so it's
like,
just like a coach. It's a coach it's someone in the huddle with an actual, like with Coach K. He's drawing a play on a whiteboard, and then a fan just scribbles it out and like rubs it all down with his arm, and then he's like, instead, why don't we all run up the court at the same time and then we pass the ball a bunch and try to do it that way? Make someone head the ball into the net, huh?
I think.
I'm just upset because I bought 40 gallons of paint.
Because you were going to try to knock out a couple of tanks.
The coming tank war, and now the whole fucking thing is shot. Like,
yeah. There are some things paint is good at when it comes to conflict. There were some very funny moments in one of the big chud fights we had up in Portland where kids filled a fire extinguisher with paint and like ruined thousands of dollars in tactical gear. That was nice. That was good.
Wow. Yes.
Look, that's not to say that amateurs never have good ideas, but they were not amateurs at that point, though. Those kids had been fighting those Proud Boys for a minute. So Kissinger's extraordinary degree of control over the situation was possible because he had literally reformed the entire national security apparatus around himself.
Nixon wanted a buffer from his own Secretary of State, which provided Henry with the opportunity to take as much power and centralize it around the National Security Advisor. And he could do this as long as he kept Nixon happy. Under Kissinger, the National Security Council, which he headed, became the center of U.S. foreign policy. A massive bureaucracy fed piles of information, embassy cables, intelligence reports, etc., straight to Henry Kissinger. He decided, Henry is where all of the information from this vast apparatus that the U.S. has to gather information, right? The eyes and ears of the president, all of the things that are supposed to provide the president with information, all of that comes directly to Henry, and he decides what to give the president.
And he was a teacher.
And he was
a year before.
He was a guy whose primary claim to fame before this was, we need more nukes. We don't have enough fucking nukes.
Right?
And also we should use them whenever. I was just watching, there's a great documentary called Command and Control that's about a nuclear disaster in the U.S. in 1980 that nearly killed half of the people on the East Coast that enough folks don't know about. A guy accidentally dropped a bolt and it ignited part of a nuclear missile and it nearly killed everyone on the Eastern Seaboard. It was a big kerfuffle. And
oopsies. So this guys,
there's
the
a lot
screw fell in the thing.
That's nuts about it. But one of the things it pointed out, I think we have, Sophie can Google this for me, I think we have about 6,000 nuclear weapons right now, which is way too many. But as a result...
We have the Soviet Union. Russia has around 6,000. We have around 4,800, I think.
4,800. So that's too much. Both countries have too many nukes. I think we can all say that's fair. It's a lot.
I'm not signing up on that.
As a result, in part of Kissinger's, we have a missile gap and we needed to build more. By this point in the mid-60s, there are 32,000 nuclear weapons in the United States.
God.
It is... That's even an aside because
it's like a Kardashian with shoes.
Well, I feel my thing has always been every person who owns property should be allowed to have a nuke.
Your own nuke.
Look, I think we can all agree. You know what there wouldn't be if everyone had a nuke, Dave? No-knock raids by the cops.
That's true.
You're not going to have any of that shit. They ain't going to be busting down doors.
Yeah. No, come on in, guys. It's fine. Doors open, asshole.
Real different situation, RE the cops, if everybody's got a nuke. Other problems, though. There would be some other problems.
I don't see any other problems.
Yeah. So anyway, Kissinger is effectively turned himself into the eyes and ears of the United States military apparatus. He decides
it's fucking crazy.
You can argue he's one of the 2 or 3 most powerful people who's ever lived at this point. An argument could be made. So Marvin and Bernard Kolb, who were both diplomats at this point, describe what Henry builds here as Henry's wonderful machine. Quote, since Kissinger... I know.
It's like Willy Wonka.
Mr. Megorium's nuclear emporium. Since Kissinger controlled the system, he controlled the decision-making process. Everyone reports to Kissinger, and only Kissinger reports to the president. This setup allowed Henry to micromanage bombing campaigns, order covert arms deals, and engage in secret diplomacy at will. He was not merely executing the president's orders. He himself was free to make national policy as long as Nixon was happy with him. From Kissinger's shadow, quote, Kissinger, according to Marvin and Bernard Kolb, knew almost instinctively that he would be able to control the bureaucracy and thus help reorder American diplomacy, only to the degree that he became indistinguishable from the president and his policies. Rogers at State was opposed to the idea of escalating the war into Cambodia. Laird at the Pentagon was for it, but thought it needed to be done above board, legally and publicly, through the normal chain of command. This gave Kissinger an opening, letting him stake out a ne plus ultra position. He wanted to bomb. He wanted to bomb in a way that inflicted the most pain. And he wanted to bomb in absolute secrecy, completely off the books.
Fuck yeah.
As a result, every war crime committed by the United States during the Nixon administration, every bad thing U.S. forces do, particularly under the aegis of special operations, at least, right, has to be considered one of Henry Kissinger's crimes, because it is his job to personally sign off on all of them. And he is not just a rubber stamper. He is actively pushing for things. So we are going into very specific detail about one specific crime. If you find a bad thing that the CIA or special forces did from 1969 to 1973, Henry Kissinger gave that the old thumbs up. So again, we're going to have to leave out a lot.
It doesn't even sound like it's I mean, it's like ego based.
Yeah.
It's not even, I mean, there's so little actual, and it just shows you like what happens when you're in a bubble.
Yeah.
But I mean, I just don't think most people would be capable of this, but it's just like, it's not really from anything other than he is just feels great being at the helm of this. And it's an extremely powerful position.
It's such a bad idea. Like, if you proceed, like a moment, get ourselves in the headspace of someone who thinks all of this is morally justified, it's a bad idea because a person can't competently manage all of this.
Right.
Like, this is too much.
They would be like, look, I need help. I mean, we're doing what we came to do.
Like a reasonable warlord would be like delegating
one of those rational,
more.
level-headed.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, yeah. So when he was signing off on bombing runs, Kissinger poured over raw intelligence documents, which included information on exactly, in many cases, down to the number, how many civilians lived in a certain target area. Now, sometimes it was a little bit less specific in this. For example, Area 704, which had, quote, sizable concentrations of civilians, didn't have an exact number, but was bombed 247 times on Henry Kissinger's orders. And since we're going to be talking a lot about bombing, we should discuss exactly what that meant in this case, because all bombings are not created equal. The bombings Kissinger directed were carried out by B-52 bombers. These are massive planes. These are like the size of the big international commercial aircraft, roughly, right? These are not like fighter jets and stuff. Right. These fly too high to be seen from the ground, and they are incapable of meaningful discrimination between civilian and military targets. This is not an era in which there's much at all in the way of precision-guided bombing, and with a B-52, you cannot even attempt precision. You are dropping explosives blindly from like a mile up. I want to quote now from a write-up by Taylor Owen and Ben Kiernan for Yale. Quote, a single B-52D big belly payload consists of up to 108 225 kilogram or 42 340 kilogram bombs, which are dropped in a target area of approximately 500 by 1,500 meters. In many cases, Cambodian villages were hit with dozens of payloads over the course of several hours. The result was near total destruction. One U.S. official stated at the time, we had been told, as had everybody, that those carpet bombing attacks by B-52s were totally devastating, that nothing could survive.
It's like a sturgeon with eggs.
Yeah, it is. It is just completely indiscriminate. Yeah. One Cambodian survivor, because people did live, as we've stated, these are never as good at killing people as the military likes to claim, which is not to minimize the horror. It's just like, it's also not, it doesn't work. Right. One Cambodian survivor of U.S. bombing described it this way. 3 F-111s bombed right center of my village, killing 11 of my family members. My father was wounded but survived. At that time, there was not a single soldier in the village or in the area around the village. 27 other villages were also killed. They had to run into a ditch to hide, and then 2 bombs fell right into it.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
Yeah, You cannot exaggerate the extent to which this is indiscriminate.
Yeah, it's just total madness on top of madness.
Yeah.
I mean, there's no,
People are rightly furious about like bombing in Ukrainian cities right now. What the United States is doing in Cambodia is eliminating grid squares on a map of all life. Like,
right.
Yeah.
Which is a country that has nothing to fucking do.
Yeah, some dudes are walking through it, you know? Like, it's cop logic where, like, well, a guy who stole a car was seen in this neighborhood, so we had to shoot someone we saw in the window of their house, you know? Like, it's that kind of shit. Which I guess it makes sense that cops act the way they do, because this has always been the way people with guns and power act everywhere through all time. Yeah. So that's good.
Yeah.
So the ostensible purpose of all this carnage was to put an end to North Vietnam's ability to wage war. But a huge factor for both Kissinger and Nixon, even larger than any actual like impact on the war itself, was to preserve their personal power. Right after the bombing of Cambodia began, Nixon sent Kissinger to talk with the Soviet ambassador, a fellow named Dobrynin. In Henry Kissinger and American Power, Thomas Schwartz writes, quote, Kissinger put forth a straightforward domestic political account for Nixon's motivation and thinking, noting that Nixon is not seeking a military victory, but he cannot go down in American history as the first U.S. president to have lost a war in which the U.S. participated.
I mean, the honest, like, you'd think you'd at least lie about.
No.
Just oh my God.
Look, it's murdering, democide is one thing, Gareth. but dishonesty to your friends.
It's disgusting. I feel like a parent. Look,
the Soviet ambassador, someone Kissinger drinks with, you know?
Yeah,
He's not going to lie to him.
Exactly. I mean, I would love to see a version where he just keep up an appearance. Look, Nixon hates losing. That's what this is about. We can't take the L.
People. Yeah, So between March of 1969 and May of 1970, more than 3,630 raids were flown across the Cambodian border. Each was approved personally by Henry Kissinger. The New York Times broke this story to the American public for the first time in May of 1969. So that's pretty good, right? Like the New York Times actually is pretty quick on this and reveals what has happened. This prompts protests and international outcry. That's one of the frustrating things about the New York Times, because there's a million things to be angry at them all the time. And then it's like, oh, and they also were the first people to reveal this horrific crime against humanity. Because
there are these bright spots where you're like, oh, you fuckers.
Well,
it's like a broken clock, though. It's, every now and then.
It's like a broken clock, but when it's right, it's about like the massacre of civilians on an industrial scale. But also when it's wrong, it's about the massacre of civilians on an industrial scale. So mixed bag. So there's immediately protest and international outcry. Armed students seize a building at Cornell University, which is very based. Students at Kissinger's own Harvard engage in a 2-week strike. Ever PR savvy, Kissinger agreed to meet with student protesters in order to prop up his image among liberals. He told them, if you come back in a year and things haven't changed, we won't have a morally defensible position. So like, hey, I know it's all fucked up. I've got to fix this whole messed up. It's been going on for years. I'm working on it. If you come back in a year and I find out who's
behind this, I will figure it out.
When I figure
Once I find out who's the problem, there's a cog in here.
Give me 1 year to kill all the babies.
And it also shows how fucking crazy you are. Like, if you're doing this, you'd be like, look, hide me. I do not want to talk to... The fact that he's like, I'll meet with them. It's
he knows he can make it work.
Yeah. Get me out in front of this. Get me out in front of it. I'll just tell him what's up. Like, look, we gotta kill people for like a year. Let's see how it goes. Give me a year. I'm gonna bomb the shit out of just villages and shit and kill a bunch of babies and ladies.
You have no idea how many babies.
It's just nice. Nice to be back at Harvard. Look at the campus. You guys really changed a couple of things, huh?
You guys are awesome. Just like, oh, I heard something bad. We're just getting started.
By the way, give me a year is an amazing thing to say when it's on this. Look, if this is happening in a year, we'll revisit. It's like, no, not a year.
You don't get to revisit this.
We should revisit. We should revisit where we are in the story after this break.
Yeah, let's revisit the sponsors of this show.
You know who else? Need a year to keep killing?
Yeah, look, if has not stopped the carpet bombing of Cambodia in a year, then you can cancel your subscription.
By the way, that's menus. Those are menu options.
Speaking of operation,
it's very much like a White House visit with a hello. What do you want to make, a quesadilla, or do you want to do this chickpea salad? What do you have to? There's options. You want to do a flatbread, margarita style?
We're back. So, there's congressional inquiries about the illegal carpet bombing of Cambodia.
On what grounds? What are they after? They smell some smoke?
I should also note, seizing Cornell offices with arms, dope. Actually sitting down with Henry Kissinger to let him talk about how things aren't really that bad. Not dope. Maybe throw a stapler at his face, something. Yeah. Try to hit him.
You fucking hit him really hard.
Try to hit him, At least give him a shoe, You've got options. God. Somebody from a fucking baseball team at Harvard had to have been able to hit him with a fastball.
There are people that if you're around, you should... Cheney, Bush, you get around certain people, you get close to them, you should fucking hit them. Mm-hmm. Hit them hard.
Look, Dick Cheney is basically like a charging phone. Just unplug him at this point and see what happens. Just whatever his little plug is, just be like,
turn on a microwave next to him.
Just have a microwave and an extension cord and put it on popcorn and throw it in his lap.
Yeah, but look, we all know, everybody here knows that eventually Cheney and and Kissinger shed their human skins to become one ball of energy.
Mm-hmm. I think Kissinger currently is shedding his human skin. If you've seen him lately, it looks like he's halfway through the
Fingers
molting.
crossed.
But the two of them merge, and then
wings pop. Oh yeah, I get it. So they kind of become like a Cerebus or something like that.
Yeah, then they're one. It's like
come on, Henry, let's get out of here. Finally, take our true form.
It's and like then human centipede of evil.
Then they locate and nuke microbiological life on Europa.
We are culminating.
This is a war crime no one has done yet.
Oh, I love culminating. Didn't see this coming.
So there's congressional inquiries. Kissinger gets brought before the Senate, where he assures everyone that Cambodian territories bombed by the U.S. were all, quote, unpopulated. He knew this was a lie at the time. We know from briefing documents Kissinger received that he was warned in detail about such things. The breakfast bombing target, he was told, was inhabited by 1,640 civilians. Dessert had 350. Nixon initially...
It's just like ice cream.
Yeah. You wouldn't get angry at me for bombing a Baskin Robbins, would you? There are no people there.
Senator who hates cake.
Mm-hmm. It's called the magic shell.
So Nixon initially blamed Kissinger for the leaks that had revealed the story of the bombing of Cambodia to the New York Times. And this is because Kissinger brings in a lot of like liberals. Like a lot of Kissinger's staff are not Republicans, are not like right-wing guys. Yes. They're like Northeastern liberals.
Yes, because...
Yeah.
He's charming.
They are
Wrong.
not. But
he's
Nixon
charming.
is like, it must have been one of these East Coast liberals you brought in that leaked it to the Times, right?
Oh, right. So he thinks it's an extension of Kissinger, not Kissinger himself.
No. He doesn't think Kissinger. No, that would be nuts.
Someone's really up to something.
Somebody's fucking around.
Somebody's a big asshole. I won't tell you who, though.
But Kissinger's like bringing Woody Allen in. He's funny. He's good.
This is him. Some good context on how comprehensively shitty a person Kissinger is, how incapable of real loyalty he is. Thomas Schwartz writes that in order to preserve his own position, Kissinger had to throw large numbers of his team members under the bus. Quote, Kissinger called FBI Director J. Edgar Hoover and gave him a list of those staffers in his office with access to the information, telling Hoover that he would destroy whoever did this if we can find him, no matter where he is. Among the first to be wiretapped was Morton Halperin, who had helped devise the NSC system, Helmut Sonnenfeld, Kissinger's fellow German Jewish refugee, and even Winston Lord, the man Kissinger later called his conscience on foreign policy issues. There would be 17 FBI wiretaps by the White House, 13 on government employees, including Kissinger's staff, and 4 on newsmen, among them Kissinger's British friend who was a reporter for the London Times.
It's a meteoric rise. It's like American Idol level sudden impact as far as, because, I mean, as you pointed to, he wasn't like this crazy. I mean, he was crazy, but now it's like he's just, it's on roids. The level the level he's gotten to and the level of insanity that he's gotten to is really, even for this country, historic.
Yeah, it's pretty cool, and just like
it's great.
He's not capable of even like treating his very loyal friends well. So, yeah, this would come back to bite Kissinger and Nixon in the ass in the not too distant future, but we're going to take a while to get to that because there's a lot in between there and now. So let's return to Cambodia. It is worth noting that Operation Menu achieved nothing. It was useless in a military sense. The enemy command and control facilities they were ostensibly trying to destroy were never taken out. And it was useless from a negotiating standpoint because North Vietnam did not budge. In May of
they bulged,
baby.
Fucking bulged.
In May of 1970, Nixon decided to escalate again by ordering a ground invasion of Cambodia. He announced this with a typically unhinged speech. And again, this is public because at this point, the New York Times has revealed things. So, we live in an age of anarchy. We see mindless attacks on all the great institutions which have been created by free civilizations in the past 500 years.
What's happening?
It's because kids are like protesting in colleges. Yeah. He framed it as a test of the nation's, quote, will and character.
Seriously, now, he's right.
When one of his staff members when Kissinger's staff members balked at plans to illegally invade Cambodia with ground troops, Henry told him, quote, your views represent the cowardice of the Eastern establishment. This staff member... William Watts, tried to physically attack Henry Kissinger, who hid behind his desk.
It's just like if he was only able to just kill him. Imagine the ripple.
If only there'd been a sharper letter opener on the desk.
Yeah, if he could have just penned and put it like a pen through his neck.
Yeah. It's very funny that Kissinger did at some point have to hide behind a desk to stop his own staff from assaulting
so strong, bombing everywhere, and then he's hiding under his desk. All right, relax.
So this staff member, Watts resigns right after this. And when staff member Anthony Lake echoes Watts's concerns, Kissinger, presumably still hiding behind his desk, calls Lake not manly enough to do what was necessary. And so Lake resigns too. Yeah. Bold words from hiding behind a desk.
Yeah, big tough guy.
4 days after Nixon's speech announcing the invasion of Cambodia, 4 students were shot dead at Kent State during a protest over the invasion. 9 more were wounded. 2 weeks later, at Jackson State, police shot into a crowd of black students protesting the war. 2 were killed and 12 wounded. The invasion prompted some of the first consequences, and only consequences, Kissinger ever faced. Stern rebukes from fancy academics he respected. A group of them, men who had often acted as his brain trust and advised him and other presidential advisors on issues, marched into his office after the invasion. One of the men, Thomas Schelling, opened by saying that he supposed he should explain who they were. Kissinger responded with confusion that, "I know who you are. You're all good friends from Harvard." Next, from Niall Ferguson's Kissinger, "No," said Schelling, "we're a group of people who have completely lost confidence in the ability of the White House to conduct our foreign policy, and we have come to tell you so. We are no longer at your disposal as personal advisors." Each of them then proceeded to berate him, taking 5 minutes apiece. Now,
is he under the desk at this point?
It's like that scene from Rudy when they all hand in their uniform to get Rudy to play.
It's like that.
This whole story's like Rudy.
If you have oh God, what's his fucking name? I'm spacing the West Wing motherfucker.
Aaron Sorkin.
Aaron Sorkin. If Aaron Sorkin's writing that,
motherfucker, that is the best description of him.
If Aaron Sorkin is writing this is like the heroic moment where like the conscience of like the American ruling class like comes in and is like, this is not right, Henry, and really that's bullshit. That's not what's happening. And Ferguson goes on to note that these guys were kind of full of shit. They are all Washington insiders. They have Schelling advised LBJ to massively escalate violence throughout the war in Vietnam. Ferguson continues, and this is his explanation of what they were really doing. Quote, "For these men, publicly breaking with Kissinger, with journalists briefed in advance about the breach, was a form of self-exculpation, not to say an insurance policy as student radicals back on the Harvard campus ran riot. When Neustadt told the Crimson, 'I think it's safe to say we're afraid,' he did not specify of what. Others were more candid. As Schelling put it, 'If Cambodia succeeds, it will be a disaster, not just because my Harvard office may be burned down when I get home, but it will even be a disaster in the administration's own terms.'" So
it's amazing. For fuck's sake.
Yeah.
I mean, honestly, that's what this happens on the Dollop a lot, where I'm like, all right, we got a hero. And then immediately I'm like, more villains. God damn it.
I mean, to the extent that there's some heroes, the kids on these campuses who are actually like lighting buildings on fire and destroying things, they do make Henry Kissinger and his academic friends afraid and uncomfortable briefly, which is more than anyone else does.
Yeah. And this would kind of be the last time that that even happens, really, right? That like that people in that level of power do feel any sort of like threat from the regular folk.
Yeah, credit where it's due. They are the only people that I'm aware of who made Henry Kissinger briefly feel something that vaguely resembles shame. So
emotion.
Yeah, good like seriously, good work. Yeah. But of course, that doesn't stop anything. Obviously,
no, he's got many desks.
Yeah. So Cambodia falls into chaos as a result of as most places would when bombed on this level, right? Yeah. Hard to maintain a state with this level of things exploding. It is unclear precisely how many people die in Operation Menu, the subsequent invasion of Cambodia, and the bombing campaigns that followed. The low estimate is 50,000. The high estimates are 150 to 200,000. 30 to 50,000 Laotians die in the bombing campaign, which makes the sparsely populated nation the most densely bombed place on Earth. 30% of these bombs failed to detonate, and in the years since the bombing, another 20,000 people have died from the estimated 80 million bombs left in the soil. 40% of the victims are children. One aid worker said of the situation, "There are parts of Laos where there is literally no free space. There are no areas that have not been bombed. And when you are in the villages now, you still see the evidence of that. You see the bomb craters. You still see an unbelievable amount of metal and wreckage and unexploded ordnance just lying around in villages, and it's still injuring and killing people today."
What a legacy.
Now, if any of this concerned Nixon and Kissinger, they did not show it.
I would like to just throw out there that I do feel that gardening should be more dangerous. So
yes, and nobody's in disagreement about that. And we have enough bombs in this country to make gardening a lot more dangerous.
And we should.
Dangerous.
Yeah, that is my 24.
Earn your fucking beans.
If there's not a 1 in 3 chance digging up a potato loses you a goddamn arm, you're not really a gardener. So
how are the tomatoes? Ken's dead. Ken died.
If any of this concerned Nixon and Kissinger, we have no evidence of it. We know that in 1972, Nixon asked, "How many did we kill in Laos?" And the press secretary, Ron Ziegler, responded with a guess, maybe 10,000, 15. Kissinger agreed. In the Laotian thing, we killed about 10, 15. This is how they talk about.
It's the showcase showdown.
3 to 5 9/11s worth of people.
I mean, it's the way you talk about. Did you get like 1 bag of grapes or 2?
Yeah,
I got 2 bags of grapes.
Oh, what's the cover fee to get into that concert? It's like $10 or $15. You know, yeah. Except for
they're just complete and total fucking psychopaths,
and they're off by a half at least. You know, it's hard to get accurate.
Yeah.
You know, death tolls here. And the bombs were not the only thing left behind by the campaign that Kissinger orchestrated. Greg Grandin writes, "Defoliation chemicals did their work. Just over a 2-week period, April 18th to May 2nd, 1969, U.S. dropped Agent Orange caused significant damage." Andrew Welsdang, who has long been involved in relief aid to Southeast Asia, writes, "Both the U.S. government and independent inspection teams confirmed that 173,000 acres were sprayed, 7% of Kompong Cham province, 24,700 of them seriously affected. The rubber plantations totaled approximately 1/3 of Cambodia's total and represented a loss of 12% of the country's export earnings. Washington agreed to pay over $12 million in reparations, but Kissinger tried to defer the payment to fiscal year 1972, when the money could be paid without a special request that would have revealed U.S. cross-border activity. Every effort," Kissinger wrote, "should be made to avoid the necessity for a special budgetary request to provide funds to pay this claim."
Oh my God!
Look, we're gonna give you the money. You're gonna get the money. You're gonna get the money.
It's just gonna take a while.
I just need to.
It's like a tax thing.
I need to move some stuff around. But you're gonna get it. It's fine. Let's just keep it on the DL. You know what I mean?
Yeah, If the
Secret Service wasn't calling Trump Agent Orange, by the way, if that wasn't his code name, that's a disappointment.
That is, I mean, there's a lot of reasons to be disappointed in the Secret Service, but that is one of them.
That's my number one.
So the loss of life and economic damage caused Cambodia to spiral into chaos, or at least it was a factor. Other stuff's going on. We have a couple episodes about King Norodom Sihanouk, who was a real piece of shit and the king of Cambodia in this period. A lot's happening. But unrest caused by the bombings and the economic devastation helped to spark a right-wing coup, which was likely orchestrated with CIA help and thus with the direct input of Henry Kissinger.
You guys are looking to change things up here? We've got a plan.
We got an idea.
What's the matter? What happened? Someone bomb you? Well, why don't we provide some help?
Yeah, exactly. And the coup, overthrows the king, who then starts backing the Khmer Rouge, who then win.
They're great.
Yeah, their counter-revolution against the right-wing coup, and this leads to the establishment of Pol Pot's Khmer Rouge government. Yay! Once the Rouge took over in 1975, Nixon had left office. Kissinger, though, was still in power. In November of 1975, he told Thailand's foreign minister, "You should also tell the Cambodians that we will be friends with them. They are murderous thugs, but we won't let that stand in our way. We are prepared to improve relations with them."
We get it. We get it.
Kissinger...
They're my people. We're murderous thugs.
I get it. Murderous thugs. I'm all about murderous thugs.
I think we could find common ground.
This man wants to kill 1 million people. I think that is a cute start.
Yeah, I feel adorable.
In 1988, when questioned on this, Kissinger explained that, quote, "The Thai and the Chinese did not want a Vietnamese-dominated Indochina. We didn't want the Vietnamese to dominate. I don't believe we did anything for Pol Pot, but I suspect we closed our eyes when some others did something for Pol Pot." Of course, the United States attempted at least to provide direct military aid to the Khmer Rouge in order to help them oppose Vietnam. And there's a lot of debate and uncertainty. It seems that very little, if any, actually made it to the Khmer, but this is primarily because of difficulty getting shit into Cambodia at this point in time. But it is fair to say that Kissinger and Nixon's actions were crucial in creating the circumstances that brought Pol Pot to power. And once he was in charge and massacring people, they tacitly supported his government because they thought it would stymie the Vietnamese. In total, from the killing that started when the U.S. bombing raids began, to the people killed by Pol Pot's regime, to those who died fighting in the fighting with Vietnam that finally brought the Rouge to an end, 1.7 million Cambodians died, more than a quarter of the population of the country pre-war.
It's so incredible how their ideology of just communism bad. They're like, well, communism will kill a bunch of people, and they're just fucking
everything they can to save those people.
Well, and it's also like they don't even really believe communism because the Khmer Rouge are communist as hell, and they're fine with working with them because Vietnam is the ones who beat them, and so they're angry at Vietnam. And it's like, and Vietnam fights Cambodia. Like, it's not. There's no. These people don't believe in anything. Yeah, there's not good lessons to take from this, but
no, it's really
someone should have stabbed Henry Kissinger. That's for sure.
Oh, God, just if that guy stabbed him.
Yeah, there's so many people we should have stabbed. I mean, there's so many, but Kissinger's way up there.
And in this story, right? Like, we're not, obviously, you can't blame all of the deaths in Cambodia on Kissinger. Just like you can't blame all of the deaths in Vietnam on Kissinger and Nixon, but like
just so many,
the degree to which he's central to a lot of the worst actions in these wars.
Well, and so I keep thinking about the point you made in the last episode where the idea that LBJ, that he broke up the LBJ plan to sort of end all of this, and just for political reasons made that not happen, and that the avenue that we are down now is just, I mean, it's unconscionable.
And there's so much.
We also, besides just the straight bombings, we destabilize areas. We change the trajectory. Look, Putin is our fucking doing.
Yeah.
We fucking took out the government. Yeltsin, all that shit. That was a fucking American.
I'm not going to let you sit here and talk shit on Yeltsin. He was very in control of what he was doing towards the end.
He definitely knew what was happening.
It wasn't like having a bottle of Smirnoff in charge.
Nothing that happened.
Everything we get involved with turns into a fuck pie. I mean, we just create chaos.
Yeah, we're murder Midas.
It's this thing where we're talking about like how insane it is that Kissinger is micromanaging these bombings, which is not to say that like the military men who were doing it before were particularly better. And this is the problem that like we're going to have, with Ukraine and whatnot too, is just that like, well, now we have all of these people who are supposed to be, or the people we call experts who are now going to be doing things. And like, if you actually look at their resumes, it is not a wide ranging history of successes, Right. And it is the same thing with Russia. You could look at like Russian intervention in a bunch of places. It's a nightmare. The kind of people who are in a position to make calls when the conflicts get to this level are always ghouls. And they're always bad at anything but causing devastation. And that's why all of this keeps happening. Because none of these people are any good at it.
And no one gets punished for failing.
And nobody ever gets punished for failing.
Up. I mean, the fact that Bill Kristol is still saying what anybody should do anywhere in the world, you're like, what in the fuck is going on? Who gets to go? Who goes away? Whoever goes away?
Favoriting his tweets. Imagine.
I know somebody who lost their job at a grocery store because they got arrested protesting against police violence.
Oh my God.
Meanwhile,
Bill Kristol's like a guest on media shows.
Yeah, it's
Bill. What do you think? Well, I mean,
it's frustrating. Every now and then, far too seldom, you get a story like that billionaire Russian arms dealer whose yacht got partially sunk. But there's like 3 of those stories for every 1,000 Kissingers.
Yeah.
And they don't ever mean anything because that guy can afford to fix his fucking yacht. So
it's like when they were egging Bezos's boat when he was getting that bridge torn down.
Yeah,
you're like, I mean, this isn't as satisfying as some people are. It's like he's gonna have someone hose it down, and that's
fine.
Yeah,
everybody, look, yachts burn. We know this. We've seen it. They burn.
That's the thing. Yachts burn, and so do Bill's crystals. So I think it's like an attorney's.
Thing. Actually, when you burn him, he just turns into a few crystals.
So Greg Grandin, author of Kissinger's Shadow, sees the bombing campaign in Cambodia and Laos as the terminal phase in what he calls the crack-up of America's domestic consensus, which had begun under Johnson. Kissinger considered conditions in the country at the time of Kent State to be, quote, near Civil War conditions. The paranoia Nixon had felt led him to push for illegal expansions of domestic surveillance, which eventually led to his ouster from office. The Senate investigation into the Watergate scandal concluded, quote, Kent State marked a turning point for Nixon, the beginning of his downhill slide towards Watergate. Nixon grew increasingly unhinged, which is a story for another time.
Quite a statement. Hey, Nixon's starting to lose it, gang.
It is worth noting that for all of the things happening at this point, Nixon is, as a rule, anytime I quote him and Kissinger talking, Nixon is, as a rule, drunker than you have ever been.
Right.
Like, than you have ever been. I don't care how drunk you've gotten. You have never gotten Nixon in the White House hammered.
Wow. That's amazing.
With Kissinger's help, Nixon cooks up a plan to pursue an arms control treaty in order to discredit his political rivals. Kissinger agreed that attacking the left was the right way to distract from the disaster they'd created in Southeast Asia. Mm-hmm. He told his boss, we've got to break the back of this generation of democratic leaders. Nixon responded in agreement. We've got to destroy the confidence of the people in the American establishment. Good news on that one, buddy.
Yeah. I mean, honestly, yeah.
You know what? A rare swish.
And he's drunk and he's right.
Yeah, that is a hole in one for you, my friend. No notes.
So prescient, yeah.
Yeah. Re-election in 1972 was always going to be dicey for Nixon and Kissinger. Nixon's plan was the infamous Southern strategy, cultivating racial resentment in order to turn whites into a reliable Republican voting bloc. There's a lot to be said about this. Obviously, we're just kind of breezing past it. But part of his strategy for doing this, to get these Southern whites on his side, was to continue carpet bombing huge chunks of Southeast Asia, even though this had no impact on the war's course, and he knew it. Grandin described the continued bombing as, quote, blood tribute paid to the growing power of the American right. And as it
is like, I mean, it's what our politics is now, which is just constantly the optics on how to get reelected. It's just the number crunch on how do you get reelected by doing things illegally or, shifting priority, whatever it is.
Or unmasking.
Whatever it is. I mean, like we all know that war helps poll numbers. So,
well, some of them do.
Right. But I mean, in the short term, it seems like there's a short term gain to be made.
Certainly, if you're on the right, for sure.
Yeah.
And it is worth noting, because I always had this idea, even past the point where I stopped believing Henry Kissinger was a hero, that he was doing what he was doing in Southeast Asia because there were like very specific wonky things he believed about the conduct of the war and how to win it. Right. And he was just like willing to do these horrible things. But like, no, they know it's not winning the war. This is for votes.
Yeah.
And Kissinger.
So, I mean, you're basically just saying it is just a white supremacist thing. They're killing people of color to make whites in the South happy. Yeah. That's all we're saying.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yep. White supremacists, the country.
But that doesn't fit on a lawn placard.
Get one of those, like, in this house we believe that in the Nixon administration
we believe in covering up for our war crimes with doubling down on racism
in order to. And so it's worth noting too, Kissinger isn't just micromanaging the actual racist bombing campaign that they're doing to get votes. He is also the front man Nixon sends out to talk to right-wing leaders to try and like pump them up about this. Nixon sent him to talk to Ronald Reagan, then the governor of California. Kissinger sat down on Nixon's behalf with Billy Graham, with William F. Buckley, with Bob Hope.
Fucking names. Oh my God.
His patter went like this. The president wanted me to give you a brief call to tell you that with all the hysteria on TV and in the news on Lao, we feel we have set up everything we set out to do. Destroyed more supplies than in Cambodia last year. Set them back many months. We achieved what we were after.
Well, I'll tell you, I can't wait to go out there and rally those troops there, Hank.
Having just been doing some research, he is friends with Frank Sinatra. Frank would call him on the phone.
Yeah, that sounds right. That fucking sounds right.
Can I get a nuclear weapon? Is that possible?
Frank Sinatra with a nuke. There's no people left if that had happened.
I put some Agent Orange in Dean Martin's drink and he didn't notice, baby.
Kissinger spent a particularly long time bragging to Ronald Reagan about the administration's achievements. Quote, "We wouldn't have had Cambodia, we wouldn't have had Laos, and we wouldn't have had an $80 billion defense budget, without Nixon getting elected." He also told Reagan, "We wouldn't have had Amchitka." Now, Amchitka is an island off the coast of Alaska. In the early 1970s, the White House wanted to nuke it for a lot of complicated reasons.
No, I get that. This is one thing I was totally with them on.
Not other islands, but specifically Amchitka. Yeah. More like Amshitka. So the White House wants to nuke this island off the coast of Alaska.
Sure.
And a lot of environmentalists and indigenous people, just folks whose brain
here we
aren't...
go.
Yeah.
I don't want a fucking island
Why do
turned
they
into
hate
blacktop.
freedom? They hate freedom.
Here's Greg Grandin again. The test had no military or scientific benefit, but was seen as something of a ritual by the right. Fireworks to celebrate the end of Johnson's presidency, when many hawks like Curtis LeMay felt the United States had fallen behind on nuclear development. Then, when public opposition to the detonation began to grow, Nixon had a chance to show conservatives that he would stand up to liberals. He let it be known that, were the Supreme Court to issue an injunction against the test, he would go forward anyway. The court didn't block the test, but Haldeman told Kissinger to play it for politics anyway. Tell Reagan we're taking an unmitigated heat in order to keep that thing going. We need all the support of the right. Later, after the test was conducted, Nixon met with Senator Barry Goldwater and mocked the fears of environmentalists. "The seals are still swimming," the president said. "I'm damn proud of you," Goldwater told him.
Honestly, I need to get a bucket to barf in.
Yeah.
When people think like, oh, we've become dumb recently, we've always been so fucking stupid. It cannot be emphasized enough.
Yep.
We're just really dumb.
I honestly, I definitely thought that it is a shocking level of dumb. It's the fact that it's just this dumb. Yeah, and it's just been going on for...
They nuked an island because
they wanted a fireworks show.
And then because he wanted fireworks.
And it's
just
also...
so they could tell Reagan.
It's like his gender reveal fucking party. Like,
right.
Jesus Christ.
It's a bomb.
It is worth noting, for the sake of talking about how dumb we still are today, Curtis LeMay, who was one of the people cheering on the bombing of this random island, is essentially the hero of Malcolm Gladwell's book, The Bomber Mafia, which talks about how cool the bombing apparatus we set up was and how it helped keep things peaceful and built the wonderful Pax Americana I'm sure these Cambodian civilians we've talked about appreciate it.
Well, that's the one where you need to, once you have 10,000 bombs, you're an expert.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. Yeah. If you drop 10,000 bombs, you're an expert.
An expert at bombing.
Yeah, that's exactly. So in order to be able to do it right, you have to do it wrong for a long time.
Log those bombs.
Yeah, you got to log the bombs. That's exactly right, Gareth. So part of what made Kissinger remarkable, though, was his ability to rope conservatives in line for mass murder while also charming the entire liberal establishment of the East Coast. Nixon's chief of staff later recalled, "We knew Henry as the Hawk of Hawks in the Oval Office, but in the evenings, a magical transformation took place. Touching glasses at a party with his liberal friends, the belligerent Kissinger would suddenly become a dove, and the press, beguiled by Henry's charm and humor, bought it. They just couldn't believe that the intellectual, smiling, humorous Henry the K was a hawk like that bastard Nixon." It really is all about, like, if Donald Trump had talked like an Aaron Sorkin character and like quoted books that people don't read but know are smart books, he would have been the most popular president in a generation. Like,
well, and I mean that'll happen.
Yeah, they'll figure. One of them will figure it out. Yeah,
that code will get cracked, and you
gotta dial the racism down a little, and you gotta dial the polite up, and then kind of equalize them, and then you can.
And then with the right access to the right people in media.
I mean, we already saw that. I mean, even under Trump, where you've got all these fucking reporters who had these like bombshells about horrible crimes being committed that they like didn't release for a year and change because they got a book deal.
Yeah. Right. Yeah. I mean, John Bolton was basically just there to write a book.
Yeah, everyone was. The whole administration was.
Yeah.
They're like fucking Navy SEALs with the books.
Yeah.
So Kissinger's reputation was as a brilliant computer-brained policy wonk, but his success came from his charm. He was able to win reporters over with a mix of leaks and effusive praise for their work, something that made them feel like insiders and thus sympathetic. He had a regular series of lunches with Arthur Schlesinger, a liberal historian, whom he made sure to confidentially inform, quote, "I have been thinking a lot about resignation after the invasion of Cambodia." Schlesinger was not privy to the information that proved Kissinger had planned the whole thing, so he believed Kissinger when Henry said that he'd only kept working for Nixon to prevent more damage to, quote, "institutions of authority." Kissinger would warn his liberal friends that if he resigned, Spiro Agnew would run foreign policy. He was basically threatening, if I'm not here, the far right's going to be totally in power in foreign policy. I'm the only one keeping things from going crazy.
It's like Sessions and with Trump. Yeah. I mean, there are multiple people like that, but the amount of times that people will be like, oh, McMaster's, these are the good guys inside of the,
Look, I hate this too, as he's drawing on a map where to annihilate. Yeah.
Right, yeah.
And it works. It always works.
Yeah, and it works. And it works over and over and over again.
As a rule, if their job is to be a journalist who spends their time face-to-face with powerful people, they're bad at their job. As a rule. Every now and then you get an exception, but as a rule.
No, it's like when Chomsky points out to that reporter that why he's sitting in that seat.
Yeah. And you get the odd people who are willing to report on the Pentagon Papers or whatever. And you get, or the Afghanistan Papers with the Washington Post, not to downplay the fact that there are people in those institutions who do damning reports on power, but also the level of complicity within the broader media apparatus means that even when you get a damning report on, for example, the war in Afghanistan, which the Washington Post, if you've read that, it's utterly damning. It didn't do anything. Doesn't matter. Yeah. Doesn't stop anything.
They're very, and the reason why people do it less and less is because you're attacked so... it works. The public attacks discredit you, and then you are what you are. You no longer get access to that information.
Yeah, it's great. So a good example of how Kissinger used his charm is a speech he gave at MIT in January of 1971. He started off by feigning a confidential air and telling the students that Nixon had not been his, quote, first choice, but that in time he'd come to see the bombing of Cambodia as the only, quote, sensible path towards Vietnamization. Vietnamization is like the process of the U.S. getting out and South Vietnam taking over, right? That's the big buzzword Nixon and Kissinger are using. When one student asked him what it would take to make him resign from the Nixon administration, Kissinger said he wouldn't, quote, unless gas chambers were set up or some horrendous moral outrage.
What?
Wait, what is it? What does that mean exactly? He wouldn't get out unless
Nixon was setting up gas chambers.
I mean, what the fuck? The dude who said his childhood didn't affect him in any way.
Yeah, outrageous.
And it's confidence.
The student, and it's interesting because then the student who asked this question of Kissinger later realized, is there really a difference between forcing people into a gas chamber and incinerating them from the sky with a bombing campaign? I guess not. But at the moment, this doesn't really occur to him. And at the moment, he writes, quote, he had sounded so sincere, so sympathetic, so much one of us. And I'll blame the journalists. I'm not going to blame a student for falling for Henry because he's essentially still a child. Mm-hmm. And Henry Kissinger is the most powerful man in the world. Of course, he's good at talking circles around these fucking kids. The week after that speech, Kissinger and Nixon sent ground troops into Laos after another massive round of aerial bombardment. This involved 17,000 South Vietnamese troops supported by U.S. air power. It was a catastrophe. 8,000 South Vietnamese soldiers were killed or wounded. The United States lost 215 men. Nixon considered it a victory because it played well with conservatives. When the media...
my fucking God.
And he's drunk. And he's drunk.
Yeah, he is. And he is.
That's pretty good, isn't it? That's not too bad, huh?
He just pounded back an entire bottle of vodka before saying that. When the media savaged Laos as a pointless bloodbath, Kissinger ran to his boss and complained about vicious coverage, saying, if Britain had press like this in World War II, they would have quit in 1942. Both Kissinger and Nixon saw Laos as a win because it benefited their domestic chances of re-election. As Nixon told his right-hand man, the main thing, Henry, on Laos, I don't care what happens there. It's a win, see?
Oh, a win, see? So he's a little gangstery. That's right, Henry, it's a win, see?
It's incredible.
Dirty coppers.
Oh, and as the re-election campaign churned forward, Kissinger was about to help his boss engineer another win. And this one boy, howdy, you think we've seen a body count so far.
Oh my God, what the fuck? I'm still mourning that island off of Alaska.
So now they're in sweeps.
Yeah, now they're hitting sweeps. And if you think hundreds of thousands of Cambodian dead plus aiding in the deaths of another million or so was bad. It's really bad. It's a historic crime. But also, Henry Kissinger's just getting started. So, we're going to talk about that in part 4.
Baby.
You guys want to plug anything?
My ears.
Just death.
I remember when I did an episode on our podcast about Tim Leary, and there's a lot of the Nixon Law and Order president stuff in there, and drunk he was, but also his lunch every day was pineapple circles with cottage cheese in the middle, and so that was his daily drunk lunch. And then there's the one night where he's starting to feel the heat. Well, maybe I don't know if he'll get into that. Well, he goes out hammered with his valet, and he goes and talks to some of the people protesting him. And like he wakes one of these guys up, and he's like, "You really think I'm a bad guy?" And the guy's just like, "What the fuck is going on right now?" Like, is it Nixon?
Drunk Nixon out cruising.
Yeah, well, we as look, it sounds like the world loves America after hearing some of this stuff. So we will be going to Australia on a tour. You can go to dolloppodcast.com for those tour dates. We'll be touring America. And even if we do badly, we won't bomb as hard as Kissinger and Nixon.
Yeah, I mean, it would be hard to.
It would be pretty tough to bomb on that level.
I honestly, we still have a lot of bombs. I don't know if we have enough bombs to bomb that hard anymore.
I don't think so. I honestly think we could pull our pants down and fight with our penises, and still people be like, "That's not." I've heard of worse bombings.
I have seen a couple of cities leveled by American bombs at this point, and it's still not as much as fucking Lao got bombed.
It's just
Jesus Christ.
He cannot process it.
And so many bombs.
I'm on the road too. Go to GarethReynolds.com for tour dates.
Yeah,
but feels wrong to do that. It's a hard promotion.
Well,
it's gross.
I will put in a plug for the concept of death, because as long as men die, there's all of these ghouls eventually had to face the end of everything in the same way that those people in Cambodia did. And one day it will come for Henry Kissinger, and he will be frightened and alone and left with nothing but his
I feel
crimes.
like he bombed the Reaper. I mean, he is the level of melting. I mean, he is.
I hope he dies. I hope he shits himself and then slowly dies over 8 hours.
Yes.
It needs to be like that. It needs to be a letting.
There's the one war criminal in all of history who got close to what he deserved is Reinhard Heydrich, the architect of the Holocaust, who stupidly charged a bunch of assassins and got wounded by a bomb and shat into his own guts for several days until he died of sepsis over the course of a week and change. That's the kind of death.
That's war porn.
And not just Kissinger. There's like 30 people we've named in this story who deserve that kind of death, right? There's a lot of folks. I mean, Pol Pot died old and relatively, unpunished. Most of them do. Not all.
That would be great to hear a judge sentence Kissinger to that. Like,
it would
I sentence you to shitting in your own guts for about a week after a bomb disembowels you.
That's the right punishment for this kind of stuff. All right.
Woo. Yeah.
Behind the Bastards is a production of Cool Zone Media. For more from Cool Zone Media, visit our website, coolzonemedia.com, or check us out on the iHeartRadio app, Apple Podcasts, or wherever you get your podcasts.